I love flags. I love them so much. So for all the very littlest girls and boys out there, I have put into law today a redesign of the American flag. Every citizen will be required to buy this flag and hang it outside their homes starting today. Failure to do so will result in one free trip to El Salvador prison. It's true. It's true. The old American flag was weak and gay. Obama actually made the last American flag. Did you know that? It's crazy. Bring in the new flag now, dipshits. Look at that. Now that's a beaut. Wow. It's crazy that something so beautiful can exist, but people still believe in the Obama-Epstein hoax. Get your new Trump flags today or go to jail. I love flags. I love them so much. So for all the very littlest girls and boys out there, I have put into law today a redesign of the American flag. Every citizen will be required to buy this flag and hang it outside their homes starting today. Failure to do so will result in one free trip to El Salvador prison. It's true. It's true. The old American flag was weak and gay. Obama actually made the last American flag. Did you know that? It's crazy. Bring in the new flag now, dipshits. Look at that. Now that's a beaut. Wow. It's crazy that something so beautiful can exist, but people still believe in the Obama-Epstein hoax. Get your new Trump flags today or go to jail. I love flags. I love them so much. So for all the very littlest girls and boys out there, I have put into law today a redesign of the American flag. Every citizen will be required.
You know what's fascinating to me about this is how little they actually have to do to satirize. You know? Welcome to the show, everybody. I'm Abandoned Nihilism. This is the News Underground. If you're looking for real news, you actually found it. Don't let the intro fool you. Let's not jinx it. I'm not going to talk about it today, B-Ree. Everyone else wants to talk about it, speculate. I'm not jinxing that shit. I want this so bad it's like Christmas. I'm not jinxing this. I'm not talking about it. We're just not going to talk about it, okay? Okay? Let's not jinx this, all right? Motherfucker's about to kick the bucket. We know this. We know this. You see, from my perspective, though, it's because this is the way that I meet incredible danger head on. Rip the Band-Aid off. Let's not wait for J.D. Vance. Let's get him in the seat. Let's get this over with. And then let's start the real fight. Everyone else thinks it's going to provide them with some relief. I predict the exact opposite. That J.D. Vance, being the smart fascist, will see that he has a very small window of time to finalize the destruction of the country, the dismantling of democracy, the checks and balances, anything else standing in his way legally or otherwise. So I think there's a good chance that things will accelerate. You know, more money to ICE, etc. Back to this, though. This is really funny. Once again, you really don't how little you actually need to satirize here. The hat, you don't need to change a thing on the hat. The advertisement for gold or fucking silver on the bottom right, that's totally in line. The most ridiculous thing is this really sweet, sick-ass fucking background that I wish I had. I wish I had that. This is so fucking awesome. It's just showing ICE just dumping clips and monster trucks and fucking American Eagles and Fox News logos ripping by. But I mean, I didn't see the Trump small penis picture in the back. Nice. I don't know. I kind of wish South Park would make fun of his, his tendency to be cool with murder, more than his small penis, but whatever. It's South Park, It's the best season in a decade, so But big props to whomever made this, posted this. Dumb Money Media, maybe? I'm not quite sure. Obviously, it's AI. Sorry about that in advance. Doesn't take much to mock Trump. He does at least half the work for you. He really does. And it's really funny that, these punk-ass, weak-ass comedians, oh, I don't know how to satirize Trump. Why? Because a good portion of them want half the shit that he's doing. Oh, well, maybe we do have an immigration problem. I don't know. That's why that's why South Park didn't want to shit on Trump. I think they kind of liked it at first. Why? Because they're right wing. That's why. They probably claim to be libertarian. Tell me that climate change denial isn't right wing.
Today, the biggest news.
No. All right, it's just a random, I just put it all together. I've been a good boy this week. I've been doing streams. I think I did 3 streams this week. Been keeping up with the news. So it's just a random smattering of the news for the last 2 days, I think. Did I do one yesterday or the day before? One of those. So it's just 2 days worth of news instead of 7 days worth of news, or 6 or 5 or whatever. 6 days usually, right? Sunday including the rest of the week. So it's all over the place. And if I rip through all of this, I have a bunch of the other news that I didn't cover throughout the week as well. It's my last chance to do it, so let's see if I can do it. Big props to number 1 in the chat, Woke Patriot, coming in right away. And then the News Underground's number one. So I'm trying to say something that's complimentary, that isn't sexist, that isn't about race. A very nice person named Beery has come in again. Thank you, Beery. I'm really good at this, actually. I'm actually really good at this. Number 1 black woman, but I didn't say that. I didn't say any of these things. I might be thinking them, though. I don't know. You know me. I mean, do you know me? I don't know. We'll find out. But when it comes down to race, I believe it's a political construct created to divide and conquer. So, yeah, I don't see race. I just see another human being in the same fucking struggle that I'm in. Right? That's all I really see. But you can't help it sometimes. The things that you were taught when you're little, sometimes they come bubbling back up, the ignorance. Because it's always ignorance. Racism is always rooted in ignorance. Let's talk about Ukraine. I wanted to get a reporting from Ukraine in right away. See what's going on the front lines. So let's hear it. The latest one from reporting from Ukraine. Put this out just a little bit ago. I think a couple hours ago. 1 hour ago. So let's get that update. Turning point. Ukrainians advance and gain momentum. Excuse me?
News comes from the Novopavlivka sector. Here, Ukrainian forces have launched a coordinated counteroffensive to destabilize Russian forward momentum in this contested sector in western Donetsk. In just a few days, several settlements have been recaptured, frontline positions have shifted, and drone strikes have decimated Russian strongpoints, with this being only the beginning. The main objective of this operation is to push Russian forces back from recently captured frontline positions, liberating exposed villages near the Mokryali River. This would not only reverse two...
I need to remind everybody, and it's totally fucking wild, people are living in these villages, dude. This shit's happening, and civilians are, living their life. Trying to. A lot of them are getting murdered. Not a lot of them, but some of them are getting caught up in this. But there's, civilians. All mixed up in this, too, dude. It's wild.
months of Russian gains, but also set up a new defense with the terrain to Ukraine's advantage. The specific sector was chosen for two main reasons.
Ooh.
First, the terrain between Tolstoy,
valley.
Zeleny High, and Pedubne heavily favored Ukrainians.
Right.
Looking at the topographic map,
Yep.
we can see that Ukrainian drone operators benefit from nearby high ground to the west,
Very
where
nice.
they can achieve stronger signal connectivity and greater visibility.
They got bars, literally. Literally. Cell phone signal saves your life on the front lines, dude. It actually does.
Allowing more consistent targeting and loitering in enemy zones. Unlike other sectors with gullies or dried riverbeds that disrupt drone signals, this corridor is more open and connected, providing favorable conditions for networked strikes.
Okay, so it's a fucking kill funnel, basically. It's not the best place to be hanging out. Not the most advantageous. So, like, you know, gain momentum. Okay, in this specific part of the conflict. Okay, let's not get too excited here.
Lastly, the area is tied to the Mokroyaly River, which Ukrainian forces likely view as a natural barrier that could help
Yeah.
solidify their lines
sucks
once
to
the
have a river
operation
behind you.
concludes. Secondly, Russian units in the area were already showing signs of overextension following continuous attacks for months,
We talked
trying
about
to
this.
gain new positions.
Right.
Russian troops deployed in this sector were additionally largely composed of undertrained troops with limited electronic warfare systems to counter Ukrainian drones and poor conditions across battalion lines.
They don't even give them
Crucially, Russia
jammers,
lacked
dude.
inherited hardened positions or top-down fortifications, leaving many Russian trenches here highly exposed to attacks from above by vampire
It's fucking
drones.
delicious.
Ukrainian FPV teams exploited this with methodical strikes, forcing Russian soldiers into basements and static cover.
Ooh, and we've seen
This
we've seen the footage of what it looks like when they're in there. They're stuck. They're stuck. And then Ukraine pulls up on you. And you gotta, you know, I bet you there's situations where there's like, you know, it's like four guys. Three of them want to surrender, and then one of them wants to go Rambo. The other three know that if fucking Rambo gets his way, they're all gonna die. So they fucking kill their own soldier who doesn't want to surrender. He's like, okay, guys, for the Kremlin. Could you imagine? All right, this one's for Putin, boys. Let's show him how it's done. Bro, I'm here for the paycheck. Stop, please. Yeah, the motherland. It's like, no, bro, no. Well, they're going to torture you. No, they're actually going to give us a hot meal. Treat me for my worms is what they're going to fucking do. And then trade me in a prisoner swap like a year later. It's a Russian equivalent of a vacation getting caught fucking prisoner by Ukraine. Now, is Ukraine, you know, are they not interrogating high-level assets, right? If they get somebody that's a higher rank or somebody that they think has info, are they not interrogating? Yeah, that's absolutely happening. But we've all seen what POWs look like coming out of Russia versus coming out of Ukraine. And the difference couldn't be more stark. Russia is starving and torturing everybody, regardless. It's just part of the game for them. Ukraine is treating POWs mostly like human beings. And, you know, for some of these people don't have plumbing where they're coming from. So they get to shit in a toilet on a regular. Wow, what a paradise.
eliminated any mobility or tactical depth the Russians hoped to retain, locking them into a reactive posture where recovery became increasingly difficult. The consequence was not just tactical disruption, but a breakdown in Russian ability to reinforce or coordinate under fire. From a planning perspective, the operation was organized as a series of limited sequential pushes, each targeting vulnerable points along the Russian forward edge, deliberately avoiding a massed broad front assault. Instead, Ukrainians concentrated firepower and movement on lightly defended junctions between Russian units, relying on well-coordinated assault groups supported by rapid drone reconnaissance and short-range FPV strikes. The use of drone-based precision targeting before and during maneuvers was central.
So we're talking fully equipped, fully trained, probably battle-hardened, rotated on a more regular basis versus half-drunk, You know, wife is hoping she gets a lotta back home. Like I said before, the only thing Russia has is more. What else is new? Preach, brother.
Allowing Ukrainian infantry to move in after initial softening without committing excessive forces. The operation began with Ukrainian Special Operations Forces clearing out Russian infiltrators in the settlement of Andreevka-Klevtsova, raising the flag of their unit and laying the groundwork for the following operation. Ukrainian forces next targeted Russian positions along the...
I love the icon for artillery over there. That's some World War I shit, dude. The guy looks like it, but if you look closer, it is modern. But it totally looks Civil War era if just at a glance.
Approach to Tolstoy, with FPV drones and artillery softening up Russian...
Yeah, Corwin, I mean, they would prefer Russia not to lose, but at the end of the day, there is limits to the amount of support that they can provide. Yeah, true. Tisrael, it's very true. It's just lobbing a massive chunk of fucking lead or whatever the fuck it is, you know, as far as humanly possible. That's basically artillery. But yeah, Corwin, China isn't going to give them troops, right? I think that's the line. Like, we're not sending our troops in there. I would be actually legitimately surprised. I mean, maybe China would send the troops in, maybe if Donald Trump, like, legitimately becomes a partner of Russia, legitimately cuts off Ukraine and just says, all right, have fun, I don't fucking care. I mean, then maybe China might get, just to like test some, you know, use it as a laboratory, you know, because China probably wouldn't mind getting some real battle experience for, you know, for their army. That would probably help a lot in the Taiwanese invasion. But not Iran, but India. India isn't going to be sending troops, right? They're happy to buy as much oil as they can store, but they're not going to be sending troops. Iran, I mean, what are we talking about with Iran over here, right? I mean, I guess the drones, the Shahed drones have been effective, but I'm pretty sure Russia has now built their own facilities for drone manufacture, and I don't know how much Iran is actually needed at this stage of the war. They were helpful early on when Russia needed to catch up with drone tech, but I don't know. Them sending troops, they can barely hold their own territory, right? Israel would be licking their chops seeing Iran sending military and personnel into Russia. So there's limits. There's limits. And that's why, you know, that's why the advice from the very beginning from people who know what the fuck's going on is turn up the heat. Push, you know, go hard, go hard. You know, if you can't get away with putting NATO troops in northern Ukraine to guard the border, put U.S. troops right in there to guard that border. You don't have to get them mixed up in combat. Let Ukraine, you know, take care of it. Blow them out the asshole with fucking weapons and supplies instead of this little trickle, you know. And push Russia all the way back, because China doesn't want that smoke. China's watching this very carefully and saying, okay, well, this is how they're going to treat me with Taiwan. Maybe even I might even get away with it even easier if I do it quickly. And you know, and well, basically, if I do it quickly enough, you know, the weakness of the response, it'll be too late already. And then I could start the long process of, you know, legitimizing my claim for the next couple of years, right? That kind of situation. I don't know. Do you do the currency first? I mean, you do it all at the same time. If you're gonna, you know, you dump the bonds, you dump everything that you have. You tell your allies, okay, we're doing it at this time. You're doing it with us. Dump the bonds, and then you do the Taiwanese invasion. You cripple the United States economy, and then you do it. That makes the most sense to me.
Defenses and restricting Russian maneuverability. Then assault units advanced from the south, clearing the village in close combat, reportedly under the command of the 5th Separate Heavy Mechanized Brigade.
That's a good point, Tisrael.
Immediately afterward, Ukrainian troops advanced northward and eastward, recapturing the nearby settlement of Zeleny High. Footage shows Ukrainian Marines raising the national flag there, indicating full control and suggesting that Russian forces either withdrew under pressure or were neutralized during the clearing phase. From there, the attack continued toward Pidubne and Novokhatsk, and while fighting is still ongoing, Ukrainian drone teams have been eliminating Russian
Sucks to be
infantry
whoever's
and
here.
targeting ammunition caches near Zyrka and Tovsta, two villages just behind the initial line.
Wow.
These strikes suggest an intent not only to destroy
Okay, so I mean this is an interesting time right here because this is overextension. Okay, this is easy money if you have the right situation, and Ukraine had the right situation, so they took it back. All right, are they actually legitimately going to be pushing Russia back? That would be different. That would be different. Punishing an overextension, Ukraine's great at that. Dumping bonds doesn't really drive down the market. No, but the bond market. It would hurt the currency. It would hurt the currency. A bond is still worth its base value. It just sells for a little more or less based on market metrics. It's not like a stock. No. They do it to hurt the currency. Right? They do it all at once. We got a little taste of it a couple months ago. Right? The bond market had a hiccup. Donald Trump slammed on the brakes with his brilliant tariff policy the second it happened. It's a very, very dangerous thing. China, I think Japan has the most bonds now. So that's an ace in America's hole. I don't think they would, partner with China for obvious reasons. But China still has plenty, and maybe they can get an ally to go along with it, right? Really, really hurt the U.S. in the bond market. That would be a great way trigger, some kind of massive economic situation. Then hit up Taiwan, dog.
disrupt current Russian positions, but also to reduce their ability to counterattack. Ukrainian coordination across units indicates the presence of a broader operational plan to regain control over the
so we'll
sector
have to see
and
here.
impose cumulative attrition on
So that
Russian
would be
battalions
interesting.
through sustained small unit maneuvers. Overall, Ukraine's counterattack in western Donetsk demonstrates how
Yeah.
limited offensive
And what is tariffs? Currently it's a catalyst for inflation, right? And Trump doesn't want to let off the brakes, even though the courts are like, no tariffs. But apparently the tariffs they're not going to be lifted until October if Trump isn't able to get the Supreme Court to save his ass, which he's absolutely going to do. What you do is make a bunch of people earning 5% sad, is to raise the new interest rate to 6%.
action, when based on precise
Interesting.
reconnaissance and strong tactical planning, can yield meaningful battlefield shifts without requiring a large-scale breakthrough. By exploiting weaknesses in Russian training, unit cohesion, and drone denial capabilities, Ukrainian forces have retaken key positions
All right.
and are now positioned to
Well,
continue pressuring the front southward,
all right.
potentially
So-
aiming for the Mokryali River as a more defensible
Is that
forward
Zaporizhzhia
line
right
to
here?
undo more months of Russian progress.
Right. So that's, like I said, that's the real indicator here. Like, is this just punishing an overextension, or is this a real legitimate pushback? We're pushing right. Our army functions in a long strategic planning, and what we currently have is a are we in, are we out situation with Trump, which basically makes, by our doctrine, our army go into battery save mode. That's probably the smartest. Yeah, that's wise. I think I would agree with that strategy quite a bit because, you can't depend on the United States right now. So you need to be very, very careful. So and of course, Ukraine could be pushing harder, dumping more resources, but it really only makes sense to punish Russia right now for their mistakes and continuing the incredibly slow pullback, while Russia just throws resources at this just endlessly. You're just chopping away at them while taking slow steps backward. At this pace, it would take years for Russia to get to Kyiv. It would take literally like a decade at this pace. Right? This is not a sustainable pace for the Russian, even for the Russian military. And that's because of Ukraine's strategy. So, once again, Zelensky showing the right move, because an egotistical leader would be like, get him. I want, take back Bakhmut. Let's dump an incredible amount of resources into that. Was it piratic? How do you say that? But into that meaningless victory. Piratic victory? No. It was the same with Biden because they announced these packages irregularly. Yeah. Biden was a total coward. He let Mike Johnson delay the whole situation by like 6 months or longer. Pyrrhic victory? Is that how you say it? Pyrrhic? Though Biden did give us more stuff every time. Yeah. But he was also a complete bitch and wasn't a leader and constantly bitched and moaned about, escalation. Pyrrhic, I think, is the whole word. Okay, well, he tried, folks. He tried. Talking about me.
Slightly different kind of.
All right, let's watch this fucking slop. Fucking breaking points over here with Sagar fucking Enginetti. However you spell it, I think it means the other tenses also. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. We got some shit happening in the Balkans, in Serbia, so I guess this is appropriate in the Ukraine section. By the way, I didn't take the time to group everything together. Shit's going to be pretty scattered today, folks. We're going to be jumping around quite a bit, so just, hold on to your goddamn pants. We're not going to watch this whole video, but I'm curious to hear what the hell's happening in the Balkans.
Segment here, we have new reporting from Dropsite on the ground in Serbia from journalists there. Let's just go ahead and roll this.
Oh, yeah, Daddy. Whoa. It's the permanent state of the Balkans. Damn, dude. Wow. Wow. This confrontation sparked the largest escalation of a crisis that gripped. God, I don't know, man. It's not happening today. That has gripped Serbia for 9 months. It's not happening today. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna drink one of these. I need to do it, dude.
This is the Novi Sad railway station in Serbia,
no, not from Americans.
Built in 1964. After a recent renovation, it was officially.
If we're busting out the fucking fireworks, that we're like on a regular basis like that, then at that kind of because in Portland they get down like this, right? They got down like this in Portland, but I can't think of anywhere else in the United States where Americans were willing to launch Roman candles at fucking police, dude. Drinking coffee. I need some. I'm zero caffeine right now. That's what's going on. I'm about to get too much caffeine here in a second. Here, I'm gonna get my ass banned.
Officially reopened in July 2024. Just a few months later, on November 1st, 2024, at 11:52 a.m., a concrete canopy weighing over 300 tons collapsed, killing a total of 16 people.
My God! Holy! That's what corruption does to your building standards. That's what happens when builders can bribe their politicians. So they showed this is the footage of what was below the canopy before it collapsed.
Tons collapsed, killing a total of 16 people.
Disgusting.
Following the renovation, the station building had neither an occupancy permit nor a completed technical inspection. The initial estimate for the work.
This is the world Trump wants for us, and our infrastructure is already falling apart. We never addressed that. That was like a thing in the Obama era. Hey, America's bridges, yeah, they're like super fucked. They need a lot of work. They need like hundreds of billions of dollars of investment. It'd be a great works program for the government, huh? Yeah, Joe Biden, nah. That was probably part of Build Back Better. Nah, we don't need to do that. Nah.
Was 3 million euros. In the end, the cost rose to 16 million.
Wow. Yeah,
the station was renovated as part of the construction of the high-speed railway.
Because they would, what is the Serbian government going to do? Throw a couple people under the bus, sweep it all under the rug, tell the media you're not allowed to talk about it, arrest activists that are trying to inform people about the corruption, right? Cover it all up. That's what they do, and that's what Trump's going to be doing. Yeah, if trains that's going to smash into something or fucking fly off the rails doing 300 miles an hour, right? The same government that built that awning built the fucking train. Okay, you can't trust anything, and that's what's happening with the CDC and stuff, right? We're not going to be able to trust the word of our government at any level, even at the functionary level, like a CDC, where it's like, well, it's a CDC. What does that have to do with politics? Well, under a dictatorship, everything has to do with politics. Everything becomes a lie. Everything becomes a cover-up.
From Belgrade to the Hungarian border, a project of national importance carried out under a Serbia-China agreement. In Serbia, such deals are commonly made behind closed doors. In the aftermath of the tragedy, the investor, Chinese partners, Serbian Railways, and President Alexander Vučić all stated that the collapsed
Is this footage? Okay, what's going on here? Okay, no, this is your snacks. I thought this was like a bribe. I don't even know what I'm looking at right now.
Been part of the reconstruction. It would later emerge that each of these claims was false. Modifications to the canopy had in fact been carried out. In the first days following the collapse, those responsible were largely neither detained nor held in custody, with most released pending trial or allowed to remain under house arrest. 15 days after the tragedy, tributes to the victims begin across Serbia, held every Friday at 11:52 a.m.
Black balloons, jeez, that's
22
grim.
days after the collapse, students were assaulted by officials and members of the ruling party while paying tribute in front of a university building in Belgrade.
Oh, shit.
The protests swell in size. In the days that follow, students initiate blockades at the more than 60 universities and colleges across the country. To the public, this marks a completely unexpected response from a student population long.
I guarantee you that guy's got Smash Brothers at the house, dude. Let's go play.
Seen as apathetic
Dream Theater
and
guy's got Smash
disengaged
Brothers,
from
dude.
politics. The students advocate for the rule of law, the fight against corruption, strong institutions, and respect for the legal system. They demand accountability. They distance themselves from political parties and refuse to meet with the president, stating that their demands do not fall under his constitutional authority.
Serbia dude's the one with the big juicy lips, right? He's got them big old fish lips. Yeah, this is totally based, as the children say.
But under the jurisdiction of other institutions. They receive support from the public in Serbia, as well as from students in neighboring countries of the former Yugoslavia. Decision-making within the movement is based on the principles of direct democracy. Resolutions are adopted at general assemblies by a majority vote of those present. Every voice can be heard.
No. See what I mean?
Every proposal.
Look at it. Look at that. Look at that. Steps 1, 2, and 3 right there, baby. That's what it looks like. It's the only thing that fucking works. No matter what language. It's a universal language. Okay? Democracy, liberty. You know, organizing. It's a universal language. It's the only way to create political change.
Vote of those present. Every voice can be heard. Every proposal can be put to a vote. As they occupy their university buildings, students put forward an initial set of 4 demands. First, they call for the full release of all documentation related to the reconstruction of the Novi Sad railway station. Right. Records that are currently unavailable
they're using this to rally
public.
Around. I love
Second,
it.
They demand that the relevant authorities confirm the identities of those suspected of physically assaulting students and professors, and that criminal proceedings...
Well, Corwin, this is why I really enjoy democratic socialism. Okay, you should look it up. Because it's a nice mix of what we're already used to with some of the best ideas socialism has to offer. And it's all done in a democratic way. You know, it's a nice little stepping stone into what may be a whole new system, right? Because the democratic socialism, you know, if it's democratic, that means it has to accept some conservatism inherently, If you're going to be asking the public, right? That's always going to be there. So it's a nice little in between. You know, we don't have to go full communist. I don't believe that's the direction people want to go in. I want to own my house. You know, sorry, I don't think Hillary Clinton knows what kind of house I should be in. I don't think that's a good idea. But that's why I really like democratic socialism. You should look it up because it's a nice mix of what we already know and some of the best ideas socialism has to offer. Bring in the communal toothbrushes. Okay. Only if you're forcing me to live with Ana de Armas, then I'd be down with that shit. I'll go full fucking Mao, dude. Hillary Clinton has decided that I am forced to live with Ana de Armas and we have to share a toothbrush. Sorry, bro. She has gas problems. I don't care. I want a commune, but not that close. We got to share resources, B-Re. Come on now. It's for the greater good.
Be launched against them, along with their dismissal if they hold public office. Third, they call for all charges against arrested or detained students to be dropped, and for all ongoing criminal proceedings.
You mean I had a chance with Ana de Armas? When did that happen? Do I just need to say Princess Peach instead, or some kind of fake character to get, you know? The amount of distance between me and Ana de Armas in terms of getting that might as well be me and Pluto. Is it not totally comedically ridiculous for me to say Ana de Armas? What do you think, I had a chance? She's got gas. I'm not even into it.
Proceedings against them to be halted. Fourth, they demand a 20% increase in the budget for public universities.
Motiv pa da promenimo sistem.
Ja stvarno bih voljela da živim u društvu gdje su kao promjene društva moguće. Jedan običan čovjek je toliko sputan i stavljen sa strane, ruke su mu apsolutno zavezane, nema mogućnost da...
There's a reason why universities are always targeted very early by tyrants. It's a breeding ground for open thinking. You just can't have it. You can't have dictatorship. You can't have authoritarian tyranny, and a bunch of fucking, a bunch of people learning and talking and you can't have that. That's got to go. It's like number one thing's got to go.
Se izbori za neka svoja, pa da kažem, prava osnovna, dok ljudi koji, da kažemo tako, samo nisu obični ljudi, prolaze nekažnjeno za mnoge stvari koje rade, koje su naravno na uštrb jednog običnog malog čoveka.
Is white also considered a funeral color in Serbia like it is in China? God, that's tragic. Yeah, some of these dates are absolutely tragic. There's some kids died.
Studenta, jednog prosječnog građanina sa ulice u suštini, sve nas vidimo kao jednu veliku zajednicu, studenti, građani i učenici, profesori.
Well, corruption in this society, in our country, is so deep, it reaches all the way down to dinosaurs.
Okay, buddy. Makes sense to somebody. I don't care.
How could you translate Kumpai
I don't care.
in English?
He's out there. What are you doing?
Positive energy, don't stop, and don't lower the tension.
Oh, okay. Pump it. All right. Okay. Whatever, dog. If it gets, I don't care, dude. I simply don't care. Yep. Pump it up, dude. I'll carry it air. I don't care. I don't care. Whatever it takes. Yeah. Oh! He's got Mr. Krabs over here. Homie's just carrying Mr. Krabs with him. What the fuck is going on with the Zoomers, okay? You guys can't, I get it. It was a funny cartoon. I get it. You watched it when you were a kid. I mean, come on. Like, I'm not carrying Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle dolls around with me. Jesus Christ. Fucking SpongeBob obsession. You guys gotta calm down. I know. All you Zoomers love fucking SpongeBob. I don't know. I don't get it. I watched like one episode. It was funny though. It was the one he goes, I need it. That one about the fucking, he's like, he needs the water. I thought that shit was pretty fucking funny. I'm a millennial too, but I guess I'm one of those later millennials because, like, I grew up with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like, that was my jam. You know. 1970s, Ninja Turtles wasn't around 1970s, man. That was like an 80s thing. I don't need it. I definitely don't need it. Yeah, I was cracking up. I thought that shit was hilarious. But I was also like, you know, like 21 years old when that shit came out. I was like, okay, it's some kids' cartoon, but that's pretty funny. Female units. 87, my bad. Yeah, the 70s was like the Hanna-Barbera era. Forgot when they gave them. Like Hanna-Barbera, like Johnny Quest and Scooby-Doo and stuff. That's the 70s. Good shit. Yeah, I love it. I love it. And you should get out there with them, you know? Give them a sandwich or something, you know? Come on, well... If the best you can do is get out there and cheer them on, that's the best you can do, bud. Cassette tape? Tisrael? The hell are you talking about? No, goddamn. Wait, why we got to cut from that? Okay, why, you know, we can linger for a couple seconds on that one. All right. Yeah, designing a new society. This is good stuff, dude. If you're a Serbian dictator, you're licking your fish lips going, uh-oh.
Gatherings in multiple cities across Serbia.
Tisrael, do you mean VHS tape? Oh, they're playing volleyball over the fence. That's sick.
Which, as many have said,
you see exactly. You see that? It's all about step 2 and step 3 is all up to you.
Through multi-day protests.
Step 1 we can do together. We can inform ourselves together. We can have a good time. We can learn history together, right? We can debate topics, right? Open each other's minds. But step 2 and step 3 is up to you. Okay, she didn't want to march. Maybe she doesn't have time. Maybe her ankles hurt, right? But she's showing support. She's getting out there. She took a trip to the store, bought some goodies, and she's passing them out. Yeah, I guess it is. You know, it is a cassette. You know, in America, when we hear cassette, we think of the audio cassette. But no, a VHS is a cassette. Yeah. But anyway, I just want to let you know, okay? Like, you know, don't let nonviolent direct political action scare you away, okay? Because she's being nonviolent, she's being direct, she's being political, okay? And she's doing it in her own way.
Marches, which, as many have said, in some ways sent a pulse through the country.
That's great. You still got the tapes, bro. Oh, look at that. Oh, she's spreading love and snacks. That you know shit's bad. These people don't know each other, okay? They're just they're at the same class. They have class. You know, they know that they're part of the same class. They know that there's solidarity there, and there's that connection. You know, maybe. Oh no! See, total stranger, dog, total stranger. I have a tape with the Ants movie and TMNT seasons 1 through 4. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. You know, this shit's my jam. Okay, but I don't have a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle plush doll that I carry around with me like you SpongeBob weirdos, dude. Like you got some like SpongeBob was your fucking babysitter or some shit. Okay, like Ninja Turtles to me was like the cool shit, and then I went outside and played. You guys were like, I love you, SpongeBob. You know, I don't know what's going on with you fucking folks in the SpongeBob shit. I don't get it. Oh, it's beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. And you feel this when you go out there, folks. Okay, if you've never been to a protest, you've never done it, you're thinking about doing it. You feel this. You feel this energy when you're there, and it is intoxicating. And it's powerful. It feels powerful. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, right, B-Ree. You're obsessed. I can tell. Oh, it's beautiful stuff, folks. And you see, you know, these are people that understand what's going on. Right now, we're seeing resistance from the people, from kind of middle class and upper middle class folks. We're still seeing resistance. We're still seeing trepidation because they're not feeling it as much as they need to be feeling it. But you can see right here. I mean, obviously, this woman up. Look at how she's dressed. Look how she's done up. Right. I would say middle class, upper middle class. Okay. Right. She's aware it's hurting her, it's affecting her. Dropping in from south of Boston is the yo-yo master, Lenny. Hashtag more Lenny. Click follow on Lenny. I demand it. This is a hostage situation. You're not allowed to leave. Click follow. That's it. Yeah. I've been deputized by ICE. Oh, look at the people crying over here, man. Because like it's not just the thing that collapsed; it's everything, And like the longer these tyrants stay in power, the more damage they do, just throughout time. You got to get it out of there. It's like a cancer. You got to get it out of there.
Niko nije umoran.
Goth face. Was that they did a new version of the Turtles that was edgy? I think I remembered. I didn't watch it, but I remember that happening. They did it with the Looney Tunes too, dude.
Ništa, ona čisto I mekano.
Ova deca su oljubavila Srbiju. To je opis svega ovoga. Dakle, ovo je skup divne, pametne, misleće dece koja jasno znaju šta hoće I šta neće.
Look, what's your excuse? What's your excuse, huh?
Dece koja jasno znaju šta hoće.
Yo, what's your excuse, dog? I just want to know, what's your excuse? I'm saying that to myself as well, It was the same version. It was just darker in season 8 and 10. Okay, I'll be honest with you. I'm a grown man. I watch cartoons, right? I tried. I downloaded the whole thing, and I tried. I was like, okay, season 1, baby. I'm going to do it. I'm going to watch Ninja Turtles again, right? Season 1, baby. Fucking hit play on that shit, and it was like, whoa, the animation is absolutely atrocious. Like, it's like boring to watch because it's like fucking slideshow, cheap, overseas animation. The writing is like, it's like old MacDonald had a farm. It was I was like, oh wow, okay. My memory of this as a child was this is the sickest shit I've ever seen in my life. Watching it as an adult, I'm like, okay, I don't know about this. I don't know if I could do 10 seasons of this. Okay, thank you, Tisreal. I will do it one day, though. Probably when I'm on my deathbed, I'll just be like, fuck it, I can't go anywhere. Teenage Mutant. Markov, I don't want to hear that shit. The dark opening. I'm curious. Okay, wow, okay. It was part of the original season, huh? Oh, I didn't know. That's kind of awesome, though, because the Ninja Turtles the comic book started off kind of like edgy, like a real kind of like, adult teen kind of thing. Rage Against the fucking Machine sweatshirt. Fuck yeah. Killing in the name of. Look at that shit, dude. Tell me you don't want to smoke a joint with this guy. Tell me, dude, you want to be there.
Sa njima deliti vreme.
A što studirate? Biohemiju.
Jesi kod vas mučka nešto,
Let's fucking go, man. Look at this. I mean, look at this. This rural-ass neighborhood, dude. Look at this rural-ass fucking neighborhood, man. This isn't downtown, urban center here. These are folks getting together wherever they're at and showing solidarity with each other, no matter what the circumstances are. Okay, we have a lot to learn from this. Big props to Breaking Points for showing this whole thing. Yeah, well, Markov, get in there. One of the first things I did when I came to San Francisco was join up with a bunch of old folks called the Quakers for Peace. And I started participating in the die-ins that they were doing in front of the federal building every week since the start of the Iraq War. They did it until until basically he declared, I don't know, like it all just kind of petered out, but it still happened, right? But it was like it was But for years and years, every fucking week in front of the federal building, they would do simulated die-ins where you just pretend you're a corpse. So I signed up with the Quakers for Peace. I'm not a religious guy. I never have been. But I was like, these guys are out there doing it, right? I'm seeing a lot of jibber-jabber from the commies, but I'm seeing these guys getting hauled away by the police. So I signed up with the Quakers for Peace I went to a couple of them at least, you know. I was still young. I didn't have a vision yet. I didn't have a direction yet. What is up with the robot over here? Is this a fucking Ghostbuster? What the fuck is... Oh, that's not an antenna. I thought this was an antenna. I thought this shit was like, what the fuck? No, this is a fence post. Okay, never mind. Goddamn, the fucking Ghostbusters are here, dude.
Vučić has ruled...
Yeah, Lenny, great advice. Great advice.
Serbia for 13 years.
Yeah, till mission accomplished.
While the country is formally on the path toward European integration, Vučić continues to cultivate ties with both Moscow and Beijing.
She's like, okay, I don't know.
There's too many. By the Serbian opposition as increasingly autocratic.
All right, no,
Serbia remains one of the few countries that has not imposed sanctions on Russia, even as negotiations over the status of Kosovo continue under close international supervision. Meanwhile, Serbian...
It's beautiful to see this in a more rural setting. You never... In America, I would be shocked to see... we will be seeing this, though. Right? We probably haven't seen this since BLM, quite frankly. But, just seeing this kind of activity inside a rural area is really something else, I gotta say.
Is being sent to both Ukraine and Israel. The European Commission has included the lithium mining project in Serbia, led by the company Rio Tinto, among the projects of strategic importance for the European Union. There is a growing sense that Vučić enjoys the backing of all major world powers, who, preoccupied with their own crisis, pay little more than lip service to concerns over Serbia's internal political situation.
Not yet. You know what? We got to get to it. I spent a lot of time. It's definitely not wasted time talking about this situation, because this is absolutely fascinating. And like I said, footage like this just reinforces my belief that the direction we need to go in is nonviolent, direct political action in the same vein as Martin Luther King, right? We need to be hitting these notes, and there's a reason why characters like Charlie Kirk like to undermine Martin Luther King. They understand the power that his vision had in destroying his politics of hate. Very fond of that part of Team Anti history, as you can tell. Well, you got me all fucking. Look at you over here, bro. Okay, I'm watching this. I'm watching seasons 8 through 10. I must have been checked out. I thought you were talking about like the redo they did like 15 years later, where they made them all edgy and there was a new art style and there was like an Xbox 360 video game and shit like that. I had no idea the last 2 seasons of the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon was like they changed the direction. I didn't know that they made it like 90s edgy cool. Dude, bro, I gotta check that shit out. All right. I love 90s edgy cool. I fucking love that shit. So moving on to the next story here. Sorry to anybody who's, living out there. I wish I could spend my entire stream talking about it, quite frankly, because it is absolutely fascinating. But we do have something I wanted to talk about here that came across the radar. Dude, that's fucking awesome, actually. All right, let's just do generic for now. But this is pretty wild stuff. Heavy rains in Rajasthan's Swawi Madhapur created a 2-kilometer-long crater that made a temporary waterfall earlier this week. Fields in the area were submerged after a nearby dam overflowing followed heavy rains. I either have this in the world news section and I failed to talk about it. Hopefully a little later today I can get to it. But I did report on this, but it's incredibly tragic. The farmers in this area, their entire livelihood flooded, destroyed, a dam broke, and that's it. There you go. So there's likely going to be a famine here. Now, normally that kind of stuff would have been covered by USAID and other organizations. But now with USAID here, we might be looking at a starvation situation here. I mean, this is in India. This is BBC News India, so I'm going to say it's in India. I'm not quite sure. So maybe that's not the case with this one. Maybe Modi will have their back. I don't know, man. But anyway, this footage is really, really shocking stuff. This used to be this used to be ground, okay, and it was eroded instantly. Not instantly, but it was eroded very aggressively, and then this waterfall was basically formed. You got people over here standing right fucking here as the earth is disintegrating beneath them. Watch this tree over here that fucking flops down. Crazy. Come on, no! No! Okay, what is this? Oh, yeah, it's fucking Reddit. And it's fucking Reddit once again because the person who originally posted it removed it. Okay, hold on. We can fix this. Hold on, dog. Boom. Look at this. Look at the goddamn internet. Look at the goddamn internet. It actually took me to a much better source, which is Indian news, which I'm personally I love Indian news. It's the best news
After
ever.
a dam has overflowed.
Whoa, it's in English too. Big time bonus. Dude, look at me. I'm a professional.
The water actually flowed over fields and over 30 villages have borne the brunt of the destruction.
Welcome back.
But this ditch I'm talking about, it's 2 kilometers long, 100 feet wide, and 55 feet deep. This is in Savai Madhopur. Experts say if the rain continues, the situation may worsen. Meanwhile, Jaipur schools remain shut for 2 days. The NDRF and SDRF
I don't think they're waving at the camera. I think they're like, hey, is someone here to help us?
teams are on the ground.
Maybe, but they might have just been waving.
DTV crew has reached inundated Savai Madhopur. Take a look at this ground report.
Good point, Star Troopian. Very helpful too. Just conservatives are so helpful. I know you're not. I know you're satirizing, but they're so helpful with their little tips. President Trump wasn't there, everything would be better like it is over here now.
माधोपुर की जड़ावता गांव की एक तस्वीर है और ये पूरी तरीके से इलाका इस तरह की तस्वीरें अमूमन दिखाई नहीं देती है कि पूरी खाई बन गई है यानी नदी क्रिएट हो गई है और कैसे जो सुरवाल डैम का पानी है वो एक झरने के रूप में बहता हुआ है.
So there must be some underground passage or something this is flowing into. It created this big ass crater right there in the middle of what once I think these are fruit trees maybe.
इस गांव के पीछे के हिस्से में जहां करीब 1.5 से 2 किलोमीटर लंबा एक कटाव आ गया है और इसकी आप गहराई भी देखें तो करीब 60 किलोमीटर गहरा है और जो चौड़ाई है वो भी 55 से 60 किलोमीटर जो फीट के आसपास है. माफ कीजिए.
So this wasn't excavated, dude. This was created by the water.
तो ये एक तरीके से जो तस्वीर है बहुत डराने वाली, बहुत एक तरीके से कहें दहशत वाली इस लिहाज से भी है क्योंकि इससे बिल्कुल 5 से 7 फीट की दूरी पर ये मकान बने हुए हैं और ये मकान जो इन मकानों में रहने वाले लोग हैं इस वक्त आसपास जमा हैं, सोच कर डरे हुए हैं कि कटाव लगातार बढ़ता जा रहा है और ये कटाव कहीं इनके घरों तक नहीं आए. हालांकि एक कोशिश ये देखिए ये की जा रही है, जो टीमें लगातार कोशिश कर रही है जिसमें ग्रामीण भी शामिल हैं कि बीच का जो ये हिस्सा है इसको काट दिया जाए ताकि पानी का जो फ्लो है बिल्कुल सीधा बहते हुए.
Okay, so they're doing something at the emergency level kind of construction here, attempting to stop it, maybe stop the erosion, stop the water.
गांव के बगल से होता हुआ निकल जाए ताकि
passing by the village. Okay, so they're trying to direct the flow in a specific direction here.
लेकिन ये पानी जिस तरह से
Where's the government? Where's fucking Modi, dude? What the fuck, dude? You're just, welcome to life under a dictatorship, dude. Where the fuck is any helicopters or nothing, dude? You're just out there alone. Okay, just get the rope, man. Send the guy down there with a shovel. Modi nowhere to be seen. He's living in a golden palace.
एक झरना बहता है जिस तरीके से एक ऊंचाई से पानी गिरता हुआ दृश्य आपको दिखाई दे रहा है. ये सुरवाल डैम का पानी और आसपास जितने अमरूदों के बाग इस इलाके का जो सबसे कहें जिसकी पहचान है अमरूद, वो पूरे बगीचे तबाह हो चुके हैं, नष्ट हो चुके हैं और उन्हीं बगीचों से होता हुआ यहाँ तक पहुँचा है. और ये महिलाएं जो देखिए इनके घर हैं, आपके मकान आसपास हैं, पूरी तरीके से नुकसान हो गया.
हमारा काय में रहूंगा, साहब में तड़ गए, काय में माता देऊंगा.
रो मत बताइए. Oh no, the poor thing.
घर कहाँ पर है?
Okay, bro, maybe move that microphone, get someone else, man. Do we gotta leave? Okay.
ये हमारा है जी साहब.
ये जमीन से यार पार जमीन से या पूरी जमीन गई.
She gets it.
ये मकान जा वालों से बाइन कच में बेड़े से उनकी पूरा मकान गया.
Poor thing. I mean, she's just completely devastated. She can barely compose herself, right? I'm not making fun of her at all.
अरे जमीन गई पूरी. खाई खराब.
यानी अब डर ये लग रहा है कि पानी कटाव आके घरों तक नहीं आ जाए।
घर तक ना जाएंगे भाई, मकान बच जा हमारे भाई को, और कोई जमी तो गई जमी कहाँ से लाऊंगा अब। हम तो भेड़िया से भाई हो जाए तो वहां से फैलेंगे।
बिल्कुल ये बता रहे हैं कि मकान में भले ही बैठे हैं लेकिन डर का माहौल है, दहशत का माहौल है, और जिस तरीके से आसपास के यहाँ के लोग हैं।
I mean, total panic, right? I mean, if this is going to happen in one place, it might happen in another place. It's just like it's one of those Sim City disasters. It fucking wipes out your buildings and foundations, man. Terrible stuff. I'll be updating. It'll come across my radar again, so I'll be updating you on more of that. I had to read this. This is something else. This is art. This is poetry. Okay, listen to this about Donald Trump and tell me if you don't totally agree. Yeah, Lenny. I mean, I'd be panicking. Yeah, because that's why they were trying to redirect the flow. Is because well, let's redirect it from houses so that it doesn't, worm its way underneath houses and collapse houses. Crazy stuff. All right, so moving on from that disaster, and I will be updating you on it. This poetry. That's simply put, beautifully written, beautifully. So let me just read it for you in full here. Behold, the festering carcass of American rot shoved into an ill-fitting suit, the sleaze of a con man, the cowardice of a draft dodger, the gluttony of a parasite, the racism of a Klansman, the sexism of a back alley creep, the ignorance of a bar-stool drunk, and the greed of a hedge fund ghoul, all spray-painted orange and paraded like a prize hog at a county fair. Not a president, not even a man, just the diseased distillation of everything this country swears it isn't, but has always been. Arrogance, dressed up as exceptionalism, stupidity, passed off as common sense, cruelty, sold as toughness, greed, exalted as ambition, and corruption, worshipped like gospel. It is America's shadow made flesh, a rotting pumpkin idol, proving that when a nation kneels before money, power, and spite, it doesn't just lose its soul, it shits out this bloated obscenity and calls it a leader. How about that? Well, excellent. We're not going to use that word. I tried. You tried. But it's not, I don't know if it's a poem or a statement. I don't know where it's from. It's written by Oliver Kornetsky here a couple days ago. Beautiful. Says everything that needs to be said here. No, he is America's id. This is not an aberration, right? This isn't a guy that came out of left field. He is the pulsating pustule, right? This pimple, this zit that's exploded, right? And it was the right wing for decades and decades and decades, filling this pustule with vile and toxicity. Bile, not vile. But you know what I mean? Like he is everything we claim we're not. But we are. He's everything we need to fix. He's everything that we need to undo. Everything that is wrong with America is distilled perfectly in Donald Trump. The arrogance, the greed, the corruption, the pedophilia. This didn't even get into the pedophilia. I just realized. Didn't need to. Shows amazing, once again, brilliant restraint by the author here. But amazing stuff. This was I found this on Murdered by Words. I don't know if you want to give props in the comments or find out more about this. I put this in the book recommendation section of the Discord here. I might want to look up Oliver Kornetsky's other writings. If it's as beautiful and eloquent and perfectly phrased as this is, then I'm definitely interested in reading more. Old enough to remember when everyone thought Trump was a genius businessman and Democrats wanted him to run for president as their pro-business and law and order candidate. Good Lord. Was that in the 90s or 80s? Maybe the early 90s, maybe? Welcome, Blue Brother. Yeah, because there was a little period of time where Donald, that's with the Trump steaks and all the other Trump products, the Trump airline, 80s, early 90s. Yeah, there was this idea that he was a businessman and that his name was valuable. Then people got to know him. Stuart Stevens here responds to CNN, or I guess, quote, tweets or whatever, also gives Elon Musk $5 a month. But CNN says here, Trump cancels Kamala Harris's Secret Service protection that has been extended by previously undisclosed Biden order. So we've seen him do this with other people, cut off their Secret Service. And, I'm still on the fence as to whether this is Trump just being petty or if this is Trump, like, I hope this person gets assassinated. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know about that. I don't know. It's just, I don't know how much of the evil from Trump is just his own ignorance and narcissism versus him, like, I want to hurt people. He's the kind of coward, decadent coward that I think he's afraid of violence. I think he's afraid of blood. I don't think he likes to see, that kind of stuff. He's a pansy. He likes show tunes and ballrooms. And no offense to the folks that, to the manly folks that enjoy those topics, right? But it's kind of in line with this kind of doily-like personality, who he actually is. He's very much like a doily, And I'm not saying like gay or anything, but just like, he's kind of a queen a little bit, He shows up at clubs and people would go gaga. He would fit right in with the drag queens. He really would. I mean, no offense to any drag queens, but he has a showman personality, and he's not afraid to look garish, but in his own disgusting, bigoted way. The drag queens, it would be interesting. Trump hanging around drag queens would actually probably turn him into a fucking liberal. You know what I mean? Nothing but yellow lines and roadkill. What are you talking about, homie? Wait, there was that. Oh, you're talking about over here. Yeah, because I was like, that sounds familiar. Wait, where's that from? Nothing but yellow lines and roadkill. In the center. That's what you're saying. Yes. Okay, that's where I heard that from. It was something about talking about centrism and how the only thing in the center of the road right now is the yellow lines and roadkill. Once again, J.D. Vance pointed out that he defines as freedom of speech. To sum it up, you can have any opinion as long as it aligns with mine. Yeah, Blue Brother, I mean, it couldn't be more obvious that he's an eager fascist who can't wait to accelerate Trump's dictatorship and solidify it, right? Because J.D. Vance is very young. He could be an emperor for several decades. There he fucking is. Jesus Christ, like a fucking specter. Remember that J.D. Vance is already on record as saying he will invent stories if it serves his point. I mean, there's no limit, anything is possible. Any lie, anything, any falsehood. National Guard to make a mistake, which triggers a BLM level riot and unrest. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think Donald Trump wants that as well, though. He clearly wants a fight. He clearly wants a BLM style pushback against his empire because he goes back to that, how much violence does he want? Does he like watching it? I think he likes the idea of police cracking heads, but I don't think he's watching that stuff. Anyway, Stuart Stevens, who gives Elon Musk $5 here, responding to this Kamala Harris Secret Service news by saying, when Democrats take the House, they must understand they are not a governing party. They are a dissident movement. And, hearing Democrat Party, Democrats and dissident movement, right? Like that shit is not compatible at the moment. Act like it first day, cut off all funding of executive branch, vote to nationalize Starlink and SpaceX, defund ICE. That's the first day. On the second, get more aggressive. There's nothing in the middle of the road but yellow lines and dead armadillos. Okay, yeah, so you're going back to the article here. Sorry, Star Troopian. Or simply Steve. I agree with this statement. And do we think that that's what they're going to do? Do we think Hakeem Jeffries Democrats are going to, if they take the House, they're going to take the House, they're going to coo about it and crow about it, do a big media tour, cha-ching, 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 do as much fundraising as humanly possible, and then go right back into hibernation mode and wait for the midterms. They're not going to do any of this. They're not going to directly attack the executive branch. They're not going to attempt to Starlink or SpaceX. Not going to do any of that. Joe Biden spent the entire 4 years letting Elon Musk undermine his military with Starlink, selling it to Russia, letting Russia use it to kill Ukrainians. That's where the Democrats stand on nationalizing Starlink. Defund ICE. They don't even have the balls to do that. They won't even do that. They won't even do that. Well, and then we'll be seen as soft on crime. Well, Hakeem Jeffries, oh, I don't know. I kind of like ICE sometimes. It's kind of nice. ICE is nice. And, Simply Steve, sure. I mean, absolutely. That would be my day one. Here's more just amazing footage. Just these things that are happening while we're, playing video games and like trying to save money, and people are actually out here risking their lives doing other things. It's kind of weird. I don't have the money, time, or even the energy to get to do shit like this. I want to. It'd be fun though. But look at this. These people had to bail. Fucking volcano erupted. They were on a hike. Was an article about Stephen Witkoff, according to Vance, is an attempt to intervene in U.S. interior policy. Yeah. They'll say anything, and sky's the limit. Sky's the limit. It'll be interesting to see the reaction to the economic disaster that's about to happen. Mount Etna, I'm not quite sure. We'll take a look in a second. Just found the guy. DuneQuest comes in from a different dimension. Okay, we're still talking about. Come on, cartoons. Come on, buddy. I'm going to be losing viewers if I bring up Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles one more fucking time. Who pays to go fuck with a volcano? I would. I'd love to see a volcano up close. That should be awesome. Smell the sulfur for myself, right? It'd be fucking cool. It's okay, Tisrael. I am going to watch those 2 seasons, though. You have me intrigued. To sum that story up, J.D. Vance double standards are disgusting at the very least. Well, he's a disgusting fascist. Hypocrisy comes with the package. Hypocrisy, violence, sociopathy. I think he gets a kick out of Stephen Miller. I don't think he's going to slow down. If he was smart, he might. Right? If he was smart, he would direct ICE away from the day laborers and just start going after leftist activists. But I'm not sure. He might be a Stephen Miller style racist himself. I'm not quite sure. Like, I actually don't know who J.D. Vance actually is and how he's going to govern. Like I said earlier this week, like, he's kind of a chameleon. Started off as a Democrat, saying Democrat things. I think he's governed. I don't know. I think he's governed a little bit, maybe, or something like that. But I have no idea what he's going to do. Doesn't know exactly who. Yeah, Woke Patriot, that's a good point. Away from the guys who are fighting wildfires. I need a job right now, and it's a shame. I would totally love to take that job it would be a very hard work, but to sleep in the forest, to just be dirty as hell and digging ditches and chopping bushes and fucking fighting fires out there and, living in the woods. I need some of that right now, but I would have to abandon my son, which we're right in the middle of his physical therapy stuff. And we're kicking a lot of ass. So I can't stop right now, but get a job. I need a job. I would do that shit. I need some time in the woods. I need to be sleeping in the woods. You know what I mean? I fucking feel that shit. I got to get out there. So to the ladies in the audience, I love you. I saw this come across my feed, and I said, well, I got to play this. This is the womensmarch.com. Check it out here. If you want to, once again, step 2, find an organization you like, sign up, show up, right? So here they are doing a speech, 19 different grounds for Trump's impeachment and removal, just one after the other. Really, really good shit. I'm going to go try to get a job, and I'll be right back, okay? But I'm going to play this here. This is for all the ladies. We need more of it. Sign up, show up, okay? Women of the World Take Over. It's a beautiful song. Look it up. Can't remember the name of the artist. I can't show you the album cover because it got me fucking banned last time. Jim O'Rourke. Look up the song Women of the World Take Over by Jim O'Rourke. And that's what I personally believe. We need a lot more women in a lot more positions of leadership. Not that women are incapable of corruption. Obviously, we got Hillary Clinton, Angela Merkel, et cetera, but we need more feminine energy in these extremely masculine spaces. I truly believe that. I truly believe having women, involved in everything makes society a better place. Okay, I truly believe that. Anyway. All 19 grounds will be ignored. A cuck leader is never wrong. Exactly, Blue Brother. Blue Brother, you live in Germany, right? There's something related. There's something going on there. Some kind of connection. I don't know. Did you have a grandfather that participated in the war, or had some connection to World War II? Do you have any family members that have any connection to World War II? That would be interesting. All right, let's go ahead and watch this. I'm going to go get a job. And empower women and the world will change. Beautiful. Exactly. Hitchens with the gold once again. The man does not miss unless we're talking about the Iraq War. The man does not miss unless we're talking about the Iraq War. Hit play.
Number 1, unconstitutionally usurping Congress's power to declare war. Number 2, unlawful mobilization of military forces against civilian protesters in the United States. Number 3, illegal kidnapping, detention, and removal of U.S. residents. Number 4, illegal and unconstitutional removal of U.S. residents, migrants, and asylum seekers to foreign torture prisons. Number 5, unlawfully attempting to deport immigrants for peacefully protesting. Number 6, unconstitutionally usurping Congress's powers. Number 7, defying court orders and unconstitutionally usurping judicial authority. Number 8, abusing his power to seek retribution against perceived adversaries. Number 9, co-opting and dismantling independent government oversight. Number 10, unlawful imposition of tariffs. Number 11, receiving foreign and domestic emoluments. Number 12, unconstitutionally usurping local and state authority. Number 13, abusing the emergency power. Number 14, abusing the pardon power. Number 15, corruptly dismissing criminal charges against Eric Adams. Number 16, depriving citizens of their birthright. Number 17, blocking efforts to secure U.S. elections. Number 18, planning the forced removal of Palestinians from Gaza. Number 19, engaging in unlawful, corrupt practices during the 2024 presidential.
Fascinating stuff, Blue Brother. Did he ever talk about what he did or anything after the fact, or was he one of those fellas that was just like, best not to say anything to anybody and just kind of take it to the grave? Welcome back, Fancy Flippy Floppy, the best name on Twitch.
Campaign. These are the assaults on our Constitution and democracy that we are facing.
Yep.
There is no question that Donald Trump has violated his oath of office and is undermining democracy. We have to act now.
100%. There it is. Steps 1, 2, and 3. That could be you. It doesn't even need to be you at the microphone. Could be you right there, respectfully standing behind. I support this movement fully. This could be you. This could be you. This could be you. Wow, look at that dress. What a dress. That's a great dress for being outside. It's nice and ventilated. You got the sleeves. It's really respectful. Still a little flirty, but still a little, we're still on point. What a dress. Like the dress. But anyway, it doesn't even need to be you at the microphone, okay? Following the 3-step program does not mean you have to be Martin Luther King standing in front of the microphone making a speech, right? You do what you're most comfortable with. If this is you in front of the microphone, Godspeed. Get out there. Let's hear it. My great-great-grandfather fought for the South. Any stories, or did he take all that shit to the grave as well? Once again, this is the website here, womensmarch.com. Make sure you check it out. I don't know how connected they are to the DNC establishment, et cetera, et cetera. You got to be careful with this stuff. So you got to do your own reading. But hey, you're doing speeches, you're organizing, you're showing up. I don't ask for much. It's the only thing that ever worked. Okay, you want to give me some other solution? Let's hear it. Well, sitting on my ass and jerking off all day could actually help the revolution. I'd be curious to hear what you got there, bud. Oh no, I ran out of free articles from Bloomberg. Oh no, what am I going to do? I won't be able to read this amazing Bloomberg article. Guys, help me out. What am I going to do? There's a paywall. Someone help. Ah! Oh, here we go. Bloomberg with a story here. Trump's global tariffs found illegal by U.S. appeals court. So here we go. What's going on? All my friends looking for the hospital. Waiting surgery. What the fuck? What happened? You got to let us know. Ice King, what's happening? He lost a leg and arm and wasn't doing much after? Oh, I see that you're after the battle there. Ooh, that's rough, dude. Losing limbs? That means he lost those limbs without anesthesia. Like a kid from Gaza. Jesus Christ. Herniated disc. I'm so sorry to hear that. Ice King, that's terrible news, dude. No. That sucks. Herniated disc. That sucks, Ice King. Are you all right, buddy? No, I won't ask you a million questions, but I hope you get better. I hope you heal up. Hopefully they give you the good shit. Herniated disc, that you might get some opiates out of that. Get some of them good painkillers, you know what I'm saying? Get some of that shit you get addicted to. It'll be good. I'll be back hopefully with a better bag. I'm doped up like a boss. Nice. Nova Rider. Hey, we're doing great. Once again, Ice King, get better. Get better as soon as possible. One of the OG regulators in the chat. So enjoy yourself. Follow the advice of your doctors. Drink lots of water. And, take a couple tokes, homie. I'm sorry. He was Beaver in 1910, joined the Wehrmacht 1941, deployed to Italy, became a war prisoner of the U.S. Oh, what a lucky dog in 1944. What a lucky dog. Prisoner by the U.S. Lucky son of a bitch. All right. Well, that's very interesting. Thank you, Blue Brother, for that little view into your history. It's very interesting. There's nothing you could do being a German. It's like, I can't pick my family, bro. The whole country was wrapped up in this shit, dog. Trump's tariffs will now hit the U.S. Supreme Court, and it's a 50-50 guess on how they will rule on it. It's not a 50. Come on, 50-50. I mean, well, it is. Okay, no, that's actually a good point. Because the only thing that the Supreme Court has ever put any restrictions on Donald Trump is the economy, right? With the independence of the Fed. And how is he acting with the independence of the Fed, right? He's completely flouting them. So they might be inclined. God, he looks like a swine with the fucking eyes. Anyway, I'm sorry. I get so distracted when I see pictures of him because I just see a little piggy boy. But no, the Supreme Court, the only time they ever really said no to Donald Trump was when it pertained to the independence of the Fed. So we might see them because he's obviously like, no, I don't care. I want that too. You're going to give me everything and then some. They might be like, okay, no, we're going to actually agree with the lower courts here. So 50-50, I might agree with you, Merton, actually. I think I agree with you. Talking it out, I think I agree. I'm right there on the fence as well. There's a 50% chance that the Supreme Court might have learned something from the Fed, independence fiasco, and they might actually, try to save the U.S. economy. Because anyone who knows anything knows that this tariff regime, it's stagflation at the best. And if he continues to hit the gas with the tariffs, into stagflation, then we might get full-blown depression. But at the very least, I think we're technically in a recession already, and it's the AI bubble that's kind of masking everything right now. But that's just my amateur opinion. Anyway, let's read a little bit of here. Takeaways from Bloomberg AI. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Did you really have to fire your $60,000 a year intern to give us this? Was this really necessary? Right? Oh, we just simply can't have a human being do that. Bloomberg has no money. They make zero money. It's not like Bloomberg is fabulously wealthy from their little goofy ass fucking terminals that they could do whatever they want. They could easily hire a human being. But no, let's go ahead and fire that. Did that money go directly into Bloomberg's pocket? 50 grand? 50, 60 grand? Is that what that's a night out. That's a night out for Mr. Bloomberg, right? That's a fancy restaurant, nice hotel, a private plane trip to fucking Venice. He's already blown past your fucking yearly salary right there. I don't know. Right in his pocket. Oh yeah, that's another trip to Venice right there. Fuck you. Well, my armchair opinion agrees with you. Oh, thank you. Amateur opinion. Thank you. I don't know. I feel very confident saying something bad is going to happen. I feel very confident saying that Donald Trump doesn't know what he's talking about. I've seen enough people who actually went to college saying, "Yeah, this guy's a complete kook. There's no theory here, right? There's no bedrock, core idea. None of these things actually make sense. This is the fantasy of a madman. This is just completely pulled out of Donald Trump's anus. The president of my country just said that on TV that Trump is a Russian activist. I saw that. Which country? I did see that headline though, where he was saying, well, technically, Donald Trump is a Russian asset. He was saying, kind of technically, if you look at objectively what we're seeing here, Donald Trump is acting like a Russian asset. Why do you always pick on those poor CEOs? By the way, have you ever heard of trickle-down economics? Oh, I've heard of it. I'm feeling the trickle, baby. I'm getting trickled on every fucking day, and I'm loving it. Yeah, so I did see that headline. Pretty interesting stuff because it makes you think. It's like, yeah, I kind of. What was the first thing that Pete Hegseth did under the command of Donald Trump? Made it easier for the Russians to lie to us. There's a lot of evidence that would show that there's a lot of but it's interesting how he hasn't let go of supporting Ukraine. It's interesting how he hasn't thrown that chip away yet. Right. I found that the sickness Donald Trump has, Donald Trump syndrome, side effects, yelling fake news whenever reality hurts his feelings. Hair that looks like a dying guinea pig glued to a balloon, a wife who'd rather sleep in another zip code, a button so tiny it makes his hands look big. Excellent stuff. You guys are on fire today. Welcome back. Word 'em up. Good to see you. Online Chris. I don't know if you've been here before. But anyway, let's get the takeaways here from Bloomberg AI. A federal appeals court ruled that President Donald Trump exceeded his authority by imposing global tariffs through an emergency law, but let the levy stay in place while the case proceeds. So that's the most important part. They said there's no emergency. You implemented these tariffs under the auspices of some kind of economic emergency. There's no emergency. We don't consider what you've said to be. Just trust me. We don't consider that to be the emergency. Sorry. Well, the Democrats are gay and stuff, and they hate their Hamas. Yeah, sorry, that's not going to work. You fake news. You suck. I'm going to fire you. You're fired. Yeah, okay. Well, you haven't fired us yet, and this is our ruling. Oh, yeah, Nova Rider. It's disgusting. There has to be a psychological term for the people who attach themselves to Trump. Cult. I mean, that's it. It's cult. Right? It's a cult. It really does check all the boxes. Welcome back, Promethean. But here's the important caveat. But the levies stay in place while the case proceeds. So Donald Trump has until October 15th, I believe, before to get the Supreme Court to make all this go away. He's a dictator, whatever, right? And honestly, why not just, why are we even listening to this lower court? You know what I mean? We haven't quite breached that. We haven't quite done that yet. Technically, he has. Technically, there's a bunch of illegal things he's supposed to stop, and he hasn't stopped. But this would be the biggest flouting of, lower courts in ever so far, right? The court said the statute used by Trump to impose the tariffs does not explicitly include the power to impose tariffs. So he didn't even he's not even lying about the right law to use. That's great. Duties or taxes, and that Congress did not delegate tariff power to the president in the law. Nuh-uh. Project 2025 says they do. The new founding fathers at Project 2025 say I do get that stuff. Actually, if you look at it, if you just turn the Constitution upside down and look at it through a 3D holographic lens, you can actually see the interpretation interpretation that this is correct. Got him. Thank you, Heritage Fund. Slight correction, not a cult, a religion. Too many members call it a cult. Religion. I mean, what's the difference? Blue Brother, okay, give me the difference. Top two differences. Two, not even three. Two between a cult and a religion. Go. The decision extends the suspense over whether Trump's tariffs will ultimately stand, with the administration potentially turning to the Supreme Court for a final ruling or letting the Court of International Trade revisit the matter first. Interesting. Kicking the can down the road. Like I said, plenty of time for the Supreme Court to intervene. Let's see what the fuck happens, right? Let's see. And Bloomberg, come on. Hire the fucking interns back. What the fuck? What, you just got an empty office there? One guy typing prompts into ChatGPT? That's your whole fucking operation now? How much does Michael need? How much does Michael actually need? Okay? Can't have a couple human beings typing out a couple of these things. Are you fucking with me? This was too much. Got to keep things lean. Are you fucking with me?
Bitch.
I don't know why I pressed that button, but I did. Welcome back, Blase. Cultural and societal acceptance and the historic longevity of an established hierarchy would be mine for the cult definition. Cultural and social acceptance. The difference though. Key differences, because these things also could be part of religion. I don't know. You know, it seems like, seems like the two sides of the same apple over here. You know what I mean? What's the key difference between religion and cult? Two of them. Cult don't tend to have those. Yeah, that's what I meant. They don't have cultural and societal acceptance. Oh, okay, that's a good point. And the historic longevity of an established hierarchy. Those are good points. Yep, those are good points. Cults are usually kind of fresh. They don't have the established history, the established hierarchy, and there's no social acceptance, right? Yeah, those are good points. News about Lisa Cook. She's still defiant. She says, no, I actually do have Lisa Cook news. I can play that for you next. 1 second. I love how the chatter's keeping me on fucking track here. I'm all over the place today. Let's see if I do have the Lisa news here. Lisa Cook news. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so this is the latest about Lisa Cook. They had some kind of court meeting on Friday. It went nowhere. They wanted to basically get her kicked out of the job. It failed. She continues to be employed, but these are these assholes walking out.
Lisa Cook was seen leaving one of the lawyers for Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook was seen leaving a Washington, D.C. courthouse Friday. After no rule.
Blue Brother, I'm sorry. I don't know, man. It seems like you're playing semantics with me, but it doesn't really matter. Who cares? It's a problem that needs to be taken care of. Like, they're too far gone. They need to be politically defeated, and they need to be politically irrelevant. And honestly, some of their leaders need to be investigated for treason. It needs to go to that level. We're talking about people taking money from Russia to spread hate and division and destroying, and like their stated goal is, I'm here to destroy and dismantle democracy. Right? They need to be investigated for treason. Anyway, back to Lisa Cook.
Was made in his client's legal fight against President Donald Trump, who was attempting to remove Cook from her post. Following a 2-hour hearing, a U.S. district judge asked Cook's lawyers to file a brief next week, laying out in more detail their arguments for why the ouster was unlawful. On Thursday, Cook sued Trump and the Fed, saying the Republican president's claim she engaged in mortgage fraud before she joined the central bank did not give him legal authority to remove her,
I'm not sure of the number.
And was a pretext to fire her for her monetary policy stance.
I think it's a bad situation right now.
Eric Ditton is president and managing director of the Wealth Alliance.
The Fed has been independent from the White House since 1951, and I do believe that one of the reasons we are the reserve currency of the world is that comfort that the world has, that the Fed will do what's...
Man, that shit keeps coming up. That's scary. That's scary. That's third world country territory if we lose the reserve currency status, folks. Okay, that's everybody in the world's life changing, maybe some for the better, a lot for the worse. We're going to drag Australia down. China's going down. Or I'm sorry, Japan's going down. I'm not racist. But anybody deep in the dollar, anybody, you know, who's got their hitch saddled up to the United States and isn't able to stand economically on their own, is in deep doo-doo. And the topic just keeps coming up, right? It's frightening. It's right. We shouldn't be talking about losing reserve currency status, but here we are months into this. We're not even a full year into this madness. But here we are. It's nasty shit, dude.
Right, with regard to policy.
Oh, sure.
Regardless
no biggie. Whatever.
of what the president or any politicians desire.
The case, which will likely end up before the U.S. Supreme Court, has ramifications for the Fed's ability to set interest rate policy without regard to the wishes of politicians. The central bank has said it would abide by any court decision. It has given no indication that Cook's status as a...
It's not, though. That's the thing. It's not prepared. They have no cohesion. You know, if it was up for grabs, BRICS wouldn't work together. Each one of those members would work against each other to try and make their currency number one. It would be a complete fucking mess. It would be a massive power vacuum, and I'm not that concerned with BRICS. It's a bunch of fucking scoundrels, you know, who just have a bunch of agreements on paper. Putin and Russia have never agreed to a single agreement to anybody to anything. It'll be a fucking. I do know it'll be just total chaos. It'll just be like. For a couple days, there might be like Mad Max kind of fucking The Purge kind of violence, kind of crazy shit, dude. Like in the streets, there's going to be a very large amount of panic. There's going to be a lot of very uninformed, frightened, well-armed individuals who, you know, the ATMs will stop working and the grocery stores will be empty and like, it could get completely out of hand. I'm not even joking here. Like this, it is the upending of the American economy. Entire generations have gotten used to, and you don't even know it until you leave. Okay. I didn't really understand it until I came to Canada and I started using Canadian money. And I was like, all of a sudden, oh, this is what it feels like. To not have the dollar, to not earn the dollar, to not be able to spend the dollar. Like Americans have no fucking idea what that power provides them. But they will when it's taken away. They will understand when it's taken away. And I fear their reaction. Because they're not going to be ready for this. It's going to be extremely confusing for millions of individuals.
A member of its board of governors has changed, and she remains listed on its website as an active member of several internal committees. The law that created the Fed says governors may be removed only for cause, but does not define the term nor establish procedures for removal. No president has ever removed a Fed governor, and the law has never been tested.
But there's no cohesion there. All right. So I'm sorry, what was that last part?
The law that created the Fed says governors may be removed only for cause.
Yeah.
But does not define the term nor establish procedures for removal.
Man, and that they need to put that on democracy's tombstone. That last little part right there. That really is the whole story when it comes to Donald Trump taking advantage of the weakness of democracy. Because listen to that. No automatic enforcement, no specifics defined, just a vague rule that can be easily, I think for cause, and for cause is vaguely defined. Well, I think it's for cause. Oh, well, you're being wildly dishonest. Yeah, well, the law doesn't have any definition of what that means. I'm allowed to do this, right? The law basically expects me to be a good actor. Well, I'm a sociopathic nihilist. So I'm not a good actor. Guess what? This is for cause. Oh, you slipped up on the mortgage. Oh, declaring a personal residence in two different places, something that would be like a $500 fine or something. Oh, there you go. That's all I need. Bada boom, bada bing. I lie about my properties all day. I don't get in trouble because I'm in power. You're a winner or a loser. Welcome to being a loser. I'm a bad actor. Put this final phrase on America's fucking tombstone.
Procedures for removal. No president has ever removed a Fed governor.
Oh, right there. Hold on.
Procedures for removal. Removed only for cause, but does not define the term nor establish procedures for removal.
Right there. Put that sentence. That's the epitaph. That's the epitaph right there on democracy, on America. But does not define procedures for removal, does not define what for cause means. Nice and vague. Easily flouted. Oh, okay. Well, I shit my pants every day, and you looked at me wrong. There you go. For cause. There you go. Boom.
No president has ever removed a Fed governor.
Yeah.
And the law has never been tested in court.
So right, basically it was just good actors. No one else was this shameless, right? Shameless as a superpower. You just blast through democracy and all of its pillars. Shamelessness like a fucking bubble shield. So there you go. That's the Lisa Cook update. Going back over here. Judge halts Trump's fast-track deportation move, creating major impact on families and immigration policy. So it's interesting all this is happening at once. We see the ruling against the tariffs, and now we see this ruling right here against his attempt. Like I've said before, the goal of Tom Hooman and Donald Trump is to kidnap somebody, have zero trial, zero anything, drive them directly to the airport, and then dump them in like hours later, they're in a country in some cases don't even know how to speak the language, or in some cases dumped into a concentration camp, right? You're lucky to just get dumped in the country and then you don't know what the fuck's going on. If you're unlucky, you get dumped into a fucking black site. That's what Donald Trump wants. That's what Tom Hooman wants. Kidnap your ass. I don't know, innocent citizen. You're brown. You're brown and you're at the Home Depot. That's all we need, baby. Off you go. That's what they want. No scrutiny. If you're lucky, maybe they'll go through, I don't know, maybe they'll, quietly, try to get the citizens out of there. But not even that. They want no accountability whatsoever for scooping people up and dropping them off. They want zero accountability. But why did Trump want to fire Lisa Cook? What is her job? So she is right below Jay Powell at the Fed. Jay Powell has 5 people below him, I think 5. They're called governors or something like that. But basically, they have the ability, if they have a majority, and there's apparently 2 Trump sycophants that are already in there that lower the rates, lower the rates, lower the rates. So if they get a third one in there to create a majority, it might force Jerome Powell to do something related. I'm not quite sure the mechanism there. At the very least, it would be even more pressure on Jerome Powell to lower the rates, even though he's like, yeah, it's quite obvious I shouldn't be lowering the rates. The tariff regime is freaking everybody out. It's already causing inflation. There's already signs of inflation. Lowering the rates right now would be a catalyst in making things worse. So it would create more. Why is that a problem? Because if the Fed isn't independent, the sociopaths lose their shit. The sociopaths start getting panicked if the Fed isn't independent. If Donald Trump gets to do whatever he wants to the number, and the Fed isn't independent, all hell will break loose on the stock market. Blue Brother, it's something else, isn't it? It's not so bad. Being a slave was actually pretty great. Yeah, we brought him religion. We gave him food sometimes. Taught him how to be white. Good time. It wasn't so bad. That's basically the PragerU video on slavery. Judge halts Trump's fast-track deportation move, creating major impact on families and immigration policy. On August 30th, 2025, U.S. District Judge Gia M. Cobb issued a ruling that temporarily blocked the Trump administration's attempt to expand fast-track deportations known as expedited removal across the United States. The policy announced on January 2025 aimed to allow the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, listen to this, to quickly deport undocumented immigrants detained anywhere in the country without court hearings. And the problem is, it's like, oh, well, that doesn't sound too bad. Without court hearings and stuff, sometimes, their legal status is up for question and they need, things need to be figured out. Citizens will get roped up into this. Citizens will absolutely get roped up into this. If they could not prove 2 years of continuous U.S. residence, Jesus Christ. And how are they supposed to do that in the back of a Penske truck after getting kidnapped in the Home Depot parking lot? Judge Cobb, a Biden appointee, I hate how that matters now, ruled that this expansion violates the Fifth Amendment's due process protections, citing a quote-unquote significant risk of wrongfully deporting individuals who may have legal rights to stay. Exactly what I was saying there, except said correctly. The lawsuit filed by immigration rights group, quote-unquote, I probably should have went to broadcast school instead of smoking weed, huh? The lawsuit, filed by immigrant rights group Make the Road New York and supported by American Civil Liberties Union, challenges the policy's application to immigrants living far from the border. DHS claims the rulings ignores the president's authority and an appeal is likely. Yeah, so once again, it's just kicking the can down the road until mommy, daddy, Supreme Court says you can do whatever you want. This development has significant implications for immigration policy, governance, and communities, prompting a full impact analysis across all specified categories. Impact on state local governance, impact on national governance and politics, impact on economy and trade, impact on international relations, impact on people's daily life and society. So that, this isn't just getting rid of the brown people and now I can drive down the highway all fast and stuff and this is great. A world without brown people sure is great, isn't it, Cletus? It's so good. I love it. Woohoo. No, it actually is going to make everyone poorer. It's going to make, businesses go out of fucking business. Everything is going to suck. Do you know what wouldn't do that? Making these people citizens. Making these people taxpayers. Right? It would actually, we would actually see an increase in tax revenue. People might actually want to get out of here in some cases if they can't get that, sweet under the table kind of deal that they're enjoying right now. It's just unbelievable. Anyway, I wish I had time to read you all of this. Reduced enforcement pressure. The ruling may ease pressure on it just goes on and on. If you want to read all this yourself, it's right here. Everything's gonna get worse. Okay, even if you're a citizen, this will come back, splash back on you. The fact that judges are mostly named with the president who nominated him, it's actually proof that the courts aren't impartial. I mean, I hate it. I hate it because it's an obvious thing. We've all known it for some time, but it's never been more apparent than it is now. And of course, I don't think it's fair to call, people who've been appointed by Biden appointees as if they're partisan, because Biden and the Democratic Party, they often put conservatives, they often, they'll put people who do not agree with the Democratic Party in charge of things if they're qualified for the position. So it's not even fair to classify them, that way. But it is fair to classify judges as, this guy was appointed by Trump. There's a good chance that he's weaponizing himself, weaponizing his position as a partisan on the right. Let's not forget who Kyle Rittenhouse's judge was. Guy was practically giving him fucking high fives. The system's been weaponized pretty thoroughly. Joe Biden, but the problem was Joe Biden, Barack Obama didn't really give a shit, didn't really do shit about it. Charlie Kirk here, once again, talking about fertility. Once again, talking about conservatives have more kids than them and they're going to replace us. And right, it's because liberals don't have sex. Like this motherfucker over here. This motherfucker. We're either heathens that aren't having the right kind of sex, and we're so sex positive in our gay rights parades and things like that. Oh, so much sex. We're obsessed with sex, but we're also totally sexless. Yeah, exactly. B-Ree. But we're also totally sexless, and we don't have kids, and we don't want kids, and yada yada yada, and conservative trad life, way to go. Motherfucking butthead cosplayer over here. Only missing is Beavis. Ron Flipowski over here. This is Blue Sky, so you get a break. I'm going to go make some mixed babies right now. Ooh, shit. God damn. Lucky. So this is interesting. I think I put two stories next to each other. Yeah, I actually did something competent for a second. But no, we got to talk about AI, and this shit might be a bubble. I don't know now. I'm starting to head back to the fence here. I was pretty convinced 6 months ago that AI was going to, rock our shit and start replacing jobs by the hundreds of thousands. I'm starting to see now that there is definite limits to what AI is capable of doing. AI, we shouldn't call it that. These large language models. There's certain things that they're really good at, math, certain science applications, some basic writing. Like we saw with Bloomberg AI. It can do some basic summarizing of other people's work, of other people's journalism. Yeah, it's not a real thing, and that's the problem. Is that the CEOs, the people of the AI. The people who are selling AI are saying you can replace one-to-one your human being with this AI. It can do everything. In fact, it can do everything at a PhD level. It's like replacing your secretary with a person with a doctorate. Wildly overqualified and just perfect at everything that it does. And and now we're starting to see the dream kind of shatter. It's a useful tool in specific applications. There's a lot of room for it to get a lot better. It seemingly will never one-to-one replace human beings, and that's where all this hype is about. These sociopaths are tickled pink at the idea of replacing humans with these robots. They're like, oh, we get to fire millions. They can't wait. They hate you. They hate you. Your boss hates you. Your boss, if your boss, if that employs you right now, fired you, and then 2 weeks from then saw you in the gutter, saw you homeless and begging for money for your sick kids, he wouldn't stop. She wouldn't stop. She wouldn't give you money. Just keep driving. That's what your boss thinks about you. Eager to fire you and replace you with something cheaper. That's business, baby. And it's like that's the monster that is capitalism. You're either playing the game or you're a sucker. Okay? And we're forced to play the game. But your boss hates you. And that's where all this excitement is coming from. Literally, the hundreds of billions of dollars is the excitement surrounding firing your ass. And you and everybody you know. Right? The dream is one human being at the very top and the rest robots. Literally. That's the dream. So it can't do that. It's not, it wasn't obvious before. Okay, it wasn't totally obvious before that there was some limitation to this, because we're seeing this and like, whoa, this shit's like magic in some cases. I've never seen a computer application do this. Pretty fucking sweet, right? There's a lot of cool things you can use it to do, right? But the experiments that are of replacing humans one-to-one, like Taco Bell here with AI. Taco Bell rethinks quote-unquote AI drive-through after customer breaks system with an order of 18,000 waters. So over to China. China makes AI classes mandatory for 6-year-olds. They will learn coding and machine learning before multiplication tables. Future billionaires might skip cursive but master algorithms. So this shit's we're supposed to be replacing doctors, right? Our kids, it's now more important than basic arithmetic in China, right? Supposed to be literally, according to Sam Altman, oh, well, it might destroy society. I don't know. I think that's really funny. Peter Thiel over here thinks it's going to be the Antichrist, and he's eager to build it. Right? Totally on, oh yeah, I'm going to build the Antichrist. This is great. Right? So it's supposed to be all these things. It can't handle the drive-through, during lunch of a fucking Taco Bell. This is supposed to be replacing clerks at lawyers' offices and secretaries at doctors' offices. Can't even handle the lunch rush. Okay? So we have a massive discrepancy right now between what is being sold, what is being promised by, quite frankly, greedy sociopaths, and what is actually being delivered, here it is. Can't take your fucking order. You know, I want 18,000 free waters. Coming right up, sir. Taco Bell is rethinking its use of artificial intelligence to power drive-through restaurants in the U.S. after comical videos of tech making mistakes were viewed millions of times. Well, where's the fucking video, dude? Okay, hold on. No, I want this video. Hold on. I don't do TikTok. We're not talking the tick over here. But let me just see this. Okay, come on. Get the fuck. Taco Bell AI drive-through meme? Ooh, there's a new Ahoy video. Oh, here we go.
This Taco Bell was trying out some new AI technology in their drive-thru, but it didn't seem to be working very well. As a result, this driver got extremely frustrated trying to order. Just watch.
And what will you drink with that? I want a large Mountain Dew. And your drink?
Got the drink. And then, oh my God, it's dude, where's my car? Dude, it's fucking dude, where's my car? He drives away.
This Taco Bell.
He drives away. I want a large Mountain Dew. Okay, what would you like to drink with that? Okay, give me another one here. Is this just one fucking clip? Come on, there's got to be more. How to bypass AI. What do we got here? He tested the limits of the new AI drive. Okay, let's see here.
When this guy wanted to test the limits of the new AI system at
Ironically, both of these videos have been edited and narrated by AI. So it's like, it's a useful tool, but a human had to click it. A human had to click it and click the AI button and then review the work of the AI, right? Because it's not AI, it's an LLM. It's making the best guess it can make. So a human had to like do this, and then a human had to upload it, you know.
Drive-thrus, something unexpected
55
happened.
burgers, 50 fries.
55 fries, 55 tacos, 55 pies, 55 cokes, 100 tater tots, 100 pizzas, 100 tenders.
Okay, this is a reference to a comedy show. I think You Need to Leave. I think that's what it's called. Hilarious. Corncob TV. I'm a big fan. Absolutely hilarious. So it's a reference to a TV show.
100 meatballs, 100 coffees, 55 wings, 55 shakes, 55 pancakes, 55 pasta, 55 peppers, and 155 taters.
But suddenly, a real employee started talking.
Can I take you there?
His fat ass is out of fucking breath.
Sorry.
Okay, hilarious. Okay, there you go. So, right, I think that we got a discrepancy here, you know, and maybe, you know, China's focus here is not just like how to prompt, but how to program AIs, how to program large language models, et cetera, how to, you know, how to try to reach, because the idea is like super intelligence, right? Get to this level where it's actually creative, and we've technically created a new species if we do that. If we truly can make something that is actually creative. By the way, the Star Trek character, I saw Star Trek mentioned in the chat, the Star Trek character of Data is basically a large language model. It's not true AI. There's several episodes that get into that fact that AI, that Data does not display true creativity. Like, he was criticized for his piano playing being too perfect. Kind of, I don't know, is that a reference to Big O? Did Big O reference that? I don't know, anime. But, you know, that's kind of interesting to think about, is that even, you know, in the year 35 or whatever the fuck, I don't know the dates, that, you know, their artificial intelligence still doesn't have true human-like creativity. So it might be this golden goose that's like 150 years from now, maybe we'll be able to touch creating human creativity, right? Or creating something that is capable of something on the level of human creativity. And this whole LLM, you know, oh, it's going to change society. It's like, well, it's going to be like the internet, right? It will change society, but it's not going to like revolutionize society to the point that millions of people get kicked out of their jobs. Okay, thank you, Woke Patriot. Thank you for that clarification. That's, yeah, positronic, is that even a real thing, though? Like, that's sci-fi stuff, right? But no, thank you for that clarification. he has the what's his name? What was the name of his creator? Some with an S. That is not creative, but his early attempts are derivative, which is true of most young artists. Soong. So yeah, that's the true innovation, is that he's actually capable of learning that. And then we have the episodes with the emotion chip. I don't know, some magic chip that fixed all the. Just here you go. Just need a mod. We modded Data, and now he can enjoy Shakespeare, or fucking not Shakespeare. Sorry, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Data was a big fan of Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, I'm a huge Trek fan with an encyclopedic knowledge of the lore. True that. But my point still stands, where like even in Star Trek, it really wasn't considered, like, you know, there was that court case that that scientist had with Data, where Picard had to defend Data, and it was like they couldn't decide whether Data was a new species or not. You know, it was still like a hard decision to make. Anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is that we're being sold a bag of goods right now, that this thing is supposed to like literally destroy society, and that's supposed to be a good thing, according to the eugenicists that make up the tech bro crowd. But what we're actually seeing right now, at least in operation, is it can't even handle the lunch rush. I tried to learn Klingon. Oh, that's awesome. So here, this patriot who burned the flag last week and was arrested, and he was released from jail. I don't know if he was released on bail, but from jail. Anyway, he's out. He's still doing his thing. He's a badass. He's a patriot. Used to be a soldier, I think. And he's out here covering what's happening. There was a major protest, sit-in, I believe, by soldiers. I don't know if active duty or retired. I'm not sure. We'll find out more here in a second. But there's a protest at Union Square. I think it happened either today or yesterday, something like that, rather recently. So let's get some coverage of on the ground protesting against Trump's fascist dictatorship.
So we just had a major incident happen here at Union Station. Park police showed up. Metro police showed up.
Oogie McTaku. That's the only shit I know in Russian because of Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
The Metro police chief showed up. He had colonel rank on his shoulder. We had Amtrak police showed up. We also had an extra National Guard unit show up.
So listen to that.
A police helicopter over our heads.
Wow.
There was no less than 4 agencies and about 100 people show up because 2 people allegedly used sidewalk chalk to write on a street pole.
So listen to that shit. Listen to that crackdown. All these agencies and departments arresting 2 people, writing shit on the sidewalk in chalk. That's Russia, dude. That's 100% Russia.
Flagpole here. They got flagpoles right here on. You see those flagpoles? They're at half mast right now following this.
Star Trek stopped being Star Trek after Enterprise. That's the last real Star Trek TV show. Everything else, I'm sorry to say, is total dreck. Even the cartoon, which is kind of funny, Lower Decks. Picard, Brave New World, the other one, no, it sucks. There's a couple episodes that are kind of good. Right. It does not stand like, no. It sucks, bro. Enterprise was the last real Star Trek show, dude. The rest of that shit, I can't. Discovery, I just can't. I can't do it, dude. I will admit, I haven't watched all of it. I can't sit through clips. It comes up in the algorithm because I watch a lot of Star Trek. I can't sit through clips. Yes, Woke Patriot, it absolutely was. Was not perfect, but it was Star Trek. I can't even sit through a 3-minute clip of Discovery without. No, I'm turning this shit off. Get this shit out of my algorithm. Do not like.
Shooting in Minneapolis. And somebody brought some chalk, we don't know who, and wrote on the base of those flagpoles with
fun.
chalk.
Star
now,
Trek
the chalk is
is
gone
our
now
future.
because it washes away with water.
No problem, Lenny.
But Metro Police, the Metro Police Chief, Amtrak Police,
Star Trek is humanity's future.
National Guard en masse showed up, plus a helicopter. Both of these alleged criminals have been arrested. So scratch everything I said about there being no crime spree in D.C. I've witnessed firsthand tonight
Good point.
a violent, egregious crime committed with sidewalk chalk.
Patriot, on the ground,
the response
front
by
lines.
police was completely
Front
appropriate.
lines. How many interviews have you seen of him on MSNBC? Dickie Gizak, says Kyle Kulinski says. Okay, Kyle Kulinski's been covering this guy. Kyle and Crystal have been covering this guy. TYT have been covering this guy. MSNBC, nada. Frontline Patriot right here doesn't get mainstream attention. They still don't know what the fuck they're doing. All right, Woke Patriot, I trust your opinion. I will sample Strange New World or whatever the fuck. Okay? I have zero faith in it being Star Trek, but off your recommendation, I will steal it from the internet and watch the first episode, and we'll take it from there. Seneca, 110 fucking %. Welcome back. Good to see you.
Needed 100 people here to
front line
get involved. You can't just have, errant chalk laying around where people could potentially write
chalk
on lampposts
Talk about
where
chalk.
it could be erased. Thank God we had all the police here. Crime spree in D.C.
Crime spree in D.C. Yeah, it's interesting how chalk it might be kind of a symbol of this new revolution, right? Because we're having this fight with DeSantis as well with the Pulse nightclub memorial. Chalk is a big part of that. Can't even write shit in chalk, huh? So I wanted to give a little bit more information about what we saw yesterday or the day before when I was covering this, about the CDC walkout. So apparently, what they were trying to do was sneak these people out of the building and have no footage of them getting applause from inside the building, right? So they controlled everything inside the building they could control. They couldn't control anybody outside the building, obviously. But inside the building, they tried to contain it and prevent them from getting applause as they walked out. So they snuck them out as quickly as they could. So the CDC employees, they just went outside. So that's why we see so many people here. These are mostly employees, I think, that are supporting. And how many times have you walked and given your boss applause? Okay, we're not talking about the car dealership that underpays people. We're talking about medical professionals that were removed from their position because they didn't agree with JFK's insanity. Okay, so we are talking about people that do deserve a round of applause. Ironically, today's theme of the stream is I hate your boss, but I will show this with pride. People, ironically, totally applauding their bosses, but they 100% deserve this praise. Oil pastels will stand up better in the rain. Clean up like chocolate. Interesting, Woke Patriot. It is interesting how the media, stories in the media can force the government to actually do something about it for that specific person, for that specific thing, but then they continue fucking over everybody else. If you can get the media's attention, you can sometimes get some action in government. So look at this. gets the hero's treatment. .720 PS recording. Upgrade your phone, you peasant. Indeed, Simply Steve. I love the rhetoric there. Keep it coming, baby. Simply Steve needs to get his ass in front of a microphone. I tell you what, big bullhorn for Simply Steve. Hand that shit over. Here's another video of just traumatizing ICE traumatizing people. Yeah, from wholesome to nightmare. Sorry, Seneca. ICE tears law-abiding man from his screaming children, even though he had just renewed his immigration documents in court. So he did everything the right way, showed up, renewed his immigration status. Legal permanent resident. Not illegal. Not illegal. ICE kidnaps him anyway. Whatever. Palantir says you got to go. Stephen Miller says you got to go. And if it were up to Trump, it would be from this directly to the airport. No trial. No double checking. This is more disgusting than Japanese internment. This is one of the most shameful moments in American history. We're witnessing it. And people don't even need to die for it to be more shameful than some of the shit that we've done. But this, in terms of what the authoritarianism, America overstepping its bounds and betraying its supposed dedication to freedom and liberty. This absolutely, in that category, it's absolutely worse. One of the worst things. This is worse than Japanese internment. The masking, the kidnapping, and the eagerness to remove any due process. Yeah, sorry, Seneca. So there he is. He's doing it the right way. He did it the right way. Showed up. And he's. What is this going to create, right? The people that are here, they're going to stop showing up. I would personally, if I had an appointment, I would not show up. I would go underground. It's never been more clear to stop trying to do it the honest way. You're telling them I'm going to be here at this time, and then they show up and kidnap you. Look at the fucking coward ass masks. Big tough guy. Kidnap, dude. Black bag, bro. It's just disgusting. Rips the crying child away from her father. Wow, it's fascism manifest. Fascism manifest. And there's a good chance that Stephen Miller won't see a single day in prison. Right? But if some miracle Gavin Newsom becomes president, Stephen Miller walks free. Stephen Miller continues to do Tucker Carlson interviews. The deep state stopped it. It was working. It was working until they stopped me. It would have worked. It would have made America great again if we had just hurt more people and destroyed more families. That was the solution. We just didn't do it hard enough. He's going to walk. He's going to fucking walk for crimes against humanity. I've ripped the Band-Aid off. If you're a longtime viewer, you know I've avoided this for some time, but recently I ripped the Band-Aid off after I saw the travesty that is the Rose Garden, the Hitlerian conversion of the Rose Garden, putting the American flag as gutter grates in the Rose Garden. Here's Donald Trump saying something extremely Hitlerian. I believe this was during the election. There it is. That's all I got to say. I'm ripping the Band-Aid off. Motherfucker's Hitlerian. Motherfucker's fascistic. He's not Hitler. He's not a Hitler clone. There's no academic anything there. You know, there's no. It's just literally Trump. You know, if Trump sees an empty table, he thinks about, okay, how many pictures of my face can I put on this table? You know, it's not. It's just. It just so happens to be fascistic. I have a deal. Yeah, meat shield. Hey, that sounds pretty good. We are going to talk about that coming up. We are going to be following up about that discussion coming up. Let's see here in about an hour or two, looks like. Yeah, about an hour or two. Do I have the clips? Yeah, right there. Okay, yeah, that's a couple hours. So let's keep it moving. We can get to that. Still a long road ahead, but I can't help but see early parallels. Yeah, no, I mean, like, he'll never be Hitler. He'll never be Hitler, but he's Hitlerian. It's rhyming. It's rhyming. History is rhyming. All right, Meat Shield. Send me the check. Trump is what Antichrist was made to be in a comedy of how stupidity kills all arguments of reason. I still have yet to see in fiction the stupid dictatorship. And like I've yet to see fiction actually have like a prediction for Trump. Like Trump is new. It feels new. Anyway, here we go. The gerrymandering is continuing. We can expect this chicanery as much as humanly possible. So here we have Missouri kicking in. The Missouri governor orders redrawing of U.S. House map, expanding President Trump's push to tilt more seats toward Republicans. Gavin Newsom, I believe in the Proposition 50 that's going to voters in California in November, I believe has a stipulation that allows them to gerrymander even more if the Republicans continue in other states, continue to illegally gerrymander. So, you know, they might not stop at 5. They might take even more. And I think they could easily do that. The Democrats, they could easily gerrymander Republicans out of their seats much more than 5. I think. This is interesting. I don't know how true this is, but this is perfectly in line if it's true. You know, the gaudy, ugly, gold painted, not even gold gilded shit that Donald Trump has been putting all over the White House wall might have been some plastic piece of shit, $60 piece of fucking crap you'd buy from Home fucking Depot. It might be the same thing, just tilted cockeyed. No way. No way. This has got to be Photoshop. No fucking way. I don't know how real this is. I don't know. I just know that Blue Georgia gives Elon Musk $5 a month. That's not good. So, Financial Times here, once again, if you follow politics, you need to understand Financial Times, they're not your friends, right? It's the magazine of your boss who hates your guts. But because this is the newspaper for the elite, this is the newspaper for the oligarchy, it actually tells the truth. And here's another example. World's best performing sovereign wealth fund bets on Europe over the U.S. And the reason why is obvious. Quote, most recently, we have been short the U.S. and long European equities, and that's purely a view on equity valuations, said Dunstan, adding that decisions to favor different markets were taken on a 10-year view. So Dunstan, okay, is actually, in 10 years, we expect America's real estate, economy, the whole thing to be, not looking good. And we're putting our bet into Europe instead of the United States. So if you want to read this yourself, it's right here. No one wants to do business with Nazis. Well, that's not true. That's not true at all. The world would be happy. Keir Starmer, Mark Carney, fucking. This is the guy from France. God, it didn't come to my mind. All the assholes. The asshole from Germany. Macron. The asshole from Germany. They would all be working glad-handing, shaking hands with Donald Trump if he decided not to do all this tariff nonsense and he was like, let's just make a deal. I'll give you a good trade deal and, everybody can make some money. The entirety of Europe would happily work with Mussolini 2.0 over here. Happily. Merz. Thank you, Merz. Yeah. I keep getting him mixed up with the... who was the asshole before Merz that replaced Merkel? I keep getting those two assholes mixed up. I've seen too many assholes in my life, folks. President Trump announces Americans may receive a dividend funded by tariff revenue. So don't fucking count on it. Schultz, thank you. Hey, some good news. I went to the discussion about anarchism and the legitimacy of revolution discussion, and 18 people were there in a small town. Small town? All right. Great. I don't personally agree with anarchist thinking. I'm a democratic socialist. I do believe that we need to double down on American-style constitutional government. Actually, you know, I believe one of the main problems we have is not that we need more laws, is that we need to enforce the laws that are on the books and stop this exemption for rich and powerful people to not be arrested and treated, you know, like citizens. So I don't really agree with anarchists, but it's the right direction. Okay. My only stipulation for anarchists is that you continue to vote and participate in this system, even though you disagree with it, even though you would like to radically change it, even though maybe you disagree with voting. My only stipulation, if you want me to take you somewhat seriously as an anarchist, is that you continue to, you know, participate in the system to try to shift it to the left as best you can. We aren't doing a long discussion about it here. Yeah. President Trump announces Americans may receive a dividend funded by tariff revenue. So this is not fucking happening. He's not going to send you tariff checks, okay? And if he does, it's going to be a paltry amount. It'll be like $25. Here, this $25 sponsored by Pepsi Corporation. Have a Pepsi on me, sponsored by Donald Trump. $25. Here you go, folks. Maybe. Right? Like I said, this is the George Bush strategy, like where he sent all of America a $100 check before his re-election, and it worked. It totally. Have a beer on me. Okay, everyone's Donald Trump. Okay, can I do a Bush? Brownie, heck of a job, Brownie. I can't do it. Wow, I can't do it. He's gone. He's gone. I used to do a Bush. I used to have a Bush in me. No more Bush. Shaved it.
I mean, there's a concept of making you could call it a dividend, as we would say. Yeah. Making a dividend to the people in this country who have had to suffer through stupid leadership, and they paid a lot of taxes and they got nothing for it, or they got attacked like you were, okay, for it. No, there's a possibility. Primarily, we want to pay down debt. But there's a possibility.
And it'll never pay down. It does nothing to the debt. The debt is this galactic size fucking ball of you know, badness. And the tariffs, it's like little boop, boop, pew, 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 pew. This fucking Jupiter-sized ball of debt, right? And the little tariffs, oh, pew, 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 pew.
That we take a piece of it and pay make a dividend.
Yeah, and of course Trump increased the debt. There's absolutely no plan to use the tariffs for this is lies. Absolute lies, 100%. He's going to dump it into Trump coin or something. And yeah, the video was out of sync there, so it kind of looked fake, but it's a real video. Yeah, you're going to get a check from me. Your boy Donald Trump, tariff dollars. I mean, that would be something. Like if he handed everybody $500 or something, like he drained the entire tariff bank account and literally handed it out to every man, woman, and child in America, $500. That would be fucking crazy. But he's not going to do that. So I showed you a clip from this video. Here is an extended version. This video shows a U.S. citizen getting arrested. He does like a hidden camera thing. He hits record on a cell phone. The ICE agents don't notice. So it documents his arrest, but then it also, as he's hauled away into the paddy wagon, catches ICE agents having a candid conversation about how stoked they are about that signing bonus. So let's have a listen.
Bro, you got no right here. I do. Illegal, brother. Get up. I was born and raised here. What about you?
My name is Kenny. I'm 18. I was born in West Palm Beach. I was pulled over by a border patrol on May 2nd, and I was with my mom and my two co-workers that were there with me. I thought it was gonna be like a warning, we were just gonna get stopped, or like, you know, just let us go after, but no, you know, like a racial profile.
And that's what it is. It is racial profiling. They got
dragged out. One got dragged out by a chokehold.
Their crime is being brown.
And then the guy tried to.
We just saw what happens when you try to do it the right way? When you try to, okay, I want to renew my status in the hopes that I can get my citizenship, right? They're filling out all the forms. They're doing everything, crossing every T, dotting every I. So the crime isn't being illegal. The crime is being brown.
Me, onto me, but I told him, like, get off of me, can't grab me like that. Wow. And then that's when he went toward the other guy that was trying to, get off the other way.
Now, this is a kidnapping.
To the ground. My phone was still recording.
How would you act?
And that's when they put me in cuffs after. And I seen everything was getting tased. They were pushing up on him. And they tased me onto the ground.
Hey, y'all get on the ground. All right, bro. You can't be doing that. I'm from here. A hit? No, I didn't hit. Oh, okay. There you go. No, once you got that proper spread on him, keep it going. You're funny, bro. It's funny.
It's funny. Cool, bro. We're cool. We're cool, bro.
Resist more now. We're gonna end up if you keep going like this.
Love the vertical conversion. Can't even read the fucking subtitles.
No, you can't do that. I'm not doing shit.
They laugh at people. They laugh at people that, and make fun of people. They're like, my rights. Oh, my rights. They're literally doing the thing. Literally, oh, my rights. Oh, he said I have rights. Oh, bitch, you don't have rights. Eat the fucking dirt.
Get out. You either get out or I'm going to pull you out.
Sorry, Woke Patriot. I'll see if I can allow it.
God damn.
Yeah, I can allow that.
Woo. Nice.
It's more ethnic profiling than racial. Yeah, that's a good point. Not like they're busting hordes of immigrants from Africa, Caribbean, and it's all Latinos, people who look Latino. Very good point. I agree with that. Yeah, I know, blasé. It sucks, right? But no, I mean, they're literally making fun of people, and then they're like, it's just like, it's a caricature. It's not even a fucking sketch. It could be a sketch. On Comedy Central, some kind of fucking liberal-leaning sketch show, some kind of, spitting image kind of shit. Fuck their rights. I love cashing my 30 grand. Isn't that great? I mean, it could be a fucking joke. It could be a goddamn satire. But it's so fucking real, man. They're eager because we're talking about losers. We're talking about sexless, incel-adjacent losers, okay? People that that used to not be able to qualify as security guards and as military or police, who desperately want power and desperately want to lord over people. Oh, they love this. We get to dress up like soldiers and fuck people up who are not even fighting back or barely fighting back in this case.
Yeah.
It's not even satire, and it should be. Let's talk about a lighter topic. Over to mass shootings. Here's what the right winger is up to over on fascist Twitter. This was something that was said in November 20th, 2022. It was never about, quote unquote, common sense gun laws. It's always about erasing the Second Amendment and gun bans. Of course, this is always said when a liberal is in charge, when a Democrat is in charge. Any kind of restrictions on guns, any kind of conversation about anything restricting anything. Like even a conversation starting where you're like, I mean, we should have regulations on nuclear weapons. That if you're talking to one of these right wingers, it will eventually turn into a conversation about how there needs to be zero restrictions on anything. Any attempt to restrict anything is a slippery slope that will lead to complete tyranny. So now that they've installed their tyranny, now this is what they say about banning firearms. Common sense gun controls, banning leftists and trans from owning firearms. So here we go. This is how, they don't identify as fascists. They don't identify as people who support dictators. They don't identify as people who support tyrants, right? They would vociferate. They'd get into a fist fight with you if you were to point out, well, you support dictatorship. You're bootlicking for an authoritarian. No, I'm not. No, this is freedom. This is freedom. This is freedom. Orwell was so brilliant, how talking about how people giving birth to the term doublethink, right? Putting to words this thing that human beings do so well, having two thoughts contradictory to each other, but believing them all the same. It's amazing. I think we're the only species on Earth that does this. One thing is true, one thing is false, both are true. Or in some cases, two false things are both true. Or true things that are actually false. I know they're true, but I'm going to interpret them as false. And I do it so much it becomes autonomous. Of course, I'm talking about this in response to the mass shooting that happened recently at the church. Person was a trans person, like it fucking matters. It was a right-wing trans person, obviously. We're not going to discuss that piece of shit, right? What do we do with pieces of shit on this channel, right? We flush them. Instead, I saw this really heartbreaking clip of a person named Geneva Cunningham, who was only 9 years old when her school was shot up at Sandy Hook. I don't think she was part of the classroom that was slaughtered. Maybe she was in a different classroom. I'm not quite sure, because I know all the children in the classroom were slaughtered. The teacher had, in an attempt to save them, put them all into a bathroom, and had just as she was trying to close the door, the killer had opened it up, and he mag dumped a pile of screaming, panicked children crammed into a small bathroom space. I know that's what happened because I read the police report. The cop who was first on the scene started going through the bodies, seeing if anybody was still alive. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe she was part of the shooting, the early shooting, or I'm not sure. But I'm pretty sure no one in that pile survived. So I'm not quite sure what her story is. But she had some advice for the children that had just undergone this most recent mass shooting about how to cope with it. So maybe on the off chance that one of these traumatized people watches this stream, we should watch this. Her words are important, so they should be heard. No problem, YouTubing. Perfect timing. Really light subject right now.
I know you're scared. It's okay. I was scared too. You don't have to tell anyone anything. You don't have to be anything. You don't have to be strong. I really tried to be strong. You don't have to. Let people help you. Let them show you that you matter. Let the professionals do their job. Let them help you. It's okay to cry. It's okay to not know the answer. You're here and I'm here. I'm still here. I know what you've been through and I'm still here.
Is there anything that helped you?
You know, when there was another school shooting, there's been a few, I would go into the bathroom. I went to a different high school. I left Newtown. I'd go to the bathroom and I'd look up the details. I'd sit on the floor under the sink with my knees to my chest like I did in the closet that day. And I'd pull up the information. I'd look up. I had to see it was real. You know, after everything with Alex Jones, I didn't know what was real and what wasn't. My body was, I had to know. I had to know. I wanted to connect. I didn't know how. I didn't know how to have those conversations. And, you know, almost always someone came in the bathroom and they sat with me under that sink. You know, I don't remember their names. You know, I think people don't know how to show up and don't know how to be helpful. Who you are, your unique way of being who you are. We all know grief. Be you and show up every day. Whatever that looks like for you, trust it. You don't need to know the answers because it helps people like me under that sink just trying to feel, just trying to make sure that it's real.
Beautiful words. Couldn't agree more. Good advice. Very strong individual, this woman. Extremely strong person. I sense in her, even now, no desire to give up. But I also sense in her an incredible amount of pain and struggle. I couldn't imagine what it would be like to go through something like that and to see the world do nothing. Barack Obama took a really, really good PR photo sitting in the Sandy Hook school writing his little speech. Then he spent the rest of his presidency doing nothing. And yes, of course, fuck Alex Jones with a red hot poker. There still might be some good news about his empire being destroyed. I guess we'll see. Things are tied up in court. But yeah, for now, Alex Jones's empire of lies continues to operate. Promethean, this is why we need to take control. Okay, if there was ever a reason for, for showing you these things, that's why, this is why I'm so adamant. We have the moral high ground. We know what is right and wrong. We need to secure control, political control. We need to secure power away from the fascists, away from the authoritarians, away from the corrupt corporatists like Barack Obama. They are morally bankrupt. They are incompetent. They are incapable of doing the job that we demand of them. They are not meeting the challenge of our time. They need to be replaced politically. It's dangerous, right? These things have consequences. And we see it every single fucking day, almost every week. Mass shooting. Exactly, Seneca. Nonviolent, direct political action. Here is a video just giving us a little update about the immigration court case, immigration stuff being on hold. Like I said, it's only a matter of time. Like, the Supreme Court has no problem giving Trump this kind of stuff. So once it reaches the Supreme Court, I expect they'll probably do the shadow docket thing once again, right? But I think the Supreme Court's going to let him do this. I need that number for the re-election. I got millions deported. I made the promise. It's really important I reach that. And every day this goes on, people get more and more and more pissed. But I think Trump and Stephen Miller are absolutely convinced, and Tom Hooman absolutely convinced that this is like the big winner. If I hit this number, people will love me again. Like, I think it's a big fucking win. I think they just completely are whooshing. The people that are bitching are liberals, and they don't want to vote for us anyway. Real conservatives love this. It's like, yeah, I mean, there's some racists that are absolutely loving this, but I'm seeing a lot of like regular normie ass folks stop what they're doing and start recording. Like, I think there's a good chance that there's a ton of Republicans in this country, and the town halls are another good example, that there are Republicans in this country that are definitely not interested in the black bagging and kidnapping operations that we're seeing.
A federal judge blocked efforts from the Trump administration to speed up deportations of some illegal migrants. The policy would have applied to all migrants across the country. Right now, expedited removal only applies to those detained within 100 miles of the U.S. border. The judge slammed the efforts, saying the Fifth Amendment guarantees due process for migrants, too.
Oh, yeah, fake news. But Constitution, but did they consider an executive order by a bloated fascist who's one foot in the fucking grave? Yeah, his word's more powerful than law, than everything else. Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't consider that. So at the same time this massacre is happening, you can't make this shit up. You really can't. But at the same time that massacres are happening, maybe the same day that this happened. I don't know if this was when this was signed, when this one's like, I don't know, right? But around the same time, Trump signs bill revoking Obama-era gun checks for people with mental illnesses. So, it's Obama thing, make it go away, Obama bad. Yeah, it was only a provision that said if you were diagnosed as mentally ill, you're not allowed to buy a deadly gun from a gun shop. Oh, freedom, freedom. And who's against it? All the gun lobbies. All of them. NRA, all the interest groups. They want mentally ill people to own weapons. They want it. President Donald Trump quietly signed a bill into law Tuesday. So there's just a couple days. No, wait. What the fuck is this? 2017. Oh, this is old-ass news. Okay, this is first-term shit. Okay, this is first-term shit. I'm sorry. Reddit got me again. This happens. This happens if I don't scrutinize what I'm looking at too much. Take that back. That was 2017 shit. That was actually the scandal back then where Donald Trump was like, no, maybe we should have some gun control. I don't know. That sounds like common sense stuff. And everyone's like, boo, no, we hate common sense. And Donald Trump's like, oh, yeah, that's right. You guys hate common sense. Never mind. Here's Mike Johnson. So they're defending the thoughts and prayers now. They're doubling, tripling down on the completely cynical, pithy thoughts and prayers that they hand out to the victims of massacres that they perpetuate. So now they're doubling down and, oh, the power of prayer, and we really believe it. You guys are Satanists. You're demons. ICE is going to arrest you. Whatever. Millions of Americans know prayer brings strength. And, oh, shut the fuck up. I mean, just shut the fuck up. Right? Gotcha, Gavin Newsom. You're a California atheist, anti-religious. Gavin Newsom showing his worth. Look at this. Gavin Newsom quoting the Bible, dog, in response. Watch this. James 2:14, quote, what good is it, my brothers and sisters, if someone claims to have faith but has no deeds? Get blasted to the fucking negative zone, dog. Oh, thank you, baby. Guess what Daddy got? Chicken tendies with fast food dips. I always get extra dips from my fast food. We have some bold BQ from Popeyes. Ooh, and we got a unique one here. Plum sauce. Ooh. Plum sauce and fucking bold BQ and my chicken tendies. You guys couldn't see it, but she also served it to me in her underwear. Oh. But yeah, Simply Steve bringing it right back. Fuck your thoughts and prayers. Fuck Mike Johnson. He's a cynical, sociopathic nihilist. I don't think he even believes in his own religion and the rhetoric of his religion. I think he's really, really good at putting on this act, right? He's the kind of guy that shows up to church, wears the cross and all that shit. But ultimately, in the recesses of his minds, he knows he doesn't believe this shit. He knows it's a tool to acquire power. It's a tool for manipulation in his position. It's a very powerful tool. He knows that if he looks and acts the part, it gives him more ability to use this tool to manipulate. I don't think he believes it one bit. And I love this quote right here. That's like, there's just like how there's a Donald Trump tweet for everything, there's a fucking Bible quote for everything. But this is really a good quote because it's talking about fake posers, right? What good's your rhetoric without deeds? Jack and shit, actually. Major Taylor Greene is a new branded endorsement at Arby's, MGT horsey sauce. I don't want to eat MGT's horsey sauce, man. No way. Try my white creamy sauce. It's at Arby's. Yeah, we got the meat. Yeah, you're tubing. He does talk a lot of shit. Like I said, though, is Gavin Newsom going to arrest? Oh, no. Is Gavin Newsom going to arrest Stephen Miller, right? Is he going to investigate Stephen Miller for his crimes against humanity, for implementing something more embarrassing even than Japanese internment? I don't know. I have my fucking doubts. Moving on to the next story here. FEMA workers put on leave after signing letter warning of Trump's overhaul of the agency. So just like the CDC, we're starting to see people who are like, this is dangerous stuff. And what FEMA is trying to warn is like, we're not ready for the next disaster. We're not ready for the next Katrina. We're not ready for the next other major disaster that happened in America. You know the ones. Ivermectin sauce. Oh, no. Oh, no. I've probably only seen 30 minutes of a Medea movie. I haven't seen nearly enough of them, I guess. Yeah, Stephen Miller he's just the whole package. It's amazing that he's married. It's amazing that that there's women that would want to be in his presence for more than 5 minutes, Just RK would get COVID. Yeah, well, keep wishing. Keep wishing. There's something about being evil that keeps you alive. I guess all the cool chemicals and shit that they give you when you're rich. They pump you full of all kinds of shit when you're rich. All kinds of life-extending shit. Oh, yeah, you get all the good stuff. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, a.k.a. FEMA, on Tuesday placed several employees on administrative leave leave effective immediately, just 1 day after they signed an open letter warning Congress that the Trump administration's sweeping overhaul of the agency could lead to catastrophic failures in disaster response. So there's no hiding it anymore. There's no subtlety like there ever really was, but just direct response to an open letter to Congress. Fire them, where are the names? Fire that person, fire that person, fire that person. You're fired, you're fired. I love doing this. Oh, I need you to change my diaper. Anyway, that person's fired right there. Give me a Diet Coke. Where's my Diet Coke button? There it is right there. Whoops, I fired a nuclear missile. That's okay, whatever. Titled Katrina Declaration. So, I mean, they're like, I think that's really accurate to bring up Katrina because it's like, well, if another Katrina happens, we're not ready for it. So that's actually really brilliant. So it's titled the Katrina Declaration, or maybe just, the reflecting on how, people during the Katrina disaster were left in the lurch because of the failures to, George Bush's failures to fund FEMA, et cetera, put proper leadership. Brownie, you're doing a heck of a job. Right, so maybe that's what it's referencing. Brilliant, really good stuff. Titled The Katrina Declaration, the letter accuses President Donald Trump and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, whose department oversees FEMA, of undermining the agency's capabilities, ignoring its congressionally mandated authority, and appointing unqualified leadership. The group calls for FEMA to be shielded from political interference and for its workforce to be protected from politically motivated firings. You're fired. You're fired. I can't believe you did that. You're fired. You said that. You sent that Congress. You said I'm bad. You're being unfair. You're being unfair. It's fake news. Things are actually really great over there. Everything's really good at FEMA. Of the more than 180 current and former FEMA staffers who signed the letter, most did so anonymously. Only 36 signed publicly, though it's unclear how many were still employed when the letter was released. Among them was Virginia Case, a supervisory management and program analyst who told CNN she received notice Tuesday evening that she'd been placed on paid leave. I don't fire people for political reasons. That's why you're fired. Okay? It's fake news. People, some people say I don't fire people ever. Some people say I'm the best boss ever, and I'm actually really good at all this. Kristi Noem's having a mental wall at the border painted black. Color creates more heat in the hot sun. Yeah. It was Trump's idea, and she's implementing it happily. Post-Katrina levee system is sinking. Yeah. Welcome back, stickers. Why Trump is appealing the New York civil fraud ruling after claiming total victory. Yeah, you don't know what total victory looks like. Yeah, you're not smelling a hot, delicious plate of fresh tendies over here like I am every single day. It's called winning, folks. So let's see what this is. The goddamn C string. They're probably better than Wolf Blitzer times 100. Let's see what they have to say.
An appeals court has thrown out the $500 million civil fraud penalty against President Donald Trump.
Now, as a reminder, this ruling, it stems from New York State's 2022 lawsuit against Trump, accusing him of fraud and of exaggerating his wealth. A judge found him liable on those charges in 2023. NBC News senior White House correspondent Garrett Haake joins us now. Garrett, what exactly does this ruling mean? I mean, there's the question of penalty, there's the question of liability.
He tries to look like that, huh? Was this Leave It to Beaver? Bro, what, you picked a fucking haircut at 7 years old and you're like, I'm sticking with it, buddy.
Yeah, that's right. And this ruling only throws out the penalty portion of this case. The actual fraud finding still remains, but the judges in this case in the Superior Court in New York, which is confusingly the appeals court, not the final say in the matter, ruled that the findings here for what amounted to about $500 million in penalties was in violation of the Eighth Amendment. It was in violation of essentially too excessive of a penalty for President Trump and for his businesses. Folks might remember this.
His mom picked his haircut, and that's it. You know, just reminds him of his mommy. That's nice. It reminds him of his mommy.
Being kind of background music during the presidential campaign, the president lambasting this judge who oversaw the case. It was a bench trial. He's done so again in a statement that he put out just a few minutes ago on Truth Social, which describes this as a total victory for Trump and for his children and his companies. That's not entirely the case. We still get to see if New York's Attorney General is going to pursue this issue much further here, or whether the president will try to get the fraud portion of this thrown out. But both he and his two sons, who run the Trump organization while he is president, have seized on this ruling as a complete victory. They continue to maintain that this entire effort by Letitia James, overseen by a New York State judge, was political in nature, and they see this ruling today as evidence in their favor. Ladies.
Garrett Hake, thank you so much with the very latest details on that breaking news. We want to bring back in NBC News legal.
Was I a good boy? Was I a good boy? Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was a good boy.
Analyst Danny Savalas. So this is why we wanted you to stick around, because what does this mean legally moving forward? Is he liable for the fraud, but then the penalty is waived? So is it effectively a moot judgment?
Right. It's a win and a loss. I mean, in the sense that he's still technically liable, but the penalty has now been erased. And really what the court said in its opinion, which was 313 pages, I believe, what the court said essentially is they're setting this up for, and they realize that this is going to be the subject of an appeal. So the New York Court of Appeals, the highest court, could do virtually anything it wanted with this decision. It could reverse it. It could send it back down. It could reinstate the damages, or I should say the penalty of nearly $500 million.
I'm not cool with three-strike laws. Hypocritically, I would be 100% okay with a specific three-strike law for politicians specifically, right? 3 strikes, life prison. Sign me up. Pelosi would be doing multiple life sentences.
Or maybe more than $500 million. So ultimately, this is a decision that will be looked at, as we say, de novo, because it involves such an interesting issue of the law. What is a penalty? Or
I'm looking that one up. De novo. Over again. A case tried de novo anew. So is this the opposite of Jeopardy?
De novo.
De novo. Since a minstrel was declared, the case will have to be tried de novo. Under the de novo process, only the original report to the commission would be needed. So the double jeopardy. So this is the opposite of double jeopardy? Long road ahead before de novo proteins can be approved. What the fuck? Dr. Reshear treatments. Okay. Oh, weird. All right. Slick, buddy.
Or a fine $1 billion, or maybe more than $500 million. So ultimately, this is a decision that will be looked at, as we say, de novo, because it involves such an interesting issue of the law. What is a penalty or a fine that is excessive under the 8th Amendment of the Constitution?
And how smart was that as a strategy, I mean, from his lawyers to use the 8th Amendment? Because what I hear you saying is, 1, this is largely symbolic. 2, they've paved the way for this to go to an appeals court, which can reinstate this. So 3, were they smart to use the 8th Amendment as the crux of their argument?
Oh, definitely. It was a great argument. We traditionally think of the 8th Amendment in terms of cruel and unusual punishment.
Correct.
We talk about things like execution methods, right? But one of the other set of words in that same amendment is about excessive fines or excessive penalties. So financial penalties are also included. And what the court did is they looked at things like, well, let's look at this $500 million. Did it go to victims to compensate them for their losses? And the answer was no. There really were no victims. There was no restitution. This was just a $500 million judgment out there in the ether. That was one of the factors the court looked at. And I have to tell you, the judges on the appellate division were highly fractured. You can read that from the opening salvo of the opinion. They did not agree. What's that?
5 judges?
It was, yes, I believe it was. I didn't, yes. And so
they were not unanimous.
Not only were they not unanimous, they bitterly disagreed about the outcome of this case.
Right. And I bet you the ones bitterly disagreeing were, of course, the Trump implants, right? The ones that were installed by Trump to be partisans. Like, is Gavin Newsom going to pass, like, here's what I would do as president, God help us all, executive order to do a review of every judge, every justice, all of them. You couldn't just do the Trump ones. Like, you got to do all of them, and like have some kind of independent review and let the citizens decide in some way, transparently, like, is this a judge that should stay, or is this judge obviously partisan? Right? Go through their case log, all their cases in the last 5 to 10 years. Oh, this person's clearly a partisan for Donald Trump. Like, every single time, it was brought up. Like, he can do no wrong. He can break the law. That's the decision. No question. Or were these, rulings that this person made, actual rulings? Or was this just partisan hackery, activism? Is Gavin Newsom going to do that? I don't think so. You know what I mean? Certainly he's not promising it. He's talking all kinds of shit on Twitter, dude. He's going full Donald Trump. I haven't heard word one about undoing this, undoing that, undoing this, undoing that. The pussy won't even release a log of the conversation that he had with the guy. He's still, fucking dangling that in front of us. Oh, I can't say, out of respect for the office, I can't say. But let me tell you, it was juicy. Keeps dangling that around. I have no faith in Gavin Newsom. Like, I fear Obama 2.0. And what was Obama? Just like it was with Joe Biden, a fucking breather before more fascism. And they take more and more every time they get in power. So what the hell would happen if we get a one-term Gavin Newsom and then he just democratically hands over power to fucking J.D. Vance? I won democratically. I don't know, man. I don't know. It probably doesn't help to even fantasize about what's happening, what could happen there. Like, it's too far away. Let's try to stay in the moment. Let's talk about something that is happening right now in Las Vegas. And this news report, they're finally starting to talk about it. The cat's out of the bag. Talking about the Canadians and Europeans not showing up, canceling their Las Vegas vacations, canceling their Miami vacations, canceling their San Francisco and LA vacations, New York vacations. Okay. And the numbers are starting to show. It's starting to, be very apparent that tourism is way, way down. They haven't lowered the prices yet. I was like looking this up. I was like, oh, maybe I can get, I loved Vegas. I loved going to Vegas. A lot of fun. I'm not a gambler. I went for the fucking, all the other shit. It was really cool. Like all the toys and shit. The arcade. There was a couple arcades that were totally banging. I was like having fun. But, the prices haven't gone down. They've gone up. Right? They're trying like, oh, we got to keep our profit margins. We got to keep this number, So they've actually tried to make up the difference by jacking up the prices and making things more fucking expensive. Oh, yeah, I know you're sitting in a theater all alone, but yeah, we had to charge you an extra $100 for this one. It's that exclusive. Trump's $300 fee to enter the country started yet? Is that real? Is that actually happening? Prostitutes and I'm so boring. I bought legal weed and I watched the Blue Man Group with my wife. I thought it was cool. All the weird, like, cool shit. Like, the whole place is like, it's like a theme park for like drunk adults, right? It's like a theme park everywhere you go. I had a lot of fun.
The number of people.
But then I was like, oh fuck, I'm not gonna go. Why? I'm not gonna go visit now. They've like doubled the prices.
The number of people visiting Las Vegas is continuing its downward trend. We thank you for joining us on 8 News.
Whoa, dude, whoa. Okay, one more time. Look at this opening and watch this woman.
The number of people visiting Las Vegas is continuing its downward trend. We thank you for joining us on 8 News Now at 4 on this Friday. I'm Brian Locke.
And I'm Vanessa Murphy. That number down 12% in July compared to the previous year. Our top tourism official addressing that decline today. 8 News Now reporter Ryan Tizmaneski joins us live from the Las Vegas Strip. Ryan, what are they trying to do about it?
fucking class got out early, dog. What is this, a high school project? What are we watching right now? Is this a high school news?
Yeah, Vanessa, Brian.
Does your dad own the news fucking channel? What the fuck is going on here, dude? Go home.
I'm at the north end of the strip right now. I'll just kind of let you take a look and see how busy it is. A few people on the sidewalk. It's a little hot right now, so a lot of people want to stay in. But the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority say there are at least two factors that are causing that dip. One are people looking for value and they're staying home, and the other, changing federal policies for international visitors. One of the major international crowds, Canadian visitors, has dropped by about 25%, according to LVCVA President Steve Hill. He says there's a portion of potential Canadian visitors who are avoiding the United States on principle due to the trade war with that country. To try to remedy the drop, Las Vegas...
Who would be the person that would be causing that? What's the name of the president that would be causing that, Kenny? With your hand raised, Kenny?
Vegas is partnering with different Canadian airlines, launching flight and hotel packages, and they've even started a contest for Canadian travel agencies. Now,
haven't lowered those prices yet, though, huh?
Outside of Canada, Hill says other countries are facing financial hurdles that they did not have to face before, particularly countries like Mexico that are not a part of the visa waiver program.
You know, if you've got a family of four and you want to get a visa to come to the United States, it's going to cost you about $1,150. And that's reason enough for a lot of families not to come. And on top of that, it takes a long time to clear the visa process in those non-waiver countries.
No mention of Donald Trump. No, you know, they're dancing around it. CBS, by the way, capitulation broadcast service.
Hill says he's spoken with the congressional delegation and the U.S. Travel Association to advocate for change, and says they've done a great job working with the administration on these topics. Now, for visitation numbers for people inside the U.S., it's a different story. A lot of people are trying to save money and think coming to Vegas isn't a good idea because the value is so high. So I asked Steve Hill what he would say to those people, and you'll hear the answer from him within the next half hour. But I'm going to send it back to you, reporting live from the north end of the Las Vegas Strip. Ryan Tismaneski, 8 News Now.
I'm going to go do my homework and masturbate to online porn.
I'm Obama.
Okay. He's a teenager. That was the joke. Probably shouldn't have done the masturbation joke. Yeah, you know. Work on. You need to work on your ad-lib skills, buddy. This is really good news. Moving on to the next story. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson just signed an executive order to resist Trump's federal invasion and occupation of the city. So making a very, very clear statement. Don't come here. You're not allowed to come here. We don't want you here. It's not legal. We're not asking for your help. This is not D.C. There's nothing that says you can do this. We are going to resist you. So it's interesting. Like, does Donald Trump want to kick it to the next level? And, like, you know, does he want to check this guy? Does he want to check this guy? Because is this guy going to tell his police force to what? Get physical with ICE? Is that what we're going to see? All right. Arrest ICE. It's illegal for them to be here. It's illegal for them to operate here. Arrest them. Does he have the cojones? Does he have the fucking sack? I don't know, man. This is the beginning, though. This is the challenge to Donald Trump. It had to happen somewhere.
Of action lately. I would have preferred to work in a more collaborative approach.
With the fascists?
I would have preferred to do the work with our allies in City Council to pass legislation, ultimately. And we were doing that. We were doing just that.
Really?
Some of the leaders who we are working with are standing behind me today. But unfortunately, we do not have the luxury of time. We have received credible reports that we have days, not weeks, before our city sees some type of militarized activity by the federal government. Our people have not asked for this, but nevertheless, we find ourselves having to respond to this. I'm signing an executive order today that will launch the protecting Chicago.
I heard something funny that apparently it's kind of a running joke in Memphis and other like right-wing high crime places. It's like, where we want soldiers, you know, there's like real problems here. So there's kind of a running joke like, where's the fucking soldiers, man? Need some soldiers in Memphis, dude. There's like some real gang shit happening. It's like, nah, we want to go to those soft liberal places and just set up checkpoints and dig through people's Priuses to see if we can find some marijuana or something.
Chicago Initiative. This is a project that builds on the months of preparation that we have done that has led up to this very moment.
Wow,
Protecting Chicago will ensure that every Chicagoan knows their rights, that every single family is prepared, and every part of city government is directed to protect the people of Chicago from federal action. This sweeping executive order directs our department.
Hold on. Did he say is he gonna sick the cops on him? Every department of law to pursue any. Okay, hold on. What's he gonna tell the cops to do?
That has led up to this very moment. Protecting Chicago will ensure that every Chicagoan knows their rights, that every single family is prepared, and every part of city government is directed to protect the people of Chicago from federal action. This sweeping executive order.
That kind of sounds like he's going to tell his law enforcement, anybody that's under him, to stop ICE from operating. That's huge, dude. It had to happen somewhere. Chicago's a good place for it to happen. You know, I was talking about this. Some real motherfuckers living in Chicago. Okay, that's a real ass city. There's 0% likelihood that they take this sitting down. You know what I mean? There will be groups of people actively resisting this. Not with guns and stuff, but, you know, doing all that guerrilla activism kind of stuff, you know, sabotaging things and, you know, anarchist cookbook kind of stuff, right?
Directs our Department of Law to pursue any and every legal mechanism to hold this administration accountable for violating the rights of Chicagoans.
Wow.
This order affirms that the Chicago Police Department will not collaborate with military personnel on police patrols or civil immigration enforcement. We will not have our police officers who are working hard every single day to drive down crime,
huge,
deputized to do traffic stops and checkpoints for the president.
Whoa!
This order affirms the CPD officers will be directed to wear CPD uniforms and refrain from wearing masks so that residents can clearly distinguish them from federal agents.
Damn, this is huge. This is galactic. This is big dick energy, folks. BDE right here. Yes, I knew Chicago had it in him. I fucking knew it, dude. Oh, God, come on, baby. Test it, Trump. Test it. Please show me the Chicago PD arresting an ICE agent. Please. Oh, can you feel it? Can you fucking feel it in my cockles, man? It's in there. I can fucking feel it's coming out.
We do not want to see tanks in our streets. We do not want to see families ripped apart. We do not want grandmothers thrown into the back of unmarked vans. We don't want to see homeless Chicagoans harassed or disappeared by federal agents. We don't want to see Chicagoans arrested for sitting on their porch. That's not who we are as a city, and that's not who we are as a nation.
This is what it looks like.
My team and I have spoken with the governor, the county president, and with our federal delegation, and we are in complete alignment. The time for action is now.
Civil war, dude. This has the potential to be the beginning, the fucking X factor in the Civil War, okay? Puts it right back in Donald Trump's lap, checks his power. You're going to come, you know, he didn't say you can't come in here because legally I don't think they can stop ICE from coming in here. But he said you're not doing policing, you're not doing checkpoints, you're not harassing people on the sidewalk, you're not going to be operating masked. You're taking the masks off. My police are not going to work with you. My police are actually going to watch you very carefully to make sure that you don't violate Chicagoans' rights. I mean, this is huge. Where the fuck is Morning Joe? I think MSNBC is covering this. Are they giving it the proper weight, the galactic weight that this is? This guy, you know, as Bree said here,
I do not take this executive.
Stood on business, folks. Was very clear. Was very, very clear. Not vague in the slightest. And is Donald Trump going to do it? And okay, you know, and then the next step is, are the Chicago police actually going to do it? Well, big, big, big. Could literally be the beginning of something. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, civil war is probably being too much, right? But I don't know, man. Huge. So here's something that didn't get a lot of coverage as well. There was a march led by Sharpton, Zohran Mamdani, and MLK III. I know, Sharpton. I know. We won't get into it. Let's not waste time. But you know what? This is Zohran playing the game. Sharpton is a big-time establishment figure. He could go pretty far in trying to sway, hey, maybe he's not so bad. I know he's going to tax you, but maybe he's not so bad. Sharpton, I wouldn't be surprised to hear Sharpton nod his head or see Sharpton nod his head in agreement to somebody making but the rich are going to leave argument, right? So let's not, you know, get it twisted who Sharpton is, but him deciding to stand next to Zohran, that, you know, it's not that his mind was changed. It's just, this is power, right? This is what power does, you know. Well, Sharpton's never too shy about getting front and center at a pro. You never see him behind the front line. You never see him, you know, not with a camera. You know, he wouldn't just get in this march without a camera crew following him, right? Very, very, very much about, this is Sharpton's image, Sharpton's career. Very carefully selecting these things. He's not an activist. He's a careerist. Anyway, that's my Sharpton comments. But at the same time, Zohran Mamdani, Martin Luther King III, big establishment guy like Sharpton. Shit's happening here. Shit's happening here. And rich people better be ready to pay a little bit more. And it will affect them very little. And they'll bitch and moan and then tell their accountant to do what they're told. And then they'll continue living their opulent, their disgustingly opulent lives. After all the bitching and moaning, oh, okay, yeah, my accountant, yeah, okay, it's going to cost you a couple million more in taxes. Oh, okay, well, we tried. We pretended like it was the apocalypse. We pretended like we were going to leave. Well, it doesn't work, but I'm not leaving. This is the greatest city in the world. Of course I'm not leaving. My penthouse in the best city in the world. Of course I'm not leaving. That's ridiculous. I just pretended like that was my political position so I didn't have to pay more taxes. That's who this is, okay? Mr. Wonderful, all these fucking types, they're liars. They're liars. Oh, no, we're going to run away. We're going to run away. Yeah, okay. Where? Arizona? Texas? Where's Zohran? Where is he? I can't see him in here. Maybe he's behind somewhere. I don't see Zohran. Maybe Zohran was further back, right? Maybe Zohran was actually in the fucking protest. Right. I'm curious as well how long he was in that protest. They probably showed up, walked for 5 minutes, got all their video clips, and then got the fuck out of there in their black limos. Deport Mr. Wonderful to his homeland, Canada. We don't want him. Get him the fuck out of here. Wanted to... I think I was getting my clips mixed up. The previous hero that I showed wasn't talking about a protest at Union Square. That was something else. This is the video clip talking about the big protest at Union Square. let's not forget why we're here, folks. It's that 3-step program to create political change. Okay, nonviolent, direct political action. This is what we got to do, and this is what it looks like. Just thought I'd give you another taste.
At Union Station are about to start a massive sit-in.
Start over.
We have some big news right now. Veterans at Union Station are about to start a massive sit-in. Essentially, they're not leaving Union Station until the military occupation, in their words, in Washington, D.C. ends. Right now, there are about 10 veterans, but this number is expected to grow, according to organizers, to the hundreds. They're going to be marching across the city right now, and that's only going to get bigger and bigger throughout the day and throughout the week. So United States veterans are actively protesting.
Let's not get it twisted. The mainstream media has absolutely no problem ignoring veterans and what they have to say. I'll never forget how actively the U.S. media ignored the Veterans for Peace movement during the Iraq and Afghanistan war. So don't think that being a veteran necessarily means that the media is going to pay more attention. They really don't care.
What's happening in Washington, D.C., the National Guard takeover of Washington, D.C.
Not a reason, of course, not an excuse to not show up. I'm just saying, it's a challenge.
National Guard is now carrying weapons in Washington, D.C., and clearly veterans are saying, no, we're in front of Union Station. These veterans are about to start a major sit-in, and they say they're not leaving until, well, the National Guard leaves as well. So this could be a several-week, several-month sit-in.
Okay.
I'll provide you updates throughout the day. If you're in Union Station, come say hi and follow along, stay up to date on all the news you need to know about. I will have much more to come soon.
Okay, like and subscribe to Headphones Guy out there, doing it up. Good job, Headphones Dude with cool headphones. Cool. Yeah, head on over there if you live in the area. Please do. This was posted 5 days ago, so this is either happened and been destroyed, or I'm not sure. You might want to look it up before you head out the door. This is Gaza related. I think I have several Gaza. This is ICE. Yeah, let's get all the Gaza stuff. Israel. Yeah. Let's just push the Gaza stuff to the end here. Here is more DC ICE, DC Police, Park Police, DHS, HSI violently arrest man for refusing to show ID after he was stopped for eating in public. So, black guy eating something in public. Show me your papers. Show me your papers. Hey, fuck you. I'm not showing your papers. I'm an American. You know, what are you talking about? Show me your papers. Show me your ID. Show me your papers. You're not allowed to eat here. You're not allowed to eat in public. That's against the law. What the fuck? So, you know, normal American who believes in democracy's reaction, this is a normal reaction, gets harassed. If this was a white guy eating something, this very likely would have been left alone.
Just relax.
And before you criticize the camera woman for what she's saying, remember this is a Miss Badass Diamond, okay? Before you criticize her for her verbal interjections, remember, this is a panic situation, and she's doing the best that she can to stay composed. So just don't criticize her, okay? She's annoying, but just, let her be, okay? She's doing the best she can. She's trying to document fascism here. You know, it brings up the adrenaline.
Just relax. You good? Just relax.
So she's telling that to the victim here. She's telling that to the person being harassed right now. You can stop resisting. I'm documenting this.
Just relax. Don't touch me. Just relax. You good?
Right. Police officer actively trying to get in the way of the camera to make sure that this fascism continues. Great job, DC Police. You're so awesome.
You good?
Right.
Just relax. Get it stuff.
Eating in public.
Don't touch
Eating
his
in public. Look at that. I mean, is that a beer? Oh no. Is that a beer? Oh no. Busted. Haul this ne'er-do-well away.
Touch his things for.
Eating in public.
What are y'all touching his
on my face?
I got it. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
It's interesting. They're rather intimidated. I think they're rather unsure of the legality of what they're doing.
Take a picture of my face.
I got it.
Boo. Masked up.
6402. I got it. It's recorded. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it.
Real loud for eating crabs. He was eating crabs.
Eating some crabs. He was eating some fucking crabs. Oh no. Worst of the worst. Remember, this is supposed to be worst of the worst, right? Criminals only. That's how they sold it. Is it that they were saying that, then also handing out signs to their constituents to say, you know, we're going to deport more human beings than America has ever done in history, which would obviously involve people who are not guilty of capital crime.
This nigga was eating crabs. Yeah, this nigga was eating crabs. I'm baffled.
Ridiculous. It's racial profiling. It's legalized racism. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. And don't think for a second that white skin is going to save you, right? Like, this shit's going to hit everybody. You know, anybody that disagrees with Trump, right? He wants Putin's Russia in America. That's what he wants. I don't like him. I don't check their social media presence for anything that's unfair. Send them into Siberia. Where Argentina, wherever, I don't know. Wherever Putin would send him, he's my idol. Misogyny has become so normalized in the Republican Party. I don't think they're aware of how toxic they actually are anymore. You know, like, I think it started as, you know, something ironic, and then has kind of, you know, morphed into their normal everyday personality. You know, here's an example right here of just how bad the situation is. This is a clip from The Five, which is that embarrassing Fox News program. This is the token liberal that continues to embarrass herself every single day. I think the last human being on planet Earth that believes in bipartisanship, you know, I hope the money is worth it. You know, I don't know. Would I do the job? I would do the job. I wouldn't be friends with these people. You know what I mean? Like, these people would hate my guts. You know, I'd be like getting into fistfights with these people, like, you know, off camera and stuff. Like, there's no cordial relationship that could be had. So, but, you know, whatever. I don't understand the value of it, but also at the same time, I guess I kind of do. I don't know.
Say a Democratic president said, I would like to control what goes in our museums. I would like to control American life on campuses.
We could play this dystopian universe.
Your mind.
Right. So she's making a great point that if Joe Biden was doing all this fascistic authoritarian shit, you would be fucking blowing your top. We all know that's true. And he goes, nah, you can't read my mind. No way. I think it would be really awesome and based if Joe Biden was taking away our rights. I'd be so cool with that. What do you mean? You can't read my mind. I'm a contrarian. This is grown adults watch this shit, man.
Ever, but it's now 5:27.
No, he didn't. They're saying sorry, we have to go. But you know that if a Democratic president was doing any of these things,
you can't read my mind.
Be out.
You can't read my mind. You have no idea I would act in a partisan way. No way. You can't read my mind.
Right.
No, you can't read my mind.
I know you well enough.
No, you can't read my mind.
Yes, I know you very well.
Typical chick.
Oh, you.
All right.
You have now absolutely gone too.
This is the face of our tyranny, right? This is the face of our future, unless we defeat it. Look long into the face of your enemy, and despair. Become inspired by the anger that just looking at this image creates. Yeah, got him. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, let's talk about Javier Milei. No one saw this coming. Right? No one saw this coming. No way. No way. No one could have seen this coming. Nobody. The psychopath waving a chainsaw, talking about cutting every single thing in government, and, you know, and converting to the dollar and just switching over the economy into some kind of libertarian paradise. It's not working out. He's got a re-election coming up, and I'm not sure where the poll numbers are at, but here is an early indication of how people are responding to Milei's economic reforms. Look back, quick double tap. Tried watching Gutfield once. Driving a nail through your dick is about the same level of humor. It's unbearable, but it reflects a certain amount of people that are just like that. They love Gutfeld. They emulate Gutfeld. They are them, right? They feel ostracized by society because society hates them because of who they are. They don't want to change, right? Everyone else is wrong except them. No, you're the delusional one for not, bending the knee to power, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, let's get this update from Argentina over here, Javier Milei, and his really well thought out economic reforms that are going really, really well, guys. I just remember that brief moment on the internet where right-wingers were like, this guy's my hero. Oh, wow, what an inspiration. Wow, so great with the chainsaw. Destroy liberalism. This is so good. Wow, it's going to be such a massive success. Who would have thought, Jack? Who would have thought?
Argentina's president, Javier Milei, has always been remarkably popular. Despite implementing cost-cutting policies that most electorates would recoil at, Milei's approval ratings have consistently hovered above or around 50%, and Morning Consult polling reliably puts him as one of the most popular leaders in the world.
Cool.
However, for the past week or so, he's been embroiled in a headline-grabbing corruption scandal.
Nice picture.
Only a couple of months after the Libra cryptocurrency shenanigans. So in this video, we're going to explain what's going on and how this political crisis could jeopardize his economic agenda, especially if it leads to a bad result at next month's elections in Buenos Aires.
Yeah, blasé. I mean, it's the more desperate people get, the more susceptible they are to accepting, the promises of a dictator. And Modi also has religion hysteria on his side. Real quick before we proceed, I just want to give extra special credit to TLDR News. It's a really solid news source. Look what he's doing. He's producing this whole thing himself. I don't know if he's animating this stuff himself, but they work incredibly hard researching, broadcasting. I mean, the whole thing is quite an operation. It's quite an inspiration. Big props to TLDR News. They do a really great job taking complicated things, distilling them down into language that we can understand, but also, most importantly, giving us context, giving us, more that says like more than just like Milei is happening. They're willing to get into the danger of neoliberal economics, the failure of austerity policies, et cetera, et cetera. Just really awesome stuff. So just big props to TLDR News. Make sure you're liking them, subscribing, folks. Here's the link. We need more operations like this. You know what I mean?
Especially if it leads to a bad result.
Watch. They're funded by George Soros and fucking Mark Cuban, and there's like a bunch of dark money involved or some shit, some Brian Taylor Cohen shit happening right now.
Result at next month's elections in Buenos Aires.
Oh yeah, they're fully funded by Bibi Netanyahu.
Never miss an episode and always feel in the loop by subscribing and ringing the bell.
I'll put the link in
so
the chat,
let's
folks.
get straight into it. This all kicked off on Tuesday last week when local media published audio recordings in which Diego Spaniolo, Milei's personal lawyer and head of Argentina's disability agency, could apparently be heard accusing Milei's sister of embezzling funds from his agency. In the recordings, which we should be clear are yet to be verified, Spaniolo alleges that Milei's sister, Karina, who's also one of his closest political confidants, takes 3% of any payment made by the agency for disability medicines.
Right, and Milei is supposed to be a man of the people, right? Hates corruption, hates liberalism, right? First thing that he does when he gets in there, gets his fucking family members hired. You're telling me she's qualified? She's the most qualified person for this job? I fucking doubt it. These guys are charlatans, and it's like it's really, 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 really frustrating because, as noted in the chat, with Modi, his popularity, they like a character. People like a fucking charismatic character. And these phenomenons have happened throughout history because, a lot of the reason why the founding fathers left in the first place was because of how you know, the royal family was showing this type of corruption constantly, nepotism all over the place. It was incredibly frustrating. Couldn't get anything done. There's real professionals who could make society better, but you know, fucking Botox McFucking horror movie over here. The skin so tight you could bounce a fucking quarter off it. You know, more qualified to give you makeup tips than economic tips or whatever, and she's just put in charge of everything or whatever.
Which apparently allows her to rake in about $500,000 a month. Spagnuolo also claims he told Milei about it, but, quote, he didn't fix anything. Spagnuolo initially tried to deny it was him in the recordings, but on Wednesday, Milei admitted that it was indeed Spagnuolo speaking in the recordings, but insisted that, quote, everything he says is a lie.
For the same reason that Barack Obama isn't allowed to do that shit either. There's some kind of law or something. You can't do it, so no, he can't. Donald Trump is going to die in a couple months. So we really should start focusing on the nightmare that is J.D. Vance, but it's also like, who is J.D. Vance? What does he believe in, right? Yeah, exactly, Lenny. Not too bad, huh? Not too fucking shabby. She must be super qualified for the position then.
We'll take him to court and prove that he lied.
Guys.
And on Thursday, he sacked Spagnuolo, quote, as a preventive measure.
Give it to my
this
sister.
didn't really help, and things escalated yet further on Friday when, at the request of a federal judge, Argentinian authorities carried out raids on 22 related properties, including the disability agency, a pharmaceutical company, and a number of private
Josh
homes.
Hawley, he's another fascist we
This
should be
is
worried
bad
about.
news for Milei, not least because it undermines his anti-establishment credentials. After all, Milei spent the past couple of years accusing Argentina's political elite of endemic corruption.
Yeah, and he's just
Polling
immediately
also
corrupt.
suggests this scandal has had more cut-through with the Argentinian public than the cryptocurrency scandal earlier in the year. The most recent poll we could find, for instance, which was conducted by an Argentinian pollster at the start of the week, showed that Milei's approval rating had fallen below 40% for the first time since he took office. While another poll showed that most Argentines were aware of the scandal, and more than half said they believed the allegations. But it's especially bad.
Are you lost, honey? This is not a pro-Trump channel. Can you go suck Charlie Kirk's dick or something? Go find the fucking door before I hit the flush handle, you piece of crap. The fuck out of here. Trump supporting pile of fucking feces.
News for Milei because of the timing. He's got local elections in Buenos Aires due on September the 7th, which are widely seen as a bellwether for the all-important midterms due in late October, when all of Argentina heads to the polls to renew half of the lower house of Congress and a third of the Senate. The big risk here is that a poor showing at next month's local elections takes the momentum out of Milei's project, and the markets conclude that he's just a flash in the political pan. For context, much of Milei's economic project relies on him convincing investors and the markets that his reforms are actually going to
It's quite an operation. I wouldn't be surprised if they do have a website, but they have several different channels on YouTube that you could follow with specific, TLDR UK, TLDR US, or whatever, right? They have several channels. Check them out.
Stick. After all, even if they like Milei's policies, foreign investors aren't going to invest in Argentina and aid its economic recovery if they think Milei is just going to be replaced by another spendthrift Peronist in a couple of years' time, or if they think Congress is going to reverse his reforms when he does badly at the midterms. Milei would have been hoping that his success on the economic front and in Congress, where he's done a remarkably good job passing legislation despite only having a tiny minority of seats, might have given way to a virtuous cycle. Convinced that his reforms would stick, investors would pour money into Argentina, driving economic growth and Milei's own popularity, thus cementing his economic reforms further, etc. So far, investors have been sort of on the fence.
Yeah, because it's been kind of a mixed bag. It would be nice to operate in dollars if you can somehow transform your economy. It might be a good idea if you had like a 20-year plan, but you can't make an economic plan 20 years, not with America the way it is.
Despite some pretty eye-catching policies, including a new investor visa and the so-called Riggy scheme, foreign investment into Argentina has been pretty meager since...
Reverse Uncle Ruckus, I'm a little confused about your name. Does that mean, so Uncle Ruckus was a black guy that hated his own blackness? Are you a white person that hates your own whiteness? Is that what you're trying to say? Or is your name just some kind of sloppy attempt at being funny and racial? I'm a little confused about who you are.
Milei took office. But this crisis, especially if it leads to a bad result in September, could instead push him into a vicious cycle, where investors decide that Milei lacks the popular support to continue with his ambitious economic reforms, and so decide to withhold or even withdraw their cash from Argentina, stunting any prospective recovery and undermining Milei, thus making him even less able to push through his agenda, etc. In this light, the fact that both the peso and Argentina's bonds have fallen since the scandal will come as a real worry for Milei. It's also worth noting that this builds upon some pre-existing pressure. Milei has faced a number of legislative setbacks in recent weeks, with opposition lawmakers forcing Milei to accept an increase in disability aid, and the Senate passing new legislation aiming to boost spending on public universities. And there are signs that Argentina's economic recovery is stalling. For context, while Milei has made undeniably impressive progress in stabilizing Argentina...
You didn't really answer my question. I'm confused. What does your name mean? Yeah, I know, we got a chud here, but he doesn't like Trump, so, maybe he can stick around. We'll see. I'm just confused. What is a reverse Uncle Ruckus? Like I said, the character of Uncle Ruckus is a black guy that wants desperately to be white. Are you a white guy that wants desperately to be black, or are you like a self-hating white guy? I'm just confused about the name.
Argentina's economy, this required a deep contraction in 2024, and the recovery hasn't been quite as U-shaped as he originally promised. Having grown steadily for the past year or so, GDP has now contracted for the past 2 months, and the latest data suggest consumer confidence fell sharply in August. You get the idea. This scandal would be bad news for any politician, but it's particularly bad news for Milei.
Yeah, so here's the viral video. I don't know if he showed it yet, but here's him in his motorcade. He's like grabbing books out of the crowd and signing them. I bet he is, Gaius. He's extremely charismatic, so he probably is an incredibly fun person to be around, right? But this is populism. Wouldn't it be nice if Joe Biden be doing some of this shit? It's like, this is real populism. Even when he's fucking everything up, people are still loving this guy. Lefties have a lot to learn about this. It's a very dangerous thing, populism, but it's also very popular. Or I'm sorry, very powerful. We should learn how to harness it better.
It risks pushing him into a vicious cycle and jeopardizing his entire project. The silver lining for Milei here is that the Argentinian opposition is both disorganized and unpopular. There isn't really a right-wing or conservative alternative to Milei. The centre-right Juntos coalition fell apart after the 2023 election, with lots of its splinter groups ultimately throwing their weight behind Milei. And Milei's LLA party battered former President Mauricio Macri's PRO party at the Buenos Aires city elections in May, prompting a number of senior figures.
Are you a political party or a fucking media company? Like, are you making MP3 players? What the fuck is this logo, dude? Holy shit. Like, okay, we got an eagle or a bird or it's flying, right? These are political imagery. This is the imagery of a Chinese knockoff MP3 company.
In the PRO to defect.
Oh, no, woke patriot. He was calling me a fat pig because I was calling him a Trump supporter. It's okay. I can take the heat. I'm just curious what the fucking name means.
On the other side of the aisle, the main left-wing opposition...
What the fuck is this? This is an elevator button. This is a button at a fucking Chuck E. Cheese. This is the up button at the elevator at the Chuck E. Cheese that takes you to the fucking arcade that's on the second floor. What the... This isn't a political party. What the fuck, dude? Who the fuck is doing there? What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? Who's running the show over there? This is the political opposition? You can't even get a logo right? Holy crap.
The Peronists have been discredited by the economic mismanagement Argentina experienced under Milei's Peronist predecessor.
It's like a Japanese city pop band from the fucking 1990s. What the fuck is this?
Alberto Fernandez. And they're stuck in a power struggle between former President Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner and Axel Kicillof, the government.
What the fuck is this? Is this like a shirt in case you have like a fucking... okay, I'm sorry.
...of Buenos Aires, whom Milei described as a Stalinist
I don't get the whole country. I just don't get
Kirchner has been convicted of corruption and barred from running for office. But she's still essentially campaigning and has been unwilling to hand the reins over to Kicillof, much to Milei's advantage. Now, this story about Milei's corruption scandal has been covered thoroughly across the media.
All right, so here comes the Ground News sponsorship. Make sure you buy Ground News. Make sure you support TLDR News. Good stuff, good folks, good news, good God. I know, the stupid fucking chainsaw doesn't even have the blades in it. He's such a puss. Battle against India is personal for Trump. His aide Navarro lets it slip. So I've been wondering what's up, because like he's kind of a broken clock with his like I'm going to go after India, I'm going to tariff them, right? Because it's like, wait a minute, he's not doing this because India is helping Russia. He doesn't give a shit about Ukrainians. You know, I guess I don't know. He only cares enough about Ukrainians, it seems, enough to like, you know, play both sides for now. But I was wondering, like, why are we going after India? Like, Joe Biden should have been doing this. You know, this is the correct thing. Sanction India for supporting Russia, et cetera, et cetera. But there's like, I knew there had to have been other motivations. So from India Today here, Peter Navarro, President Trump's senior counselor on trade, has given it away that the record high tariffs against India are not just over Russian oil or trade. With his language and images in particular, Navarro has revealed that Trump and his cronies are making it personal against PM Modi. The attack is directed at India's civilizational roots. Right, and this is all opinion, so I don't know. I need to find a better thing about this. I'm not going to bother reading this one. This seems a little propagandistic, but I am gonna follow up about this. But there might be some information about his actual motivation, because we all know damn well it has nothing to do with supporting Ukraine and being mad that, you know, that they're helping Russia perpetuate the war. If you want to read it, this story, of course, you're welcome to. It's right here. But I didn't read it. I'm not going to read it cold. I got some weird vibes from this, but I will be following up about the story, so look forward to that. Moving on to the next one. Had to talk about status quo over here. Had to talk about this. You know, they're doing great coverage. Once again, front lines, getting the real story. Where's CNN? Where's MSNBC? Right? They're only there if someone lights a Taco Bell on fire. You know what I mean? They're not there for the day-to-day. They're not capturing the day-to-day, what's actually happening on the ground, like status quo is here in D.C., I believe. Yeah, D.C. Getting some great footage of residents revolting, and even a couple residents that are like, yeah, this is great. I feel safer now. This is great. You know, I see, you know, demonstrably less brown people in my average day, which just makes my life so much better. You know, my wife still divorces me. My kids don't want to hang out with me, but, you know, at least I don't have to, you know, wait in line an extra minute because some Latino people are buying building supplies at Home Depot. It just ruined my day. Not anymore, though. Thanks, Trump. Doing a great job. Thanks, Trump. I feel safer.
Remember, we don't think you're good Americans or good DC people.
And why are we as a country allowing it and paying for it big time? I'm ashamed, almost ashamed to be a part of this country for right now.
I've heard estimates that's costing Americans $1 million a day to do these operations so far.
Don't feel safer. I don't feel like it's doing any good.
Hey, it's Jordan with Status Quo on the ground. I am in Flint, Michigan.
Because it's a waste of our resources. It's a waste of our time. It's none of this has to do with crime or public safety. This is all about government overreach to see how far this particular administration can go.
Yeah, and it's really frightening because that is really the core here. Like, and that tells you the intent. He's not flirting with it. It's not a maybe. It's like the goal is police state, right? The goal is Moscow. The goal is to make it so that Americans don't feel comfortable dissenting, that and to make it legal and to make it, you know, to make it normal for a government entity without due process to kidnap people and enforce silence.
In using their power, using their fascist methods in order to control people. I'm really pissed both at the feds. I'm really pissed.
That's funny. You see that little sign there?
Methods in order to control people.
Not paid to be here. I hate Trump for free. Fucking amazing. So awesome. Okay, so awesome.
I'm really pissed both at the feds.
Thank you for
really
all the
pissed
folks
at
that have stuck
MPD for
around.
being
B-Ree,
complicit.
everyone else, thank you for sticking
awful.
around.
I don't feel safer. I don't feel like it's doing any good. It's divisive. It's really harming the community in so many different ways, economically, psychologically. It's really traumatic.
Yep.
And I wish it would stop. Because I don't know how you tell if somebody is or is not an American. It's a guise for racial profiling, and it's bullshit.
I mean, I do not feel safe. This does not make me feel safer.
It's a joke. What a joke. Wow. I mean, what a joke, man. Yeah, B-Ree, yeah. I mean, it put me on edge, but I mean, if I was a black, I don't think I would, I would start being like super paranoid. And like, I wouldn't want to be seen, you know what I mean? I would get crazy, crazy paranoid if I was a person of color right now. Like, I'd shut down my Facebook, no social media presence. Like, I'd stop talking on the internet.
Well, my name is Carolyn Wilson. I'm a native Washingtonian, and I feel that this is an invasion of our city. It is totally unnecessary. We have done, I feel, a sufficient job. We can use some help. A sufficient job of curbing the crime in this city.
Right.
And this is a waste of taxpayer money.
Yep. Illegal U-turn. Where's your fucking ticket book for the illegal U-turns that just happened? Where the fuck are they?
You gotta love this guy.
Where are your fucking ticket books for these fuckers who just did illegal U-turns in the middle of a thoroughfare?
Yeah. They're allowed to flout the laws. Traffic laws don't exist for them. They can just do whatever they want. Tool around like it's like it's a rally, right? A race.
Fucking bullshit. Safety my ass.
Oh, you keep talking like that. We're gonna arrest you. We're gonna arrest you.
Remember, we don't think you're good Americans or good DC people.
What he said.
Yeah.
This isn't us. This is not supposed to be us.
So is this a radical communist, Antifa member here, right? Like career activist, right? Or is this just a regular guy who's like, I thought we lived in America. This is completely against everything that I know to be true, and I'm going to stop whatever I'm doing and walk into a random camera and make a statement.
Our society is going through a lot of trouble right now.
Yeah.
We seem to have a bit of ripped fabric.
Want some crack?
But at least we could still try to be decent to people. And this is going too damn far. By the way, I'm here to sell crack. Most people in America probably don't understand what's going on here. And yeah, they're not shooting people, but you know what? Neither were we before these bootlickers and jack thugs showed up.
Yeah, exactly.
If we have to come to that, which I hope we never do, we got to avoid it because that'll be worse. And
regular Joe over here now talking about armed resistance to a fascistic tyranny. Okay, this is where we're at.
Think that it won't get worse? When it keeps getting worse, people need to come out.
It's common sense.
I'm a resident right around the corner. They're blocking off access to our street so people can't avoid the checkpoint.
Several weeks ago, there was another checkpoint that was right outside of our house, but they didn't have ice.
Show me your papers. Checkpoints. If you either know how ridiculous that is, or you're just, or you were born yesterday.
It was just the MPD.
Disgusting.
So I don't know if it was like a test, but tonight they brought ice with them.
I mean, look around. I mean, everybody's out here just shocked and appalled, I think. I mean, I think it's making everyone feel unsafe.
Right. Checkpoint.
I'm privileged. I'm lucky as hell that 15/16 of me is white. I could walk down the street. I could drive down this street.
That's way too specific, dude. You don't need to know that much about your genetics, bro. It's okay.
Every single day that I do, I don't get stopped by these, unpatriotic, unethical bootlickers. So there's that issue.
Remember, this is the sign that ICE guys, they took a selfie in front of, then they ripped it down, and then one of them left a dildo. I reported on that a couple days ago. They did a little ironic selfie in front of it. The whole thing was documented by people who were up in an apartment on the other side of the road. And then they leave a dildo.
I don't want my tax dollars going to this. And if Bowser thinks this is such a great thing to be doing as mayor,
checkmate, exactly.
She needs to take a look at what's in her pants and grow a set of something, or in her shirt, because this is not what her district, her constituents have asked her for.
Right, and what she's basically saying is it was basically there's nothing I could do. The law is pretty clear, but the 30 days is almost up. Isn't it? What's going to happen then?
I don't think a single person in D.C. has. Maybe those cops have because they want to get some overtime, or they just like to go out clubbing. But this is not what we as D.C. residents want.
To have this many people in a single block radius stopping people whose tags are in Virginia tags and mostly black people. I mean, we have a 34-count convicted felon in the White House. Why is he doing this? And why are we as a country allowing it?
And we're paying for it.
And paying for it. Big time.
Paying for it.
Big time. I'm almost ashamed to be a part of this country for right now.
Support this. Yeah, I'm not almost. I'm definitely ashamed. They're not clubbing down at the cheap strip clubs in the airport road. I mean, if you're a lady in D.C., do your patriotic duty and, don't have sex with these ICE guys, please. On to the next story here. 2 arrested at Mika Beckwith Town Hall in Newborough. Women tackled by sheriff's deputy. So another hardcore member, leftist member of Antifa here. You can clearly see, right? Pink-haired activist that wants to turn us all into a communist furry sex hole. 2 people were arrested at the town hall event. Indiana Lieutenant Governor Mika Beckwith. Oh, well, okay. So she swore at the politician and then walked away. This is fucking bullshit. You're a liar. You're a cunt. Whatever she said. Sorry, I'm not allowed to say that on Twitch. Sorry. Quote unquote. But she's arrested anyway because she swore. Look at that. She's walking away. She's no threat. 0 threat.
Unfortunately, it is a mental disorder.
Right. Are they saying TDS? Is that what they're trying to do? Mental disorder? TDS. Wow. Really? They're doing what Trump does, right, over the microphone, making fun of people that stand up against this. Yeah, it's a TDS. It is a mental disorder. It's a real thing to be animated against fascism. You have a medical disorder if you show any kind of anger against tyranny. Hilarious, man. And you bet they're trying to make that into a real thing and arrest people for having TDS, basically being liberal. So that's this in the pants. They always got to be incredibly tight. I bet the watch is 4 times the size of his fucking wrist. They all look like Andrew Tate about to sell you a fucking course on how to get laid with one easy trick. It's called date rape drug. DMT, your way to being an alpha male.
Unfortunately, it is a mental disorder.
Wow, dude. TDS. So she's trying to leave. She said her business and she was going to leave. But we're going to tackle her anyway, huh?
This is what happens when you disagree with Republicans.
Exactly. Exactly.
Get good picture. That's really fucking tight, motherfucker. You're hurting me. You are hurting
Intentionally. He's doing it intentionally. Trump supporter, right-wing supporter.
Get up. Why is there a man sitting on me right now? Why is there a man sitting on
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Why is there a man sitting right now?
This is abusive man. You're violating the Constitution. You're violating the Constitution.
How am I supposed to get up? I don't have any goddamn hands. Well, you are. Put your hands on it. Don't touch it. She was trying to leave.
She was literally leaving. Literally leaving. Her crime was swearing in the direction of a politician. Okay. TDS. No, you know, we know it's ridiculous. The question is, how far are they actually going to take it? You know, she probably wasn't even charged. They're, you know, soon they will be charged. Soon they will do 6 months, maybe start at 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 year. Then the disappearances just start happening, right? People just disappear. No trial, no nothing. Sometimes they come back a couple years later. Sometimes they don't, right?
I was leaving.
She was literally leaving. She was literally leaving while the guy was ridiculing her, saying she was mentally ill for standing up against tyranny.
This man got right behind me. He touched me with his body first. Maybe he shouldn't have fucking tackled me. That was unnecessary as fuck.
You should get fired.
I'm coming.
Police brutality.
You will put me up against the wall, sir.
Hey!
Who's breaking in the door?
Tyrants. His crime was likely saying something that didn't make him very happy. Oh, you hurt his feelings. He said something that hurt his feelings. That's all you got to do. Bye-bye rights. They get to pick and choose who has rights. They love doing it.
No. Why?
Yeah,
I'm
why?
giving her permission to take my food.
Hey guys, you gotta de-escalate this.
I wouldn't want that.
No, drag him to jail. Make him go through the whole thing. Make him go through the whole thing, right? Hours later, hold them as long as they can. Like I said, it starts with this, but then it's going to escalate. Donald Trump's going to be like, how can we let them go so soon? What are you talking about? Yeah, what do you mean you let them go? No charges. That's their TDS. It's illegal. You can't do that. 6 months, 1 year. That's the. We're months away from this. One notch, one click of the ratchet, one click of the ratchet. Wow, what the fuck happened there? She trip? No, oh, she's pushed. I don't know. She kind of faked that a little bit. I don't know. I'm the realest motherfucker on this platform. I gotta say, it's kind of looked like she faked it. It's disgusting shit. Right. So, you know, when you have handcuffs that are intentionally put too tight on your wrists, and then what he's doing, he's pulling on the handcuff chain. It's actually incredibly painful. It's actually, I don't think she's faking this at all. I've had it happen to me. It's incredibly painful. You do start screaming out in pain. And he intentionally put them on too tight. and now he's intentionally pulling on the chains. It hurts a lot. I assure you. Okay, I mean, well, okay. To be fair to the fascist, he's not pulling directly on the chains. But her struggling, she has a right to struggle. She has a right to struggle against tyranny. It hurts. Yeah, so what he is doing is he's hurting her shoulder, and he's artificially creating, so he is creating tension on the chains. He is pulling, as you can see there. So, yep, he intentionally has put them on too tight, and here we can see here she can't extend her arm any further back, and he's applying pressure directly on the handcuffs, absolutely hurting it. The struggling isn't helping, but he's definitely, yep. Yeah. Right there. She has every right to be overreacting, whatever. Pretty disgusting stuff. That's what it looks like to disagree with a Republican. Let's finish up all this other shit before we get to the follow-up Lorenz shit. The stupid ass $8,000 goddamn Brian Taylor Cohen shit. Well, we're going to do that follow-up in a second. Just wanted to show you what an employee at Palantir looks like. This is Alexander Schultz's LinkedIn. Very proud. He's got his little Nazi flag up there and the Nazi type font. Just ironic. It's just a joke, guys. Cool dude, right? Very cool dude. He's not going to date rape you. There's no way. Top filmer, best in the industry. Fuck with me or get the fuck out of my way, N-word. Right? Get a good look. This is the new face of American tyranny. Once Trump dies, it's these individuals and individuals like him who will desperately be replacing as many of the old GOP and then eventually the Democrats as well. Open to work, hashtag. This is LinkedIn. This is extremely public. Nazi flag. N-word. Oh, he's got a little exercise video down here. I just wanted to give you a look at the face of, people are like, oh, I can't wait for the boomers to die. I can't wait, the old guard to die. He's not dying anytime soon. Happy to be the face of the new American Reich. Works for Palantir. Of course he does. Little bit of Epstein update here. This is all I got so far. But apparently we might be having something juicy come down the pipeline. Garcia, this is a Democratic, absolutely corrupt status quo Democrat over here. Garcia, we finally got word from the Epstein estate. They're going to be providing the actual Epstein book. The estate is actually going to now get us that book and a bunch of other documents that they have that's actually not been reported yet. So I don't know, maybe could also be one of these, right? So we'll see. I'm sticking to what I said a couple weeks ago. Nothing's going to happen. The story's going to die down. By the time the midterms actually are cooking, we're not going to be talking about Epstein. It's going to be a deliberate strategy by the neoliberal status quo to not talk about it. They're probably telling Gavin Newsom, stop talking about it, stop bringing it up. So I should have had this, like I said, I'm kind of scattered today, so I'm sorry about that, but I should have had this with the other tariff news. Justin Wolfers, who's a really funny Australian that does the rounds on MSNBC, etc. This is a Blue Sky Post. Boom. The federal appeals court rules Trump tariffs illegal because they are. There's no national emergency, and so the power to tariff a country rests with Congress. Trump admin has lost at every stage of the process, but stay tuned for the Supremes to chime in. So we'll see. They have until October 15th to do anything. So Plenty of time. Plenty of time. Observation that was made on Blue Sky, pretty frightening stuff. I think I agree with both of these individuals. Wajid Ali, I know I'm fucking that up, I'm sorry, but said here, Republicans aren't running for office. Their polls are dropping. Their own base is mocking them and yelling at them at town halls, and yet they seem very comfortable and unbothered. Ask yourselves why. I mean, I do hear Republicans talking about midterms, but I really don't hear a lot of Republicans go, oh, I'm worried these numbers look bad. And, you know, it's a whole lot of, you know, not really talking about the elections, talking about how amazing Donald Trump is and how, you know, things are looking great, you know, big W's everywhere, you know, just repeating the propaganda. Not a lot of talk about re-elections, not a lot of talk about elections in general. Kind of interesting stuff. Seth Abramson here pointing out, that's a great point. And I fear we know why. They don't anticipate there will be elections going forward, or if there are, their outcome will be structurally predetermined. And this is what I believe, that they think. You know, everyone's going to go through the motions of voting. This administration doesn't appear to have any expectation that it will ever be hamstrung or out of power, not in 2026, not in 2028. And I agree with this assessment. They do appear to be acting as if there's you know, we got this in the bag. It could just be like, we bought in, we're in until it crashes, you know. We're on the Trump train till it crashes, because the only way to stay on the Trump train is to rah cheerlead for Trump. You can't be half on the Trump train and half off the Trump train. And there's some kind of shit that I'm not really too happy about. If you're either on the Trump train, you repeat everything, or, you know, or you're not, and you're a never Trumper, and you're a rhino, and you're targeted by the administration. You don't really get to do both. So they might be just riding this into the cliff. I don't know. But there does seem to be, like, not a lot of discussion, quite frankly, about elections. Pretty concerning stuff. Awesome footage. Just randomly thought I'd throw this in here. Sorry, it's like I said, I'm a little scattered today. But here's Ukraine using a bunch of recovered, disabled Russian mines to blow up a bridge that, you know, they needed to blow up to impede Russia here. Bada boom, bitch. GOP is whistling while walking by the graveyard. Indeed. But it's a gamble. They could absolutely, J.D. Vance, once he gets in there, can absolutely cement this. Roll over, implement full-blown police state, arrest Rachel Maddow, arrest Hassan Parker. I know his name's Piker. I watch R.M. Brown. They could just double down on this shit, you know? And like, yeah, we're not Democratic. Yeah, well, it's for the greater good. We're hearing a lot of lower-level Republicans make that argument. Have no choice but to gerrymander, right? We have no choice but to be undemocratic, because if we don't, then the Democrats will win, and then, you know, here come the gay people and here come the brown people, and we can't have that. You know, they're almost openly saying things like that now. Links, I totally disagree. I mean, they're incredibly incompetent, no doubt about it, but they're also, like, firmly in control right now. Firmly in control. Oh, wait, you said DNC. Yeah, no, yes, I agree with that. Sorry. Yeah, you said DNC. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, we're totally fucked. Yeah. The only thing that the DNC has been effective at this year is suppressing and destroying progressivism. Once again, they've made it their top priority, going after Mom Donnie, you know, dancing around Mom Donnie, trying to get more status quo in there, trying to reinforce the status quo, pushing against any left opposition. So that's, you know, once again, the thing that they're most effective at is destroying left opposition. Anybody from the left challenging their power and status quo. Once again, they've been pretty effective at doing that. This is just hilarious. This is just a good time. Funny video. Someone put some, so they put up fences and they painted at DC, right? They're like, this is federal territory, and if you touch this, you're going to be annihilated. And just they put up fences and painted the border, and that's the whole thing, right? So someone put a chain and chain lock around the fence, and they couldn't get out.
You guys just fucked up. You guys just fucked up. Oh, you trying to act all hard for a fucking game?
Yeah, meat shield. Yeah.
Being locked up unlawfully. You guys are locking yourself up. Feels fucking horrible, right? Yeah, it's not very fucking fun, is it? It's not fun. It's locked up unlawfully.
Oh, good shit. Good shit, huh? How does it feel? We talked about this story, and there was some confusion about what the guy was actually trying to do. So here's a follow-up to the story about the politician. I don't think they mentioned that he's a politician in the headline here. But the politician that tried to drug some teenagers with MDMA and ecstasy or something like that. And he did it in like a comical way. He bought them DQ blizzards, and then he just drops the pill into the fucking, doesn't grind it up, doesn't, you know what I mean? Just like, I'm a totally, I mean, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. So, these girls were like, drinking their treat, drinking their DQ blizzard, and they're like, what the hell is this pill in my drink? So here's a follow-up. The William, why do I have problems with this one? The Williamton Police Department answered questions and clarified information about the recent arrest of a man who allegedly drugged the ice cream of two teens. Man, isn't this guy a politician? The grandfather, this guy was a politician, right? Where does it mention that he's a politician? Okay. Arrest of a man who allegedly drugged the ice cream of two teens, James Yokley Jr. Man, I just have not been able to read today. James Yokley Jr. allegedly put pills containing narcotics in his 16-year-old step-granddaughter's and her 15-year-old friend's Dairy Queen Blizzard. Hey, kids, want to go get a Blizzard with Grandpa? Or whatever? Niece, granddaughter. No, step-granddaughter. Grandpa. Hey, Grandpa, let's go get some ice cream. I'm going to rape these kids. I'm going to get her high on MDMA. How do you even get this shit? Yokley is the former chair of the Surrey County Board of Elections, but also has a residence in the New Hanover County. Wait. Okay, here. Politician. Yokley is the former chair of the Surrey County Board of Elections, but also has a residence in New Hanover County. According to WPD on August 3rd, the two teens discovered the pills in their ice cream while in the car with Yokley. Wow, the teen who was driving pulled into the Sheetz parking lot where they located paramedics. So she was driving. The 16-year-old, she must have just had her learner's permit or something. The paramedics checked the girls before flagging down police in the area. I believe the young ladies who were involved in this case, when they discovered the pills, they became very concerned and emotional. So was he like, oh, I don't know what happened. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, you found pills in your drinks? Oh, that's crazy. I bet, was Grandpa trying to say that? The cops are showing up. He's like, oh, I don't know what happened. During an investigation into the incident, WPD says they found security footage allegedly showing Yokley putting the pills into the ice cream himself. Guy got busted on camera. WPD says the footage will not be released at this time. Holy shit, mega busted, dude. There was obviously an effort made by Yokley to conceal his behavior. Not very well. Doesn't grind the pills. I'm sorry, am I giving tips to rapists over here? I thought this was common sense, okay? Doesn't grind up the pills. Does it in front of a security camera. I don't know, did this guy want to get busted? The Wilmington police have officially ruled out all Dairy Queen employees and stated that the store was vital to helping move the case forward. So they were like, yeah, here's all the footage. Yeah, no, yeah, take it all. I meant this is the case where video surveillance played a tremendous role and everything has worked out the way it needed to. Oh, yeah, the cops, big heroes. The fucking citizens doing all the work for them. That's standard police work. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. If they don't have the footage, right? Oh, I don't know. I can't figure it out. I don't know. Maybe he's innocent. Which maybe he would be, right? At this time, the type of drugs the pills contained has not been confirmed. Okay, so that's been, so MDMA and acid, we heard a lot of rumors there, but it hasn't been confirmed. WPD says the field test showed compounds of MDMA, okay, maybe I should read, and cocaine, but a lab test is being done and other drugs could be identified. There's no timeline for when the results are available. These are not MDMA is a date rape drug, right? Cocaine? What? Is that just the shit that he had lying around? Yoakley was arrested on the 26th, just a couple days ago, and posted bond on the same day, so he's walking free. Quote, we are eager for this case to be concluded so that the victims can receive justice and closure, said Rodney Dawson, captain of the WPD. So what, is Trump going to pardon this guy? Is that what we're going to see? It sounds like a nice guy, actually. Sounds like a pretty nice, chill dude, actually. All right, so before we get to this fucking final thing with Hassan and the goddamn I wanted to follow up on it because, we ended with me on the fence. Like, okay, I don't know. Brian Taylor Cohen seems pretty goddamn confident that this isn't a dark money group, that Taylor Loren was lying. Oh, she's taking dark money herself. Hassan gets into this, and don't worry, this is past the Asmund Gold section, which was actually a total waste of time. And I should know about that. But before we get to that real quick, I'll just end the stream on that one, and maybe we'll do some more news tomorrow, maybe. Let's get into the Gaza stuff that I found in the last couple days. Israel has hired cringy influencers to spread Israeli propaganda. So they, here I am, all the food. Look, nobody's starving. There's so much food. Yeah, you're tubing the David Pakman thing, Brian Taylor Cohen, the whole thing. We're going to get into it. So anyway, this is Israel's latest strategy to convince you that genocide is all good. And it's cringe, man. I mean, this shit's, it's cringe, dude. Prepare yourself. Prepare your bones to be cringed.
If I were Israel, I wouldn't even provide matching socks to Gaza.
Right? Right? Oh, I'm folding, dude. I can feel my rib cage shattering.
The world continues to blame Israel for this.
Yeah. It's hard to believe, right? You've never seen these people, but they get a little following on social media. They do a couple funny videos. They get tens of, 50,000, 100,000, 500,000 TikTok whatevers. And they get reached out by, hey, we'll give you, fucking $20,000 if you want to spread some propaganda, walk around Israel, walk around some food and claim that we're not starving people intentionally,
These words aren't from journalists or aid seekers on the ground. They're US and Israeli social media influencers. The people Israel chose to bring into Gaza in an attempt to shape what the world sees. This week, Israel's Ministry of Diaspora Affairs sponsored a trip for 10 American and Israeli influencers to enter Gaza, a rare exception to Israel's total ban on international journalism.
And I always like to bring these up when I see them, but once again, here's another parallel to the Iraq-Afghanistan war. IDF defenders will often bring up the Iraq and Afghanistan war because a lot of the stuff that Israel is doing in Gaza is very similar to the kind of military overreach that the United States performed in Iraq and Afghanistan. And this was heavily criticized, and it was honestly heavily effective, okay? Because the criticism died down and then it became the norm. Embedding journalists into specifically designed units that were like, oh, you're going, like it was all about, theater. showing the best part, showing the most boring parts. Not, it's not like, fucking Chris Hayes embedded into the front line, going into Fallujah. It was, here's some soldiers handing out some food, and we're giving medicine to sick people. That's where they directed the cameras. But this whole practice of embedding soldiers and doing, for the very specific purpose of propaganda, it was very much Americans who started this, and Israel picking right up on it. Quite frankly, I'm surprised it took them this long to do this. I'm actually surprised why are they even bothering? You know what I mean? Like, is it even necessary? Who's stopping them? Keir Starmer is ending his entire political career for Israel. You know what I mean? Down the fucking tubes, dude. Implementing a fucking police state, papers please in the UK, right? Keir Starmer, I don't care. I just love Bibi that much. Is this even necessary? You know what I mean? Simply Steve said, free Palestine. Get him out of here. Tackle him. Football tackle. Spear him in the back. Hamas member.
The influencers were taken to Gaza humanitarian distribution points, where more than 1,400 Palestinians have been killed since May while simply trying to reach food. Israel said the purpose
Bro, I'm sending you to Gaza.
of the tour was to refute Hamas lies about famine and to counter what it calls the so-called hunger campaign. During the visit, US influencer and self-proclaimed black Zionist Xavier DeRusso unashamedly told his followers,
if I were Israel, I wouldn't even provide matching socks to Gaza.
As the population
What a badass. What a total badass, huh?
starved.
The money's good, though. The money's good, and the money's guaranteed. Okay? It's a guaranteed paycheck. Can't say that about leftist politics.
To death. He says Hamas was
unless you're Brian Taylor Cohen or something, I guess.
To blame for not allowing civilians in Gaza to get aid, adding,
I'm here in Gaza, and all I see is food, water, and opportunity. But instead of Hamas distributing the ramen noodles, they're eating it all, and that's why their leaders are on Ozempic.
Wow. I mean, wow, dude. Wow. Where do you even begin? We'll just say the primary lie here that there's plenty of food and that the main reason why there's any food limitations is that Hamas is taking control of it, et cetera, et cetera. There's actually lots of independent sourcing that's basically a total lie. It seems like the groups, the militant groups that were stealing food might have been literally hired by Israel to do that, to create more chaos so that they had this narrative to use. But there's actually very little evidence of Hamas stealing aid and, and like hoarding it in warehouses and distributing it to only people, like to only Hamas members. Like, it's not, there might be some slight truth to it, right? There might be something there, but a grand majority of the food was actually getting to the people, especially before this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation or whatever they're calling it came to be. When it was being distributed by the established aid organizations, it was getting to the right folks, right? It wasn't going straight into Hamas. That's a total lie.
On Ozempic.
At the same time, food, water, and medicine has been filmed rotting at Israeli-controlled crossings. And Brooke Goldstein,
Hamas members like
a U.S. attorney who famously said,
"There's no such thing as a Palestinian person."
She told her followers on social media this upon being shown around an aid distribution point.
1,000 Gazans right now being fed here in a peaceful and calm manner. It's not the chaos that the media reports it to be.
The sites she was shown, the GHF food distribution centers, are the exact same sites described by aid groups as death traps, where crowds of starving people are pushed into military-controlled zones where Israeli forces open fire. Even GHF workers themselves have spoken out.
The Israeli Defense Forces utilize live ammunition and shooting to control the crowds. This is not something that I have fantasized or that I'm making up or embellishing. They were shooting at them or near them.
It took me 2 or 3.
We've seen the footage. I've shown you the footage. It happens almost literally every single day. A little massacre. It's incredibly disgusting. I mean, it really is. We're talking about opening up on unarmed, starving, panicked people, and then you open up fire on them. And this is like, calm down. It's Homer's version of advertising outside the bowling alley. Just insanity.
Days to realize that they were actually shooting at people. They weren't shooting at combatants.
Other participants included 16-year-old Druze Israeli Marwan Jabbar, Jewish-American influencer Jeremy Abramson, and Israeli content creators Shiraz Shukron and David Mayofis. This influencer tour happened the very week the UN declared famine in Gaza. At least 271 Palestinians, many of them children, have already died from starvation and malnutrition. Meanwhile, UNRWA, the main UN agency for Palestinian refugees, is banned from Gaza. So, while influencers film TikTok videos about food distribution in a desperate attempt by the Israeli government to debunk facts.
It is desperate, but I don't understand why they're even bothering. Who cares? Now, honestly, we care. Obviously, we care about human beings, but, does anyone in power actually care? Keir Starmer holding down the fort.
Attempt by the Israeli government
if he doesn't feel enough pressure, then there's not enough pressure.
And other international organizations, Gaza's hospitals continue to record deaths from starvation, with journalists on the ground knowingly targeted and international ones barred from
Probably shouldn't have shown that footage. Sorry about that.
entry, and selective influencers ushered in. The question is,
my God, but there is an audience for being so obnoxious. If you were standing next to the person, you'd probably slap them. But I don't know why people, there are people who enjoy this kind of content of people who make complete fools of themselves doing this, because I guess I'm animated. I make silly noises and faces and stuff too, but this is like a whole kind of like personality that you put on yourself.
This is ushered in. The question is unavoidable. Who gets to decide what the world knows about Gaza?
So good stuff there. I'm not sure who this was from. Is this Al Jazeera or no? Middle Eastern Eye, I think is what it's called. Meanwhile, here's the reality of what's happening in Gaza. This is just raw footage, but here we have what daily life is like for a Gazan citizen. They don't even bother lying about these strikes anymore. They used to have to say, oh, we're targeting Hamas, though there was weapons at that tent. There was, we have verifiable evidence. We're not going to show it to you, but we have evidence that there was a Hamas terrorist at that location. They don't even bother doing that anymore. Just random civilian killings, and just happens every single day. And, Keir Starmer can't be asked. Remember, these are refugee tents. These are locations where men, women, and children are cooking food and doing their laundry. What you're seeing is hundreds of tons of sand being thrown up in the air, right? Because they're being hoarded near the beach. Nowhere to go, nowhere to run, could die at any time. Gee, it almost seems like Israel would prefer these people to just leave, huh? It almost seems like a completely intentional attempt to, to make it completely uninhabitable. Here's the last bit of Gazan news before we talk about social media's stupid bullshit. But it's important. We need to talk about it. I don't think we're engaging in the divide and conquer narrative by pointing out, some people who are saying, I'm open and transparent and independent, but then the contracts they make you sign explicitly say you're not allowed to talk about us. That's not cool. And we've always suspected something's up with BTC. He's a little too clean, a little too polished. At the same time, he also does great progressive journalism. So what are we supposed to do with that? His Democracy Watch TV, channel show is really good. But what are we supposed to do with the knowledge that he's taking money to be quiet about Gaza? So this is a Palestinian man who was injured by Israeli settlers. He was shot in the leg, had his leg amputated. So now he's back. He's defending his olive grove. I believe these are olive trees, and these are Israeli settlers. This is what's happening. They pushed this man that they crippled down to the ground. I assume they started cutting at the trees or something. So I can't show you the next part of this because it's him literally suffering directly after the gunshot wound. It's him. There's like blood on the ground. It's blurred out, but it's a little too graphic, even though it's blurred out. So we're going to skip that part, but we're going to continue from that from where it transitions over to him speaking.
14 سنة خانقوا هتعملي خانقوا قلت مالك ليش تخنق ابني ليش تخنق ابني على غير ارادي انا ابني في اسمي انا في اسمي كمان
handcuffed. This is after he was shot by a settler, and this is what the IDF does to him. He's talking about, these settlers were choking my 14-year-old son, and I reacted. And that's why they shot me. Who's the criminal? Right. So instead of arresting the settlers, Israeli soldiers arrested the son, the kid that was being choked. We've all seen it. We know. We've all seen it. Wow, so they choked him till he passed out. Cool. Good stuff. So this his story was featured in that documentary, No Other Land. I believe this individual right here was murdered. Am I correct in that? One of these people was murdered recently by Israel. So for being featured in the documentary, the IDF showed up and arrested him. The one-legged old man who's trying to defend his olive grove. Joe Biden still proclaims himself to be a proud Zionist. So here's what it looks like when Israel takes over a Palestinian home and demolishes it. So they've expanded this, and over 1,500 Palestinians have been ejected from their homes. Not only in this is, I think, mainly in the West Bank. They don't have any homes left in the Gaza Strip, so I think this is all West Bank. Right, but we knew it was a lie from the beginning. I called it on October 7th when I was reporting on October 7th. I called it right then and there about what the purpose of this was. It was never about Hamas. Hamas did them a favor. Okay. Stick around if you want. The only reason why I'm doing this to you and to myself, I've already watched watched almost 25 minutes of this before I said, okay, that's enough. This is the most relevant part right here in the middle. The only reason I'm talking about this is because I brought it up. And look, I guess I'm kind of in this space. I don't know, right? I'm clearly not. I'm clearly a failure, okay? But maybe you could consider me adjacent to this space, so maybe I should talk about this for a minute. And I did talk about it last time, so I should follow up on it because I don't want to spread any misinformation. We watched David Pakman's response. It was like crap. It sucked. I'm self-righteous. Then we watched Brian Taylor Cohen's response. And I was impressed with it because he was like, I believe in this. It's not secret. Taylor Loren is fucking lying. Taylor Loren herself takes money. And he turned the whole thing into an advertisement for the organization. So I'm like, okay, here's a guy that believes. Okay. So then the next day went by, and I'm watching this, and Hassan makes some good points. Okay, the context is Brian Taylor Cohen, BTC, has a nonprofit organization, or I don't know if it's nonprofit, but it's basically it's supposed to be the lefty version of TPUSA, right? It's supposed to find leftist streamers who are aligned with the Democratic Party. That's kind of the controversial part, right? So not people like me, but like, sanitized people, other people like Brian Taylor Cohen, sanitized people who agree with DNC messaging, and help them with social media, help them with their channels, and give them advice on algorithm manipulation, et cetera, et cetera. But the controversy is that it appears to be funded by this shadowy organization that insists on total secrecy and has in their contract, you're not allowed to talk about us, and you're not allowed to talk about certain topics. I think I vaguely recall something called Progressive Victory blowing up, but I try to avoid this shit. I really do. You know what I mean? But I talked about it. Cat's out of the bag. So let's follow up. So Hassan kind of breaks it down. He defends Taylor Loren. He says her journalism is good, and he also makes the point. He kind of blows. A little too blowy, if you ask me. But he basically says, journalistic outlets can't really get away with just straight up defamation even now. And I kind of agree, but I think he's giving a little bit too much weight to the press, because he's like, the press, you can't lie in the press. And it's like, of course you can lie in the press, but he uses Dominion as an example of like, well, there are still limits, right? You can't just do full-blown defamation. So he's basically trying to say this is Wired. They have lawyers. They looked at Taylor Loren's reporting. They said this is fit to print, right? He's trying to say that these outlets still have journalistic standards, and I think it does depend on the outlet, right? Because One America News, Newsmax, etc., GB News, they don't have any editorial standards. Especially inspired by the old school editorial standards that we're all, kind of thinking about. They certainly don't have that, but a Wired would. Wired would have editorial standards. They wouldn't just let Taylor Loren just fabricate this stuff, right? They would say, okay, where's the source? Okay, what are you basing this off of? Okay, it's fit to print it. And I agree with Hassan on that level. I don't think Wired is in the industry of total full-blown fabrication. I think that's fair to say. If this was Drudge Report or Breitbart or Blaze News, I'd be like, yeah, no, they have absolutely no problem repeating lies, making up lies, printing lies. Wired Magazine, been around since the 90s, likely still has high editorial standards, likely wouldn't just print straight up lies. So that's making me think, okay, there might be something legitimate here. Hassan gets into it out of fairness for the story. Hopefully this is the last time I talk about this stupid bullshit. But like, what are we going to do about this? Am I still going to show BTC and Pac-Man videos once in a while? I don't know. I guess that I'll have to decide for myself. Like, how compromised are they? How bad is this actually? What does this mean? Like, should I consider them compromised? Should I not consider them compromised? I think I still need to figure that out. But anyway, here's the follow-up. Let's get into it a little bit. Let's let the fucking meme master, fucking drama lord over here get into it here, because this is his realm. This isn't my fucking realm. So let's get to the Captain Sexy here with the full fucking rundown.
It's really frustrating about these sorts of conversations online is like someone writes an article, okay, for Wired magazine. Someone writes an article in general. And then instead of addressing the claims that are being made, most people just turn around and go, no, you. And I think a lot of people don't have the capacity to understand that, like, that's not an effective counter.
I've made this argument quite a bit. We see whataboutism used as a response. Like, you know, we're calling out a pedophile president, and they go, oh, what about Clinton? It's like, okay, so you acknowledge that your president's a pedophile, and you would like to move on to a different topic? Is that what we're doing? Well, no. I'm that's my argument against what you're saying. Well, what about Clinton? What about Clinton doesn't change the fact that the president diddled kids. What is this conversation about? It's abortion. Abortion, vaginas, wet vaginas, leaky vaginas, specific tones made when vaginas leak air out of them, you know, proper period, you know, upkeep and care. Leaky, right? What are you going to do with a leaky vag? Well, let's talk about it.
Okay, you can't know your way out of like a court case, for example. If there is an issue and your audience wants to understand like where this funding is coming from or why you didn't disclose this funding that was coming from, you can't just turn around and go, well, the person who wrote this article also gets funded by a different like grant structure, right? Like, yeah. This is not.
I think it's relevant to bring up, but it's not enough to refute the controversy that you're talking about. But I think it's fair to bring up, you know, well, you know, this person's taking money from a similar kind of situation, but it doesn't change the nature of what's happening.
An effective counter, okay? Unfortunately, or this should not be an effective counter. Unfortunately, it is a very effective counter, okay? First, what you need to do is actually address the main point of contention, okay? Good Trouble said she did this in his video and show proof. No, what they're saying is that Taylor Lorenz is a part of the Pierre Omidyar like independent media fund or something, right? That's what it is, right? I mean, look, Pierre Omidyar, who also is responsible for the...
Oh, I see. So that's the accusation, right? He's going to explain that this Pierre Omidyar guy is apparently one of the few leftist billionaires, progressive billionaires that actually is, you know, trying to fund some of these people on the left here. And Brian Taylor Cohen is trying to say, see, but it's actually different because, like, is there any stipulation in the contract that she has to stay quiet? And there was like clear stipulations in the contracts, even though Brian Taylor Cohen says, nuh-uh. I mean, Taylor Lorenz has the fucking contracts.
Intercept is a very interesting, he's one of the few billionaires that's interested in at least like allowing some independent media and investigative reporting to take place. That's the reason why he funded The Intercept early on. I don't know if Taylor Lorenz, I think Taylor Lorenz confirmed that she actually had gotten, she's a part of that grant program. That grant program gives independent reporters and investigative reporters in general money from time to time. It's entirely different, however, from like a shadowy PAC. It's entirely different than like a Democratic Party aligned donation structure to Democrat content creators.
Right.
Yeah, she is an Omidyar Network Fellowship currently, which is completely different and is public.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think they
like
might have
public. Yeah, you're taking money from a public organization that, you know, its public goals are stated. You're not, you know, there's no obligation to be quiet. I was saying that when we were watching BTC's thing. It's like, okay, all this sounds pretty good, but why the silence? Why, you know, why, here's some money, but don't say where you got it from. And, you know, it ain't right, dude. I was saying, like, you know, hey, that sounds pretty good. How I should sign up. But it's like, if this is what I had to agree with, you know, absolutely not.
Given money to Dropsite as well. They give money. It's a fellowship. It's like a scholarship.
Sure.
Okay. There's a difference between a scholarship program and a Democrat Party donor aligned shadow donation group funding liberal content creators with with some fairly rigorous standards, right? Yeah. Brian is lying. I have zero financial ties to 60 and 30, and neither.
So I wanted to show this is most important. So this is what Taylor Lorenz says right here. So let's listen to this.
Standards, right? Yeah. Brian is lying. I have zero financial ties to 60 and 30, and neither does the OMDR Network's LLC reporting program, which is not a dark money org. It is nonpartisan.
Wow, okay.
Brian took dark money and failed to disclose his funding. I didn't take dark money and disclosed my funding.
Damn. So Brian Taylor Cohen put me back on the fence. We might be dealing with a legitimate sociopath, dude. I don't know, dude. You know what I mean? Like, I was convinced. I was like, hey, but this doesn't sound so bad. Like, what are we tripping about here? We do need a liberal TPUSA. He's like doubling down. He turned the damn rebuttal into an advertisement for the organization. But if Taylor Loren is being honest here, and honestly, I think she is being honest, dude's like a sociopath, man. He's straight up stone cold lying to us.
Yeah, I don't think that the fellowship structure is the same as what's going on here. OMDR Network receives no funding for the reporters in the residence program via 60 and 30 fund or any other outside sources. Our programmatic work is supported entirely via our foundation and LLC. More information about where we focus and how we invest is publicly available on the site.
That was an attempt, because I was like, oh, dude, he pointed out Taylor Lorenz compromise. He's making that shit up, dude.
Brian Tyler Cohen's debunk was just 5 minutes of him speaking to a camera with zero documents or contracts shown. I don't know how everyone's taking this video of him refuting it. Yeah, so from what I saw, a lot of people basically just turned around and said, the exact same things. Most of it was, this is not true, but even if it was, Republicans are doing it as well, so we have to do it as well. And also,
not like this.
It's just not true. They just kind of gave us money with no obligations.
No, we need this for progressive values. We don't need this for Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer and the perpetuation of the neoliberal status quo. And that's what we're talking about here with BTC. Putting a young face on a fucking old, decrepit, system here, political party that doesn't want to change, that just wants to tweak a message. So here's BTC eagerly trying to tweak the message for him. It's not good, man. I mean, I've always had my suspicions about BTC, but I was like, well, and once again, I need to repeat this. Democracy Watch, some of his other coverage of the ins and outs of the legal attack, the illegal assault that Trump is doing on the justice system. Really good reporting, but no, it's not cool, man. You're selling out. There's no other way to put it. You're selling out. You're being bought to be quiet about certain topics. No progressive should be taking money privately from anybody. I'm sorry. I don't care if you're a billionaire and you don't want people to know that you're helping progressives. I don't want your money. I don't care how much you got, man. I'd rather try to get $5 from a couple thousand people than to take one donation from a billionaire, but everything's got to be quiet and I'm not going to let you know my motives and you have to sign an NDA and you got to sign a contract to that effect. And no. That's not how we win. That's not how progressivism wins with that shit. You got the wrong idea, BTC. You got the wrong idea, man.
And if we wanted to report on
Taylor Loren, look at Taylor Loren's article in Wired. She absolutely does back it up with proof. So quick double tap. I encourage you to type in the, shadowy. I don't know. The name of the article is somewhere in here. But just type in Taylor Loren Wired article. It'll probably come right up. We talked about it yesterday, but read the article. She absolutely comes correct. She's sourced. It's not just baseless.
And if we wanted to disclose that we were getting money from these guys, then we could openly disclose it. We just chose not to disclose it, right? So none of it actually tackles the main points of contention on the wire.
Hey, Seneca Athena, I appreciate you coming through. Always appreciate it. You have yourself a good day. Take care of yourself. Have a good weekend.
Wired article, or at least like the expose that came through from the Wired article. I mean, you could be pro-liberal, pro-Democratic Party, and you could have been totally on board with like the messaging.
Yeah.
Right. And that's part of the reason why you got money from this group. Like, that's fine.
It's really the transparency.
People do independently and organically believe these things as well. It's just like doesn't just exist in the ether. It's not. You don't always have to be paid to say these things. Not everyone is like a Richie Torres.
Yeah.
Right. Having said that, however, I think it's important for people to disclose their funding in general.
We have to
teach creators how to grow their.
We can't defeat corruption with more corruption. We can't defeat censorship with more censorship. You know what I mean? We can't defeat neoliberalism with more neoliberalism. It's just we have to draw the line. We have to draw the line at shadowy. And TYT would say, no, we can take the money. There it is. But TYT would say, no, we can take the money. We can still be independent. We can take the money. We can still be independent. I don't know, man. I really don't think so.
Accounts, foster engagement, launch their own shows, and become profitable on their own. It's an incubator program to build the pro-democracy ecosystem. Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The right has been doing this for years, and the left needs to catch up. That's why we're doing this with Chorus.
Secret?
So let's talk about what Chorus is and what it's not. Chorus does not pay creators for content, does not tell them what to say, it does not control who they talk to or work with, and there is absolutely nothing in the contract that could even be reasonably interpreted to say that we do. Period.
But I don't understand. If that's the case,
that's not true.
Where is Taylor Lorenz getting this information from?
Yeah, exactly. No, so she's either making it up out of whole cloth, or you're fucking lying to us, like passionately lying to us, man. You know what I mean? Which one is it, dude?
Right? Because, look, the reality of the matter is, I have stood by Taylor's journalism and her reporting, and she's been consistent, right? You can't either. There is a massive fuck up here, and either she like didn't see the correct contract or something, or someone fed her misinformation, like one of her on background or off the record resources just either deliberately.
And she's not hedging at all. She was 100% clear. He's lying. He's lying. My reporting is solid. BTC is lying. And man, he's such like. He's handsome, nice guy. Seems like a really nice, genuine dude. I'm legitimately shocked. You know, I knew he was soft, BTC. I knew he was like neoliberal friendly. You know, not he's not Rachel Maddow, but I always make fun of him. It was like, oh, he's clearly trying to get a job on MSNBC, right? Trying to toe that line. So that was always apparent. But like, is he a stone cold like liar on that level? Man, shut the fuck up. How about a full fucking band, dude? Get the fuck out of here. God damn it. Oh, why you do that to me? Why'd you do that?
Read misinformation, just lied to her completely. And then not only did that person lie to her, but that person lied to a team of fact checkers, the editorial team, and at no stage did the legal team at Wired magazine
I said goodbye.
Look at this and go, this doesn't seem correct.
Patriot,
She said she was approached by people who are under the contract and have concerns.
He's gone now.
Yeah, that was in the reporting as well. And there are some people who were in the article that did not actually. Okay, stop sending me this link. Okay, Jesus Christ. The report says that they looked at multiple contracts that had stipulations. Yeah. So did they just like make up a bunch of fake contracts and then feed it to Wired magazine?
That's what I'm saying. That's either that's the case with Taylor Lorenz, or dude is like dead-eyed sociopath, but passionate, dude. He's a really great salesman. Even now I find it hard to believe. Like even now I'm like, come on, man. Like really, come on. No, nobody signed a contract that said you're not allowed to talk about anything. Full transparency. That's what he's selling us. And Taylor Lorenz is like, oh, hell no. Oh, no, there's all kinds of stuff. You're not allowed to talk about this, not allowed to talk about that.
If that's the case, why would they have done so? Like there are too many points of failure and too many lies on behalf of Like, in order for me to arrive at this conclusion that like this reporting was untrue, there are a bunch of independent influencers that must have gotten together and like fed the same exact fake information to Taylor Lorenz, and it feels too incredulous. Okay,
full stop. I don't know a single creator who would willfully sign up for a program that would tell them what they can or can't say. That's not what this program is.
So that's a
we
lie.
pay people to show up to workshops and technical trainings.
Look at this guy, dude. He's lying, bro. What the fuck?
To optimize their content online. For example,
but even this guy saying he got money, his saying he just got money for fun, like his counterpoint to Taylor makes no sense. No, this is the person who owns Chorus, okay? So Chorus is an out and about like DNC affiliated influencer structure, right? So that's out in the open.
Yeah.
That's not actually even a point of contention here.
So BTC is being intentionally duplicitous. He's like chorus, but we're not going to mention the five whatever the shadowy organization. So maybe technically what he's saying is true, because what he's saying specifically is about Chorus, but the scandal is with this shadowy dark money group. That I don't know, did he sign a separate contract, or is it within the contract that you signed for Chorus that you're not allowed to mention this dark money group, etc.? I'm not quite sure how that works, but she's got him stone cold dead to rights. Man, it seems like, I hate to say it, dude, it really does seem like BTC is being like a fucking liar, dude.
The reporting expanded on that,
David
on
Pakman
who is
too,
backing
I'm not
Chorus,
as surprised about
the
that.
1630 fund, and who is actually
1630.
funding the 1630 fund in general. Okay.
Yeah,
and
meat shield. Yeah.
So when Brian talks about Chorus, that's his program. Like, that's his actual thing. Like, that's his personal nonprofit.
We've got trainings on how to package content for YouTube, trainings on how to optimize audience retention for Instagram and TikTok, trainings on how to form an LLC. Again, there are zero restrictions on their content. And by the way, the program works. In just 2 months, our cohort has added a combined 6 million followers, that's not including me, and seen their views and engagement grow. That is the point of the program, to teach creators how to be effective with whatever messages they want to promote. And with regard to keeping it a secret, there is a standard confidentiality clause in the contract to protect the privacy of the creators. On the literal first day of the program, it was made clear to all of the creators in our kickoff session that they were absolutely free to talk about Chorus. And we immediately followed up to confirm that.
To talk about Chorus, but what about this other? See what I mean? He's being intentionally obtuse, intentionally duplicitous here. He knows that the article is not about Chorus per se. It's about the dark money group. 516 or whatever the fuck.
In writing, creators have videos about Chorus. They've got donation links to Chorus in their bios. I myself have made videos that were posted all over the internet about Chorus that reached hundreds.
He's being technically honest. Ironically, that's the sign of a very dishonest person. He knows damn well the controversies about the dark money group, but his rebuttal is intentionally all about the public face of the dark money group. I should have taken the money, though. Money's probably going to disappear. All money's gone now. This is the whole operation getting folded up now.
Of thousands of people. It is not a secret, and it never was.
Hey, Hakeem
I don't
Jeffries,
think that's the
how about
secret
that
part.
guy?
I don't even think Taylor was saying that that's a secret. Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Unless, I don't think Brian is misunderstanding the reporting, right? Like, because the reporting does not make it seem as though Chorus is this secretive element here. Chorus has a website.
Yeah.
And on that website, there are content creators, many of which actually work with Chorus, and some that do not actually work with Chorus, that are even used in the pitch decks, for example. Even in the Wired article, if you guys remember, like Kat Abu-Ghazalek, who is now running for Congress, who used to work as an influencer and also used to work at Media Matters, was demanding that she no longer be presented in the pitch decks, for example. So they were like, so that kind of stuff is, this comes across like a little bit of a straw man. Like, I think they should just be like, yeah, we're getting money from Democrats, and we're getting money from Democrat donors. And this is a normal part of the process on the Republican side. and we're trying to build a robust liberal media ecosystem. And I think the major issue here was that we did not disclose who we were getting paid from, and whether or not some of the content that we were putting out there was an actual ad or was a demand being made by either Chorus or Chorus as a middleman for 1630, which is the actual back.
They according to Taylor Lorenz reporting, explicitly in the contract that you signed to be part of this, you had to explicitly say, I'm not going to talk about this 516 or whatever the fuck. I'm not allowed to talk about the group. And apparently there was some other stipulations about what you can and can't talk about. BTC is saying, you know, Chorus didn't do that. Chorus didn't do that. And he's being intentionally obtuse here. Volunteer in Arizona, drove around. No one got paid. Thanks, Joe. Oh, okay. Sorry, Meat Shield. Yeah, the neoliberal Democrats, they disgust me. How they take advantage of their constituency.
Right? Lying. Read the article. She says creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even as so much acknowledged that they were a part of the program. That is absolutely in the article Taylor wrote. She clearly said the fellows were told not to say they're affiliated. No. I know that they said that. I'm saying he's saying that that's not the case.
Yeah.
So now it's his word against the people that, like Taylor's sources that told her that this was in the article. I know. Why are you saying lying? Read the article. I did.
Well, no, there's a difference between an NDA, you know, like a non-disparagement clause or non-disparagement agreement, and something in the contract that says you're not allowed to acknowledge our existence publicly, period. And progressive movements should be very skeptical of what do you have to be ashamed of? I support human rights, but quietly, privately, in quiet. If it was just that, if it was just you just don't mention us. But you can say whatever the hell you want, but just don't keep our name out of your mouth. That might be more okay. But it was, look up the article and you'll see there was like certain topics that you were supposed to stay quiet on. That's the part that's like, no, that's no. That's a hard no. That should be a hard no for BTC.
I did read the article. I know what it says.
Well, yeah, okay.
Why are you saying I'm lying? Also, I'm being charitable to Brian as well.
If that's what you require to give money, then we shouldn't be taking that money. If you're like, nope, the only way I'm going to do it is if I'm completely, I'm just completely secret and there's certain topics I'm going to tell you you're not allowed to talk about. Yeah, no, then take your money elsewhere.
Like, these are not people that I have, these are people that I don't agree with on some issues, right? Specifically when it comes to silence on Gaza until it was like no longer the responsibility of the Democratic Party. Like, I think that's a major flaw for every independent content creator. I wish they were actively issue first. You literally said that Taylor never insinuated that people weren't allowed to talk about Chorus. No. Taylor herself has written about Chorus. Chorus is a public group. Taylor in the article also even says that there are creators that are affiliated with Chorus on the website. There are some creators who aren't even affiliated with Chorus that are also featured on the website. Okay? But the contract stipulation is still real. You can be affiliated with Chorus on the website and then be told through the contract to never actually say when you are doing an ad or being funded by Chorus.
Exactly.
There's a difference between, hey, this is a group, this is an influencer network that I'm affiliated with versus this is an influencer network that I'm affiliated with that's paying me so that I say certain things.
Yeah, it's
Do you
big
understand?
difference.
I think
Big
that's
fucking
there's a
difference.
fairly big difference between someone saying I'm affiliated with this group versus I'm doing an ad for this group. I'll give you an example. There are numerous organizations, right? And this is literally illegal and you will get in trouble for doing this. If you're a content creator that's a part of 100 Thieves and you say, I'm affiliated with 100 Thieves, you don't have to actually disclose what level of affiliation you have with 100 Thieves. But if 100 Thieves was like telling you, for example, to do an ad that they have sold inventory for off of your stream on, and you didn't disclose that that was an ad that you were doing for 100 Thieves, or that was an ad at all that you were doing, that would be illegal.
Yeah.
The difference, of course, is that when it comes to political advocacy, unfortunately, the boundaries are a little bit different, which is really fucked up. This is something that I take issue with in general. Right?
Right.
God, you are such a
they've made it easier to propagandize and spread lies, right?
fucking dumbass. You said, I don't even think Taylor said that it was a secret in reference to who's affiliated. No, you're misunderstanding my point. Okay? You're misunderstanding my point. Yo, Bad Empanada just called you out again. I don't care. Oh my God. No disrespect. You just said that BTC was arguing against Chorus being a secretive group, which was a statement that Taylor made word for word in the article.
Guy needs a shower.
Am I misunderstanding something? Because I remember reading the article. I can read it again if you guys want. And I can also literally go through, once again, the things that Taylor Lorenz said in the aftermath of the article as well.
No, once again, it goes back to what I said earlier. Either Taylor Lorenz is making this shit up out of whole cloth, or BTC is. And quite frankly, BTC has more to lose by being honest. And Taylor Lorenz, what is she, she has everything to lose. Her credibility. Oh yeah, aren't you the person that literally made up, you asked ChatGPT to whip up a fake contract that you then reported on, right? That would be incredibly scandalous, and no even semi-legitimate journalistic outlet would want to use your material, right? You'd be completely compromised. That's your bread and butter, is your credibility on that level. And you're like, what happened to that? What was his name? The guy that did the pimp outfit at Planned Parenthood, James O'Keefe. Right? James O'Keefe, so he sold his soul. He made stuff up out of whole cloth. He got his name out there and he got some attention, but no one takes him seriously as like a journalist or like a investigative journalist or anything like that. He sold his credibility for that attention. So either Taylor Lorenz is doing that and making this shit up out of whole cloth. So Taylor Lorenz and credibility should never be the same sentence. So we also have Taylor Lorenz's past. Hassan is defending Taylor Lorenz and saying, he's basically saying Wired wouldn't be putting this out if it was completely manufactured. And I agree with that. But he also says, I've defended Taylor Lorenz in the past. Woke Patriot, of course, though, here bringing up, I don't remember the specific controversies, but I do remember there was some flaky shit with Taylor Lorenz. I do that came up. So, man, I don't know, man. Somebody's lying here. Someone's doing a big fat dookie.
She openly stated that she is.
I agree, Woke Patriot. I agree. It's old media owned by billionaires. Okay. But I do also agree with Hassan that it's not exactly known to be making shit up completely. Right. That's not exactly Wired either. Right. Of both sides, quote unquote. Yeah, I agree right now. I guess I'm still on the fence here. I was hoping to not have to follow up with this one, but I don't know. I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is yet. I don't feel confident saying, oh, this is it for sure. I really don't know.
Oh, she's reported on Chorus already. This article is not necessarily just about Chorus, but Chorus being a simple middleman for a shadow donor group. And I think you guys are either just rehashing and repeating the talking points that you heard without actually reading the article yourselves. Also, you guys aren't political content creators that are getting paid by Chorus or any other shadowy group. You're watchers, you're political understanders, you're political enjoyers, and you have your favorite political content creators, right? And as a consumer of political commentary, okay, I would assume.
Hey, Meat Shield, glass half full. I like that. Spread the good word about the News Underground, folks. Like and subscribe.
You would want.
They can't really respond. You're talking about BTC and the rest of them. They can't really respond honestly because they signed their name on the contract.
Political content creators to openly tell you when they are being funded by a group, right? Or openly disclose if something that they're saying is financially tied back to either Chorus or also tied back to a DNC donor.
This fucking reeks of neoliberalism. I fucking said it.
I don't understand why you would literally advocate. I don't understand how you could engage in advocacy as a person who is getting information from a independent political commentator who is actively arguing for less transparency. This doesn't make any sense to me at all, and it makes me feel like you are not actually invested in the truth. Who are you arguing against? Is anybody saying that? I mean, you are. You are doing that. You're saying that this article is fucking bullshit, and that you're misunderstanding the purpose.
The contrarianism in Twitch in these wild Twitch chats is just totally nuts, right? Like this is why I say my chat is the best chat on Twitch. Okay, you guys got your head screwed on straight. This person is just reflexive contrarianism, and ooh, I get to talk to Hassan. You know, like who are you even arguing against? Like literally, you're on the screen
of the article itself. And you are also seemingly you literally said I'm lying. What is your point of contention here? I pointed out that you misunderstood the article. So Chorus is funding left-wing creators and is public about it, but Chorus isn't public about who's funding them. Is that right? Yes, that's part of the problem. But the other part of the problem is, according to the contract, the contract stipulates that, and we don't know,
good
right?
For him.
I haven't seen the contracts, but my expectation is not to see the contracts when I'm reading a news article about something like this. In most circumstances, the news article doesn't actually...
But by that, I don't mean that we're blessed to talk to a millionaire. I mean, he doesn't really need to interact with the audience anymore. You know what I mean? Like, he's above all that, but he continues to do so. So that's quite admirable, I would say. You know,
actually reveal the contracts, but they will show the contracts to the editorial team and to the fact checkers as well, and to the legal team as well, to make sure that the article that they're writing is fully... it's fully correct, and they don't get hit with like a countersuit or something, like a libel suit.
Yeah, I agree with this, but he puts way too much weight behind this as well. Like, you know, a countersuit, like the Dominion stuff happened for a very specific reason. Can you know who's going to be suing? You know, no one's going to be. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Wired and Taylor Lorenz could get away with lying about this without any real ramifications. You know. Like, it's not as serious as what Hassan is saying.
This is the scoop. Powerful dark money group is secretly funding high-profile Democrat Party influencers. Big liberal content creators are being paid up to $8,000 a month to push party messaging. Democrats hope that the secretive Chorus Creator Incubator program, funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund, might tip the scales in their favor after Kamala Harris's stunning loss to Trump last fall. The program kicked off last month, and over 90 influencers are allegedly taking part. Creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were a part of the program.
And what have we seen? BTC and David Pakman not mentioning the 1630. It was all about chorus. But they stayed true to the contract. If you know, they did not mention the dark money group, actually.
The contract itself says you are not allowed to say it, but the website, the Chorus website, as far as I understand, has like a bunch of content creators that are unaffiliated and also affiliated on it, saying this is our network, this is our pitch deck, these are the people that we're working with. Ultimately, if those contracts are falsified and they're shown to be the contract stipulations are shown to be entirely different than the way Taylor reported on it, then that's on her. But when I read an article from like Wired magazine from a reporter like Taylor Lorenz, my initial expectation is not going to be, oh, this is slop or this is false. This is a falsehood. You can't just like lie.
I agree, but I disagree. You can just lie. Okay. And I don't really see ramifications, but at the same time, I don't see Wired doing this. This would be out of character for Wired to just produce just literally like, you know, like made up out of whole cloth, you know, anti-progressive propaganda. You know what I mean?
In a piece of news coverage like this,
or
that chatter is arguing. That chatter you were arguing with is bad faith from my logs, from Czech logs, and the founder of the company unambiguously stated that there are no content restrictions. Okay. But the fucking
Chorus.
Contracts that they reviewed show
Chorus.
Otherwise.
So no, that's what this chatter is missing here. BTC explicitly only talked about Chorus. There was no mention of the 1638 or whatever. No mention of that intentionally. He left that out. He made it seem like the controversy was about Chorus, when no, it's about this shadow dark money associated with the DNC group that wants people to repeat the fucking lies, you know, and what in the service of Israel's genocide, of course, probably.
So it turns into a he said, she said, and considering that the owner of the company, the founder of the company, who, again, I'm going to repeat this one more time, I have disagreements with Brian Tyler. I have disagreements with Brian Tyler Cohen.
Oh, so Tyler. I've been saying Taylor. Sorry.
The honest thing to do is reserve judgment, not to defend your stands. My stands. Any journalist could have written this article, and my assessment would be the exact same. My stands. Taylor Lorenz is not my fucking stand. She's an adult. Okay. Again, I don't want to be uncharitable to you, Chatter, but it kind of feels like you're coming at this from an incredibly parasocial lens. It seems like you're actually arguing at the behest of some other parasocial ambition that you have to make it seem like this person is actually a bad journalist because they're a stan of mine.
Look, you got to be able to see that something is fishy about BTC's comments. Even when I didn't have this context, I was like, well, why the secrecy then? You know, and now looking back on it, like I said, that's devastating. That he doesn't bring up the 1638 fund or whatever, right? You know, continuing to adhere to the contract stipulation. Don't you dare talk about us. And he's like, what? Well, I'm not going to talk about Chorus. I'm not going to talk about, you know, I could talk about Chorus all day. I could talk about Chorus all day. It's like, well, the article's not about you not having the ability to talk about Chorus. It's about this other group that Chorus appears to be a front for. I've never heard of that. I don't talk about it. I literally don't even mention it in my rebuttal.
Or something.
I know, B-Re. I know. It sucks.
And it's not only objectively incorrect.
Meat shield. Exactly.
But it feels like you're a little drama brain. I want to be as charitable as possible to you. Totally. You caught me. I mean, yeah, we're talking about the Democrat Party donors potentially trying to give independent liberal content creators contracts that are fairly rigid.
Yeah.
That demand that they don't disclose their affiliations or their funding.
Progressivism. It's not.
And might even have some level of...
I've always suspected BTC to be pro-corporate neoliberal, but I honestly didn't think it was like this, man.
Of editorial control. And your argument is, my stan wrote this article, and I shouldn't be defending it. I think you...
Okay, I suspect that we're going to get more, you know, we're going to get some elephant graveyard, some fucking, maybe we'll get CoffeeZilla on this motherfucker. We need some CoffeeZilla up in this bitch. Right? This is good. This is good stuff for CoffeeZilla. So I think we're going to get some follow-up, some more digging. Taylor Lorenz is going to have to give us a little bit more. Oh boy. Right. So I'm gonna have to do a third follow-up on this one. I'm sorry. I know. Like, can we please fucking move on? But no, I mean, it's BTC and David Pakman are visible elements of this alternate news space that's supposed to be pushing progressive politics. So now we're finding out the neoliberal establishment is trying to infect and, you know, take over this indie media space with charlatans, right? Duplicitous, double-faced charlatans. We're just trying to help creators. We're just trying to help creators. But I'm gonna stay to the contract that I'm denying existed. I'm gonna stay to the contract that I deny existed and not talk about the shadowy money group. How is it corruption? It's corruption because it's a DNC funded dark group. What, are you serious? It's a DNC funded dark group using Chorus to recruit progressive news people, force them into a contract that buys their silence. What are you talking about? That isn't corruption. I think we need more info, though. I think we need more info. We're missing something here. People are being forced to sign. Out of respect for Woke Patriot, before I get frustrated, progressives are being, enticed by a seemingly transparent group called Chorus that says, hey, progressive indie news folks, we're going to show you how to get the views. We're going to show you how to manipulate the algorithm. We got a whole workshop and a whole thing. Sign the contract, and hey, if you're successful and you start becoming successful, we'll start paying you more and more. You'll get up the tier up to $8,000, but you sign a contract that says, oh, but the where we get the money from, you're not allowed to talk about that. Oh, and there's also certain topics that we don't want you to mention on your platform. But I think the confusion is warranted, though, because it's like, well, I mean, is this legit or not, right? Well, is this just totally above board, and it just has the appearance of corruption, right? And it's just, you know, it just looks like that, and it's easily manipulated. Taylor Lorenz there's a past there where she does. I think there was some intentional interpretation of certain things that were not accurate. We got to look up Taylor Lorenz record here. Let's wait for the CoffeeZilla video, okay? Before we start getting into arguments with each other, let's wait. We're gonna get more info. We have to. In no way is this just over with, and we're done talking about it. We're probably going to get some more info from Taylor Lorenz, maybe get a follow-up from BTC or Pacman, and hopefully we'll get a CoffeeZilla or an Elephant Graveyard doing some kind of more investigation that isn't just Hassan having an argument with his chat, right? We'll get an actual investigation and a breakdown of what we know, what we don't know, right? That kind of thing. I think of it like the Washington Times being not a real newspaper with critiquing capitalism, but of course they won't, because they're bought, sure. Neither of those things are atypical to contracts. It's about politics, though. Yeah, no, those things are common in contract. You work for if you work for Oreo, you're not allowed to talk about, the little Keebler elves. Okay, that's normal in the corporate world, but we're talking about politics here. We're talking about journalists. I'd love to do it, Meat Shield. It's possible for a company to use typical NDA to corporate. Yeah, but we're talking about journalism here. We're talking about progressive politics. You know, it's not just, like I said, you're not allowed to talk about the Keebler elves because you work for Oreo. Oh, shut up. Well, okay, here we go with your fucking plain semantics. I'm not, okay, no. I'm waiting. I'm not, put pause on this debate, okay? We're not doing semantics and all this other stupid shit. This is very concerning for progressive politics. This is not normal. This isn't a good thing. This shouldn't be the regular thing. If it's the way that Taylor Lorenz says it is, if it's the way that Hassan says it is, this is not the direction for progressive politics. Oh, it's normal. It's normal in the corporate world. NDAs are normal. Well, they're not technically journalists. They're influencers. Oh, come on. Shut up, Dari. Anyway, before we turn ourselves into enemies here, like I said, let's wait for someone else. Okay, woke patriot, details matter. Semantics are also used to derail arguments. Something smells. Thank you, Lenny. Something smells. We're all agreeing on that one. Something isn't right. Somebody's lying. Somebody's being dishonest. And I really don't want it to be BTC. Like I said, it's not like I had a crush on the guy, but it's just like, I kind of wanted to see him succeed. I want to see, up and comer. Come on, make it happen, right? But no, something's fishy. So we're gonna follow up on this again. Maybe get some CoffeeZilla. Like I said, it'll come across my radar. We'll do a follow up when it does. That's all the time I got for today, though. Sorry, folks. I know we could do this all day, huh? Do it all day. Asmongold, 14-hour stream. Fuck my wife. Fuck my kid. Wah, go crazy. Wah, just sit in front of the microphone all day. Wah. Who needs family when you have Twitch? Closing down. I hope I'm not going to post this video about slopaganda. It's kind of on pointish. Okay, sure. I'll put that in the Discord. We'll take a look at that a little bit later. Slopaganda. I like that. That's a fun word. Slopping up your steaks. Oh, here's that Jimmy the Giant guy you were talking about. Okay, we'll take a look. I don't know about you, but I slop up my steaks. I love a good watery steak. How about you? You know, restaurant can't tell you you're not allowed to slop up your steaks. You could pour a whole glass of water on your steak. They can't do shit about it. That's a brilliant sketch. It's such a brilliant sketch. Big props to being the whole stream. Hear the whole stream. We're going to follow up, Woke Patriot. Your skepticism is warranted. I appreciate your perspective. Skepticism about Taylor Lorenz is warranted as well. Let's follow up. Let's follow up on it. Let's shelve this argument and follow up once we know more. So thank you, Woke Patriot. Number one in the chat, by the way, Woke Patriot. Hear the whole stream. That's stamina. That's stamina right there, folks. Meat Shield, thank you for coming in. Big props to you. B-Ree, always welcome. Always lovely. Always lovely to see you. Quick double tap. Big props. Thank you for all your help outside the stream. Good guy, Dari. It's always good to see you. Big props. Everybody else, all you lurkers out there, I always like to mention the lurkers. Been playing guitar while watching, so there's that. Excellent. Excellent. By the way, folks, if you want to hear a little bit of Woke Patriot's upcoming album, we have it in the Discord. I think you put it in the music section. Make sure you check out Woke Patriot. Great music. Excellent music. Right up my alley. Good stuff. Had the mother-in-law around, so it's been busy. Yeah, you put a sample in the Discord. Yeah, bro. We all loved it. We all loved it. Good stuff. So I want to hear the whole album. Chilling Jazz, big props. Cut down on drinking. Well, you keep up the drinking because I enjoyed it. I thought it was really good music. I can't wait to hear the whole album. We'll do a special album release party on the stream, buddy. We'll go all out. Big props to Lenny once again. Thank you, Lenny. Blase, Female Eunuchs. Big props to Female Eunuchs. Seneca Athena. Big props to Seneca Athena. OG's in the chat. Simply Steve. OG in the chat. Thank you so much. Simply Steve. Who else in this chat here? Your Tubing. Big props to Your Tubing. Lovely. I just go up the chat to try to give as many people props as I can. Everyone deserves it. You Win TV. Stickers. Thank you for coming in. Stickers. Links. Lovely to see Links again. Who else in the chat here? You guys are all wonderful. There it is. That's all I got. Everybody else, all you lurkers, thank you so much. Folks, why are we here? We're here to create change. Nonviolent direct political action is the answer to our woes. Step 1, we inform ourselves. That's what we did here today. Step 2, we sign up or show up. Find an organization, put your name down, show up. Step 3, we put in the work like the fascist Charlie Kirk. We make this shit a lifestyle. We don't give up. We're relentless. We're here to destroy fascism. And we're not shy about it. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East and glory to the Ukrainian democracy. They're not done yet. They're not done yet. Pushing them back. Pushing them back over there in Ukraine. We're absolutely not fucking done yet. Putin. God help the Gazans. Take care of yourself, folks. Thank you again. Big props. Woke Patriot, Lenny, quick double tap. B-Reed. Take care of yourself. HP Shody. HP Shody.